God, and I was just talking about like how awful chat is. Let's see. God, doesn't chat suck? There we go. Let's see. Oh no, we're live. Hey everybody. Hey everybody. Let's see. Oh no, we're live. Hey everybody.
Classic.
Classic unnamed. Botrix has joined the channel. Oh yeah, I forgot.
I've got to mute the stream.
I actually don't need Botrix because I'm not in game this stream, but it doesn't
What's
matter.
bot rigs?
Botrix is my chat bot that I use for when I'm in game, so I can actually see what people are screaming at me while I'm in game.
Oh, it's funny.
Let's see, and now we go to this. There we go. Now stop the stream from choking and dying. All right, hello everybody. I've heard rumors that I'm dead. Unfortunately, I'm not. Um, what is it? Yes, I've just God. Like, how many months have I been working on this one video, VRAR? Like, aren't we on month 4 now?
I don't even know at this point.
I think I started in December, like really solidly writing it. Um, so to all like 5 of you who I'm sure are in here, I'm not even looking. Who's in here? Let's see.
Omnisoap, Jackie,
Yep, a couple.
and bot rigs.
And bot rigs, thank you. Oh, sub bot or viewer bot. No, all right. So yeah, to all of you who care, like, yes, I have been like 4 months into one video. When I promise I'm coming out with a banger at some point this year, I promise. It's a lot of character writing, and like it's not like I hate it. It's just a lot to go through. Like, what would he say in this scenario? What would she say? Like, what would he do? What would she do? Like, it's a lot of like I'm telling a
Hold on,
story.
my thing reloaded. Is it still live? I'm sorry.
Are you still loading? Are you still? Are we? Yeah, I seem to be live.
Okay, my bad.
You're good. Oh, and can everybody hear V, Rar? We're kind of
We're test
I'm
running.
yeah, test streaming kind of too. What on earth are we doing? What am I doing? We're reacting
Perfect
to
question.
game theory uh videos from FNAF lore. And we're gonna see what holds up and what doesn't because I didn't know what else to do for this stream. And it's been a while since I've seen this, anyways. And again, multiple people were spreading a rumor that I was dead. Unfortunately, no. I'm just 4 months into one video script. Uh, like, if you don't believe me when I say I'm coming out with a banger that I hope I can keep under an hour, I mean it when I say I'm coming out with a banger I hope I can keep under an hour. Um, You all, by the way, expect nothing more than a slideshow because even still, it'll take me like a week to edit it. Um, God, and probably another week just to do all the voice lines. Oh God, it's a lot. Like it's a lot. Um, here we go. Get rid of that, and we'll pull it up elsewhere. Yeah. Rid of that. And yeah, everybody let me know. Can you actually hear VRAR or no? Um, Here, let me pull this up.
Is
On
Edwin William Afton?
is Edwin William Afton? They sure wanted me to think he was, didn't they? Um, let's see. God, yeah, we're up to like 5 of you goobers. Okay. Yes, I can hear him. Perfect. All right, so I guess I did that right. Excellent.
Crazy.
Oh my
Rar could
gosh, you're
never.
a lie. Oh, so you're the one spreading the rumor that I'm dead. No, I'm just 4 months into one video script. Um, God, they're starting to slowly trickle in. Hello everybody. No, I'm not dead, sadly. Like I said, I've been writing for 4 months. I decided to take a break now to give my brain a break. We hit a milestone today. I'm now, let's see, where did I leave off? Yeah, I'm at 21,171 words for this one insane video. Um,
Ridiculous.
if you don't believe me that I've not been working hard, yeah. what was it? I checked the Chica's Party World video script, and that was like 3,000 or 4,000. So now I'm well over 21,000. Just to tell you guys how long this video is gonna be. So yeah, get excited for that when that comes out this year at some point. Tomb of the Unnamed Security Guard.
Will we get a FNAF DLC before the unnamed security guard timeline?
I'm trying so hard. Like the hard part is like I'm telling a story. Like, hey guys, like don't tell my subscribers, but I'm doing the timeline too. Make sure to not tell anyone. Shh. So like, yeah, I'm doing the timeline and a theory all in one video, and that's why it's taking so long, because like it's not just the timeline. Like I'm also doing like a story as well. Like I hate to admit it, but like it's partially like my personal headcanon, but also like what I legitimately think the events are of the original games. At least as presented. Like this, you know, it's my take, you know. And I'm sure
William
people
been working at Dollar Tree in his teenage years.
Oh yeah, that was one of the things I was speculating, wasn't it? I mean, yeah. Yeah, God, there's a lot of wild takes. You, I think, VRAR, have heard my wildest one yet. Do you remember with the,
It's okay, I had my very worst theory thought ever in my life today.
Well, that, like, you, even this one in particular, though, like, I want to make sure, like, you know the one I'm talking about. Y'all are streaming at the same time. Like, at least with the three of us, I thought it was just me. Bronze is off somewhere, and V was here, so I was like, oh, yeah, I only like streaming with these two now, so figured I'd grab him. But yeah, like you know the what I think my most hot take is with the timeline. The you know, the thing down in the bunker, the cameo. Yeah, that one. Like that one's really gonna ruffle some feathers. Like, and the wacky part is that I actually do believe it. There we go. We've given it like 10 minutes. We can get into it. But yeah, like I am serious. Like I do actually believe that, unfortunately. But yeah, figured we would start with the ultimate timeline. Speaking of timelines, and we can kind of comment on it as we go. So what is it? Actually, yeah. This will be fine. All right, without any further ado, let me know if the volume is good, and we'll get right into this. And I'll full screen it. Or no, I won't.
Today we end the torment. 19 books, 11 games, 8 whole years, all leading to this moment. The ultimate FNAF timeline is finally complete. The pieces are in place for us. Now all we have to do is put this story of tragedy, jealousy, and loss back together. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that feels like a kid revealing the class project that he's been working on all year. Except here, it's the class project that I've been working on for the past decade of my life. This one is big, my friends, and I gotta admit, I'm kinda nervous. I haven't attempted a timeline video on this franchise since 2018.
I mean, I've had to tackle
back in the days when Mike was the crying child, Afton coming back was actually a surprise, and Fazgoo wasn't a phrase I'd ever thought I'd have to utter. But since the last time I did something like this, we've had 3 more massive games, death and revival of the FNAF movie, and more robot kids than you can shake a staff bot at. It is exhausting trying to keep track of this whole franchise, which honestly is why I'm here today. The lore at this point is complicated. It is full of speculation and theory, so to hopefully make it a little easier for everyone and to give us all a baseline to talk about this franchise moving forward into the future, it's time to reveal my current working FNAF timeline. But just before I do, I just want to explain a couple of things. First, this timeline is massive. Seriously, it is huge. This thing towers over any video project we have ever done
I'm so mad how much I've had to trim,
of this franchise,
but I also
don't
want
really
a
boils
4-hour
down to the
video.
story of one man, William Afton. Afton. His successes, his failures, his rise to becoming co-owner of one of the most successful restaurant franchises in the world, and his eventual fall to the monsters he helped to create, only to then be reborn in a new digital form later. That's why I've decided to split this timeline into three main chunks.
Correct.
The foundation of Freddy's, how the business started and how it came into being, the Afton era, William's decades-long murder spree, and post-Purple Guy. Basically modern FNAF. Everything that happens after
like, I've heard
the
people say this is all
fight.
really outdated and not
Because there are lots
applicable
of new
anymore,
big revelations in this thing that seemingly
I think I
come
watched
out
it
of
last
nowhere,
year.
as well as just points I want to talk
like
about
right
further.
after
I decided to dedicate
Secret
one
of the Mimic,
episode
and I
to
thought it
each
still
chunk.
held up.
I originally wanted it to be one seamless, continuous video, but it just felt incomplete without some sort of explanation at the end of each one. Once this whole thing's done, I promise I'm going to merge all the narrative bits into one massive video so you can just skip my explanations. But for now, this just felt like the best, most satisfying, most complete way to do this. That being said, this is still about the story, the broad strokes of the franchise. So in order to make sure that you guys know that I'm not just pulling answers out of thin air,
yeah,
not
no
only
kidding.
am I
Game
discussing
theory
some of the
really
more
isn't the
controversial
same
bits at the
without
end of each
it.
chunk, we're also putting in a handy little graphic in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, which will show thumbnails, video titles, books, and
hope
any
Scott
other
told him
citations that we
everything.
need throughout the video. So if you wish to understand that specific statement in more detail, you know exactly
like,
where
not
we've
even
taken
if
it
we
from.
get to
That way you
know,
can
but
look
just
into
for
those
his
details
sake.
for yourself. So sit back, grab some popcorn or your pitchforks if you're the type to get upset when I say something controversial, and make sure that you subscribe, since this is going to be a video that you're going to want to come back to a few times in order to fully dissect. Without any more waiting, I present to you the story of a loving, obsessive father who slowly descended into madness, and along the way discovered the secret to eternal life.
Which I think is
Our
correct.
story begins not in the 1980s, or even in the 1970s, but all the way back in the 1930s. It was the throes of the Great Depression, and people were in desperate need of
do you
cheap
not remember this?
entertainment, especially in Utah,
No.
one of the states hit
Yep.
hardest, fourth highest
was
unemployment
there
in
too.
the nation, and full of transients. People looking for work in Salt Lake, finding none, and ultimately moving on to find their fortunes out in California. People were tired.
Yeah, to
and
tease
they were
that
hungry,
today,
and as
I've
they
had to
traveled, there
figure
was
out the
one
distance
thing that
between
could lift their
Hurricane and
spirits. A simple
Provo,
roadside
Utah
attraction
today.
called Fredbear's Singin' Show. The ads were plastered all over town, featuring an animated bear drawn in the popular pie-eyed
fact, it's a
cartoon style for
3.5 hour
characters at
drive.
the time. He resembled cartoons like Mickey Mouse, Felix the Cat, Betty Boop. It immediately said that this, Fredbear's, was a place where you could bring the family.
Yeah,
and the
what
price,
else were we
honestly,
supposed to
couldn't
do
be
with
beat.
that?
For 50 cents, you could get food and entertainment as you watched
Like the
the local
Fredbear's
trained
Singin' Show?
real-life dancing bear perform on stage. Normally, you only got to see dancing bears at large traveling circuses like Barnum and Bailey, where the tickets would go for about $1. That's $1
I do
without
not
food.
blame them at
but
all
this
for
was a
coming to
smaller
those.
show, like the type from the Von
Like,
Brothers
look at
or
that.
the Robbins Brothers, where tickets
just
would sell
seems
for
too
just a
far
mere
back,
50
though.
cents. Watching that
It
bear
does,
do
but
tricks on stage
they're
brought
the
over
ones who
joy
made
at
it.
times,
That's
so much
straight
was
from
wrong
Steel
with them.
Wool.
The simple show would go on for years, bringing happiness to hundreds of travelers passing through looking for a quick meal. But it left a permanent impression on one little boy, capturing his imagination in a way that nothing else had. One little boy named Billy. That was his nickname at least, but his parents liked to call him William Afton. The bear could dance. It could sing. For decades, William dreamed of recreating that moment of bringing a musical bear to life, but how? William was smart, without a doubt, and he had a keen mind for business, but he wasn't the most creative. How do you make a singing, dancing bear come to life? The best he could do was using rudimentary costumes. William was inspired by the work of Walt Disney, who throughout the 50s and 60s was pioneering the use of mascot suits.
Also,
throughout
I need
his
to get a
theme
hold
park.
of him
The big
for
innovation,
some
suits
art I
with
had him do for
5
me.
fingers. This allowed the performers wearing the suits to use their natural arms and hands to interact with the guests, as opposed to the older models where the arms would just hang limply by their sides.
Between both
Finally,
could
with a simple
grieve.
mascot suit, he would be able to realize
Multi-stream
his childhood
drifting.
dream. He would be able to bring Fredbear to life. To appeal to the kids, and for copyright reasons, he changed Fredbear from a realistic brown animal to a cartoonish yellow bear with a purple hat and bow tie. But feeling like one character wasn't enough, he added another friend, a yellow rabbit with a purple vest and matching tie named Bonnie the Bunny. While Fredbear was certainly his first love, Bonnie was extra special because that was his. It was an original character that he had created from scratch. And I do mean scratch. William's hand-sewn costumes were rough, with seams and stitches visibly showing, but it was the best that he could do. And you know what? It was just enough. Bonnie and Fredbear would perform on stage to small but enthusiastic crowds. Finally, he was able to deliver
like
fantasy and
one or
fun
two
to all the
things
kids,
on him.
delighting and inspiring them in the exact
Kinda
way
like
that he
William
had
and
been delighted
Henry.
and inspired so many years ago. And things could have ended there. That could have been the end to his story. It could have been perfect had it not been for one thing. Other people saw the success of his idea and they wanted in. Enter Chica's Party World, a rival restaurant starring performing animal characters. His idea, except they did it better. William may have been the first, but obviously he wasn't the best. It hurt the prideful William Afton to admit it, but this restaurant was
This part,
able
I
to
think,
do
is
the thing that
absolutely
he always
correct.
wanted to do. Make the animals actually come to life. All of the performers in this restaurant were robots, simple metal
Between him and
skeletons that were
Chica's Party
powered by
World.
battery packs, but all of them able to freely turn and talk and dance on their own, no human required. It was like magic, magic that came from the mind of a brilliant creator.
But I don't
named
think it was,
Henry
like-
Emily. This Henry, in some small way, had been able to harness the
He
power
was
of
doing so
life
much better.
itself. Afton
Like, I think
admired him. He was jealous.
they
to be
just
sure,
both
but he also
realized,
looked
like,
upon
they
this
could do
man
so
with
much
awe.
better
Off
with
to
each
one side
other,
of Chica's
but,
Party
you know,
World was a small
that's
cabaret
my
stage
take.
featuring an elephant magician. On the other, a hippo known to ramble on and on. That one was more of a joke for the parents, but it was the main stage that was for the kids. A rocking
because, like, they
band
both
of
had to
characters
view each
featuring
other
a
as
yellow chicken thing
co-equals
with a
to
southern drawl named Chica,
merge,
backed by
in
a
my
band
opinion.
of other country-themed characters, including a pig with a banjo, an upbeat
'Cause
frog
Fred Bears
from the
was doing
local
good enough to
swimming
still
hole, and
have
a brown
delivery
bear with
pizza
a heavy
as of
southern accent.
79.
Wait, a
It
bear?
just, like,
But
replaced Henry
bears
with
were
Edward
his
is more of
animals.
a-
Why not a cow
Or
or
just
a
kinda
horse?
going
Something
on.
to fit the country
kinda-
theme a bit better.
like, I
Why
just
did it
view
have
them
to be
more
a
as, like,
bear? And adding insult to
equally
injury, they had
viewing
the
each
nerve
other,
to call
but
this
realizing
thing
they
Ned
could each
Bear,
use
a
each other
direct
to
copy of his
do better,
own
like
Fred
Ned
Bear.
Bear, right?
Whoops,
Like
that's gonna leave a mark.
all these
No,
other
that
little
was
cheap
not okay.
knockoffs that were
Afton's
popping
jealous
up at the
admiration
time. They
turned
both
to hardened
realized
bitterness. A bitterness
they
that would only
needed to
grow
join
over the
up
next couple of years as
to beat
families
them out.
continued to choose Chica's Party World over
Yeah, and
Fred
he
Bear.
sees that and
William
he's
just
like,
couldn't
"Oh,
compete with the
if we
appeal
merge
of the
together,
robots.
we can make
Eventually,
something
his
bigger."
restaurant would go bankrupt, only to get bailed out by, of course,
Yeah, that's the part I
Henry
disagree
Emily.
with.
Another insult, another
Not that it's a huge
humiliation
deal,
that
but-
William wouldn't soon forget. 1979. Despite being bitter, Afton couldn't deny that what
'Cause
came
also,
next
why would
was a
Henry
period
keep
of
him as a
massive
co-owner
success
if he
and
bought him
expansion.
out?
With the two
But, you know.
franchises now merged into one, it was the best of both worlds. Afton's ideas with Henry's robotic expertise. The two men decided to launch under a new name, Fredbear's Family Diner, a pizza chain that would eventually come to feature a mix of humans in performing suits as well as on-stage animatronics. They decided to stick with Fredbear as the headliner, considering the yellow bear was easily identifiable as a brand and because he was the original performing animal mascot. Afton appreciated that. This new restaurant would also see a mix of characters as the two franchises merged
didn't
into
remember
one, with
that.
Pig Patch and Happy Frog
Yep.
performing right alongside Fredbear and Bonnie. And as part of this one big Fredbear family, they even got themselves official merch that were released, ranging from masks to magnets.
The crappy Mr. Hippo fridge magnet?
Which, how'd that end up in the pizza place? Or are they just doing a rerun, I guess?
That said, not all the characters were winners. The reception to some characters was just mediocre, so they faded away into the dumpster, storage units, and retro budget tech stores of lost nostalgia, waiting
where'd
for
we
their
see
chance
Stan
to step back
before?
into the limelight if and when a headliner went out of commission.
Didn't he
Others,
work
though,
at
would fare much
MCO?
better, like a new Pirate Fox, as well as a blue guitar-playing variant of the yellow Bonnie Bunny.
It's a good
Ultimately, the
base on
franchise
those
would get
life,
so
kinda
big, it would
nostalgic.
spawn its own cartoon show, Fredbear and Friends. Business was booming. In the end,
time, it was
Fredbear
kinda
and Bonnie's
impressive.
popularity would be
God, that
so
kinda has
strong
me
that they would
worried
be able
'cause
to
there's,
support the
like-
Fredbear's Family Diner franchise all on their own.
I'm
while
50
also
fit,
spinning
like, I
off a
agree
new
with, like,
sister
half of
location
it,
dedicated to their friends.
basically.
In 1983, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza launched, giving a
Yep.
dedicated home to all this new supporting cast of characters: Chica the Chicken, Bonnie the Blue Bunny, Foxy the Pirate, and of course the headliner, a brown
Golden
Freddy
Bonnie was
Fazbear.
always Bonnie, not
Business
Spring
was good,
Bonnie.
and Afton
That
was
was just
happy,
the
mostly.
name
it
we had
did
for him at the
bother
time.
him that the one original character that he created, the one that he himself played, Golden Bonnie, got passed over for inclusion in that cartoon show. The only character in the
I mean, you
roster
might not
of
have just
regulars
seen
to
him
get
on
ignored
screen,
for
but
the show,
whatever.
but other than that, things were going smoothly. He had himself a wife, 2 sons, a daughter,
No,
he had a
he-
thriving
William
business,
SpongeBob,
and best
he
of all, he
reproduced
was
by
able
budding.
to learn the craft of robotics
His
from
kids
a man
came
that he
from
both
nowhere.
loved and hated, Henry. Together, they were constantly pushing the limits of what these characters could do. Because it was quick and easy, new characters introduced into the roster would be given a
Because they
simple
had the
hand-sewn suit with 5
The
fingers
mimic.
that any performer
Yeah,
could
that-
wear.
I
Eventually, Henry
100%
would design one of his
believe that they
signature
used
animatronics
mimic,
for that character, utilizing a
programming
divided
to
mouth with either a hinged or
code some
sliding
of these
jaw design.
animatronics.
This was the first
bare
generation
minimum
of
circus,
animatronics.
baby.
But why stop there? Afton had big ideas. What if the animatronics weren't just locked to the stage, but could freely roam the restaurant and interact with the kids? What if his mascot suits could become animatronics? What if you could use more than just rigid metallic skeletons? Why not experiment with tubes and wires that would give the animatronics fluidity and flexibility while still providing structure? The possibilities for this technology were endless. Afton fell in love with robotics. He had started with a dream of bringing one simple singing bear to life, but with robots, he had stumbled across the tools that gave him the ability to control life itself. And thanks to Henry, he was practically speedrunning his way to an engineering degree. And while William wouldn't admit it out loud, one other thing that kept pushing him forward was the desire to beat his former rival, to prove himself smarter and more capable, to surpass the man who everyone else considered to be a
I think they had a
visionary
rivalry
genius.
with each
But
other.
pride cometh before the fall, and
I don't want to say
tragedy
more
was about to strike. Okay, so
than
that brings us to the end of part 1 of the story. That said, at the end of each of these chunks, I want to break down some of the logical leaps that I made, since the more narrative format doesn't give me much of a chance to justify a lot of the big
there's so many
decisions.
gaps
And
in
admittedly,
this
there are some large
universe.
leaps in here. Let's just start off with Fredbear's Singin' Show, shall we? We know, based on the retro poster that was hidden in Security Breach, that at least at one point, Fredbear was an actual bear. And like I called out in that narrative segment, dancing bear shows were a real form of entertainment. The only problem is that, timing-wise, none of our main characters would be the people in charge of that business in the 30s, and a series of pizza restaurants in the 80s without them just being extremely old. Best case scenario, if Afton's running the Singin' Show when he's 18, that still puts him at nearly 70 when the first pizzeria opens and his murder spree begins. That just doesn't make a lot of logical sense, because he doesn't become immortal until his first death.
Which is why he might have acquired
That's why I suspect
the
that
rights to
Fredbear's
that
Singin'
original
Show was either
Singin' Show
a family
later, but
business that Afton then carried on to a
that's
new
pure
generation, or
speculation.
something that he saw as a kid and just wanted to recreate when he grew
Or
up.
that.
The Fredbear Singin' Show thing also starts
We
laying
honest
the
to God
groundwork
don't
for some of the
know.
core elements of this story. That Freddy's was a place of fantasy and fun, and that Afton, despite eventually falling to become the heartless serial killer and mad scientist that we know him as, began as someone with good intentions and a love of entertaining kids. He wanted to bring things to
people
life
really
from
don't
the
like that
very
one.
beginning, a theme that recurs a lot for him throughout the rest of the
Yeah,
franchise.
movies,
Next
sports,
up, let's talk about those mascot costumes. One thing that I keep
mean,
going
it
back to
kinda
is the
does,
design
especially with
of
Michael.
Glitchtrap. It's a handcrafted suit. You can see the seams and everything. It even has 5 fingers for the
Glitchtrap
performer's
is
hand.
so
It is very much
perfectly
not a Springtrap
creepy.
suit. This is something
Oh,
much
the
more
look of
rudimentary.
Glitchtrap.
It came at a time
It's
before
so
animatronics were a part of the
awful.
story. That's
It's
why I suspect that it was
perfect.
actually the first, predating literally
God, like,
everything.
look at that
It's also a
thing.
suit that is
Like,
very
what?
personal to Afton. He put his digital consciousness in that form. It's his personal avatar. It's the way that he sees himself. There's also a whole separate discussion to be
God,
had
I'm
here about
so
the habits
excited
and
to
rituals
talk
of serial
about
killers.
my
So the
thoughts
fact that
about
he's choosing to
Glitchtrap.
lure kids and kill
I
them
am
in this
so
particular
excited.
suit actually says a lot about his emotional attachment to it. So while Fredbear seems to have started as someone else's
Yeah,
creation,
that was the
Golden
original
Bonnie
name.
was uniquely
Blue Star.
Williams, giving him a personal connection. And that's not all. In this whole franchise, only one set of characters have themselves 5 fingers, the Nightmares. Even Golden
Yep.
Freddy, Fredbear, was a 5-fingered wearable suit at one point in the story, as we see in this shot from the graphic novel, before he, like
The
everyone
books
else,
only
was
matter
turned
when I
into
say
an
they matter.
animatronic. This seems to imply that all of the
Never
main
forget.
characters had similar wearable mascot outfits at least at one point in time, and that whoever is
Jesus,
having the
so
FNAF 4
cursed.
nightmares,
Yeah,
if
it is
they
very
even
cursed.
are nightmares, something that we'll touch on in part 2, saw those mascot suits specifically.
What do you
Lastly,
think,
we have
B-Rob?
to talk
Were the
about
nightmares
the elephant
real?
in the room. The literal elephant, Orville Elephant, as well as the rest of the mediocre melodies. For a while now, I've suspected that the mediocre melodies played a much more important role in the story than just being a bunch more
I'm
animatronics
on
to
the
fill
I
out
don't
the
wanna talk
roster,
over it too much.
especially Ned Bear,
Fair
which is
enough.
just so suspiciously
gotta
close
react
to
a little
Fred
bit.
Bear. And yet there are
Oh, yeah,
two
we can
key
pause
details that we're
anytime,
going to have to
too, and
justify
just
with
wait.
any
Well,
mediocre
then, yeah, tell
melodies
me
mentioned.
if you
One,
wanna
they're
pause on
very
anything, too, I
rudimentary
guess.
with external
Okay,
battery
sweet.
packs, implying that they come very early in the timeline. And 2, we know
I might have
that
to
at
scoot up.
minimum, Mr. Hippo does eventually become an official member
Yeah,
of the
there we go.
extended Freddyverse. But if these things are supposed to be cheap, generic rip-offs, why would you be trying to rip off yourself? You wouldn't. You would be stealing someone else's ideas. So if Afton created Fredbear, there would have to
OC,
be
do
some
not steal.
rival franchise. The only other person who would likely be ripping him off, Henry. We've talked extensively about how the mediocre melodies are clearly
possible.
Henry's design aesthetic. So it just
mean,
has to be him. I don't think Henry's doing this
they both
maliciously.
could have
He
been
doesn't
dealing
strike me
with
as the
it.
type. He was likely building
Does
the
it-
robots at the
people
orders
said the
of someone
same
else that
about
was running a
Michael. He
rival
didn't
restaurant
strike them as the
franchise.
type
but that's
either.
enough motivation to start Afton down a
And
path
what'd the
of
movie
jealous
do?
rivalry, but also begrudging admiration. As the Freddy Files Ultimate Edition says, it's important to revisit the beginning of Henry and William's
God, like, isn't that thing
relationship, so
full of
here you go.
errors?
I think this is where it begins. Also, this is future Matt Pat here coming back to add this one in.
Pat
Seems
Matt.
like the recently released character encyclopedia has backed up all of this speculation. I've had this timeline written for about a month now, but I've also been holding off a bit to see what wrenches this character encyclopedia might throw into it. And on this particular point, I gotta say, it seems like we might actually have nailed it. They actively call out the suspicious similarities to the main Fredbear crew. Quote from one of the pages: Ned Bear looks like an imitation, altered just enough to avoid copyright issues. I don't know about you, but that seems to imply that we were
think
right
there were a
on
lot
money.
of companies
Knowing all
doing
of this,
that
at one point the
at the same
franchises
time.
had to have merged. That's really the only way that you get Mr. Hippo from the rival franchise as part of the Fazbear crew. This also mirrors a lot of what happened in the real-life history of Chuck E. Cheese, with two rival restaurants, each with their own casts of characters, merging to become one unified brand. Again, we've gone into that in detail with other videos, just wanted to remind you all of that here. But why would I call out the rival restaurant as being named Chica's Party World?
I actually got to see some of them when I was a kid.
First, we know for a fact that a location named Chica's Party World exists. It is mentioned in the source code teasing sister location, so it is out there somewhere and doesn't fit cleanly anywhere. Second,
I
in
think
the story
it never
of the Puppet
left.
Carver, Chica is very explicitly looped in with the book versions of Pig
But
Patch
that's
and
just
Ned
a
Bear,
theory.
implying that she started as a mediocre melody. Thirdly, her design just fits better with the theme of down-home country animals with southern accents playing the banjo and eating with bibs. And with her being the
Why do they
headliner
have
of the
two
show
sets
with
of
her name on the
teeth?
restaurant, it would make sense then that when the restaurants merged,
excellent
she was the
question
one
for
that was
Henry.
added to the main cast of characters while all the other mediocres faded away. It's also why when Freddy's closes after William's killing spree, she's the one to branch back off into her old franchise and is therefore missing in sister location. A detail that's
I do
bothered
think,
me
yeah,
for years
that
at
is the
this
reason
point.
for
It
that,
might
and that
also
supports
explain
my
why
idea.
William
They're two
decided to
different
stuff
restaurants.
his first dead kid into Chica. That one was Henry's creation,
Why is there a
not
fun
his.
time
Is
Chica?
all of this a big leap? Yeah. Is it connecting a lot of dots that are very spread out across the franchise that I've been holding
Afton
on in the back
Robotics
of
is
my mind
under
for years?
Fazbear, so
Absolutely,
he technically
but I
could have the
think
rights to
makes
it as
sense.
well.
It also serves as a clean answer to a lot of the random threads that Scott's been leaving dangling for years. So, with all of that in mind, my friends, we can close the book on the foundation of Freddy's. And don't worry, next week I'll be back to give you arguably one of the most
Foundation
confusing parts of
Freddy's.
this entire timeline situation. Part 2, the Afton era. I promise, it will actually be
boy.
next week this time. No more waiting around. I am just as eager to get this one out the door as you are to watch it. I promise. You know what else I promise? I promise that we'll actually get to talking about the games. I would have liked to have talked about them in this episode, but there just isn't that much in the games that helps us depict anything pre-Family Diner. Although, let's be honest, this franchise has never been just about the games anyway. Even back in the early days of FNAF, we were decoding images and source code that Scott fed us through the website. The modern day books and the clues that we get from those things, now they're just modern extensions of that. All of it is crucial to understanding this franchise
and
and
only
its
like
lore.
maybe
Unless,
half of them
course,
matter.
Steel Wool finally gets around to making that Fredbear's Family
I'm
Diner
not
game they want
bitter.
to make so badly.
I've always would love to do is get kind of back to. I have no clue if we'll ever be able to do this, but getting back to kind of like the origin of like Fazbear Entertainment or the origin of.
That would be
Freddy
cool, wouldn't it?
Fazbear.
But in the meantime, while we wait for that inevitably
so
cryptic
cool.
game,
It
hope that this
would.
start to the timeline helps to fill in
But
some
it-
of those gaps.
with that
Excited
same
to share
security
part 2
breach
with you next
teaser, it's
week. If
implied
you haven't subscribed and rang the bell, make sure
started
you
in
do
the
it now so
30s.
you're notified when that part drops. I cannot wait to see your thoughts down in the comments below. And as always, I remind you, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Go easy on me. Tried my best.
All right, so with that first one, what are your thoughts?
I feel like it's interesting looking back because it's like so much of this is like they did with Edwin,
Mm-hmm.
but I do still think there's some kind of something with Henry and William that like got them angry at each other, and I'm curious what that is
Yep.
since it doesn't seem to be necessarily the business side of things. Like maybe it is. I don't.
No, right, like, it always struck me as odd, even years ago, that, like, if this guy was his partner, someone he went into business with and knew for years and probably would have known his family relatively well, like, why is he killing his kid? Like, that's not just a random serial killer doing serial killing things. That feels personal. Right, so it's
Yeah.
like, that wouldn't have been an accident, right? Like, oh, it just so happened to be, like, there's no way it would be that either. Right, like, it feels targeted. So it's like,
And I just always come back to that moment and into the actual game when
Mhm.
William, or not William, like whatever the yellow
monster.
rabbit is in that
Yeah.
game, sees that picture of William and Henry, and he just like recoils and completely stops pursuing us. I feel like that has to be like incredibly significant.
Yeah, God, like, what would that be? And, like, if we go with the idea that the monster in Into the Pit is some kind of an agony creature, which I think is still very like, especially given the black liquid that falls from its eyes in
like there's something very different about.
Right.
But clearly not like just supposed to be William.
No, so it's like there was something about that relationship to me that caused agony is what that reaction is indirectly telling me, at least, that since that like rabbit monster is a, you know, representation of William and his evil, like it recoiling at the sight of William and Henry together is a sign, like it caused agony, or maybe it would fuel it, or like I don't know, like it, like something about their relationship years before didn't seem right. And it's like I don't think it was one way or the other. And like a lot of people have brought that up. Hey, Glitch. A lot of people have brought that up with the Secret of the Mimic, with that one audio tape where Edwin's talking about, oh, Hinge sent the change orders in last night. Like people were using that as evidence for like, oh no, William ordered him to, so that means, you know, has to mean like William was the only one who owned the company and Henry was just his employee the whole time. And it's like that doesn't really work with me for like FNAF 3 and 6 for obvious reasons. Like how could Henry have done either of those if he wasn't an owner? You know?
Yeah.
Like there's a lot more to that relationship going on that we don't see, and like I've talked about for a while that like it's so odd. Like even the Silver Eyes trilogy was like bringing up like, God, isn't it so weird that these men almost look identical? Like a lot of their lives are very similar too. Like I know some people were really toying with the idea of like, what if this is one person with split personality disorder? Which sounds insane, and it kind of is because they've got two different families. And I really don't think that could work, but like it is odd. Like why draw that parallel? Like are they just supposed to be like good or bad versions of each other? Like but it doesn't feel that clean either, because again, look at Michael in the movies. Like who would have called that other than someone insane like us? Yeah, Edwin says he got the change order from Hen, which implies like a more friendly-ish example, but relationship. But I also view that as like William and Henry are playing good cop, bad cop with him to string him along for the goose chase job, basically. So to me, it feels more like Pit Bonnie was transfixed by it instead of recoiling. Could have been. I'd have to see the scene again. Yeah, no. No major contradictions thus far in the video, though.
I mean, I don't agree with a decent chunk of it, but it's like I just think a lot of it was just like at the time we didn't have the info we do now type of things. Like,
what parts do you think he got wrong?
The Henry William dynamic, the jealousy thing, like that's all seems like that stems more from Edwin's stuff and wanting what he had.
Which that's odd, so, isn't it? In retrospect, I feel like
his motive might be different, similar, but might be a little different.
You wonder if they created Edwin as a sort of like idea box that ideas from William and Henry were to be put into. Like things they wanted to do with William and Henry that for whatever narrative reason Scott and Steelwool didn't want to pull the trigger on, and so they're like, okay, let's just make a new character. I mean, why not?
Maybe.
You know?
At least since like around the time of Help Wanted.
Because I've also thought to myself, like, God, isn't it so weird that, like, all three of them, like, not just two of them, we've got three men now who all have the same problem of, like, losing their families to tragedy. And, like, bad stuff happening because they can't accept that loss. all three of them, right? Like they lose.
That could be argued, yeah.
They each lose someone close to them in their family. They can't accept it. They refuse to move on, and like bad things happen from those decisions. Like,
do we see that with Henry in the game timeline?
It's implied more so with Charlie. I would argue that, like, okay, like, granted, I guess, you know, but again, that's like implied because again, we don't know what he was doing even longer than William or Michael. Like, what was Henry doing throughout, like, not just after his daughter died, but the MCI, the DCI, like, that 6-year gap between FNAF 2 and 1. Like, what has he been doing all these years? You know, and we also kind of get to see that in the movies, but even then, the movies don't really explain it either, because we only see him for, like, 5 minutes, right? Like, what was Henry doing? Like, I've had to try to explain that in a way that, like, doesn't make his character, like, completely, like, pointless. But, like, Scott has to answer that, too, at some point. Like, sure, he could just never cover it, which, fair enough, I guess, but, like, if Scott and the rest of them didn't want me to make, like, insane theories with these big gaps of time, there are, like, don't make such big gaps. Like, don't make, like, such big gaps in info where I can fit it all together and it makes sense narratively. But yeah, like 50%, you're right. Like, on the relationship, like, I think it was something else. Like, it might have even been something we didn't think of. Now, I don't think it's as far as, like, some people were speculating with, what was it, like, the cuck theory? When Secret of the Mimic was coming out, or not long after. Which was one of the funniest ones I've heard in a while. Like, he was having an affair with Fiona, and that's why she was sneaking out. Like, God, like, okay, yeah, like, that's definitely what he's going for, sure. Like, there's no way. Will Cook, which is insanity to me. Like, no, there's no, like, guys, I've got the greatest idea, Scott said in an email to Steelwool. No,
I was in tears when I first heard the Edwin Cock theory. I was, like, literally on the floor dying.
Which, and no, because, like, if you squint at it from a distance, it kind of looks like it could be happening, but it's like, I really don't want it to, and it's like, there's no way, like, he would have that be the case. But yeah, like, what is it? So yeah, with that, like, that, the security breach poster, like, something Fazbear existed all the way back in the 30s. Now, whether William was involved or not, you know, that's what I kind of doubt. Like, I think it's more likely he might have just acquired the rights to them. Like, if he was right, like, oh, he saw this as a kid in the 30s, perhaps, and then he's like, he does something to become successful as he becomes an adult. He has money, and this, you know, old singing show fell apart. He's like, oh, I love that as a kid. Maybe I'll buy the rights to it. Like, that's more believable to me than, like, he started that in the 30s, right?
Yeah, I don't know. The whole 30s thing, I'm just not sold on at all at this point. But maybe.
I mean, that's clearly a vintage like, isn't the file name for it also just like vintage poster or something?
Yeah, like, we're seeing it again in Secret of the Mimic, and then, like, talks about their favorite restaurant and stuff, so it's like, it doesn't have to be that old.
I mean, the 50-cent ticket price too, that also really seems like it's older. Maybe not all the way back
in the... It's not, I'm just not sold on it, like...
Right. And even the 50s would be weird.
But it would be funny if we, like, go back to the 30s and then security breaches in, like, the 30s of the 2030s or something, so we're, like, 100 years.
Of 100 years of Freddy's. Like, I mean, I do think... Well, actually, yeah, 2030 is where I'm roughly placing the start of the Pizzaplex. Not security breach, but when the Pizzaplex started is what I roughly think. But that's just all right. Well, with that, if we're all good, then we'll move on to the second part here. Then, and go from there. Birth of a Killer. This is where the real hot takes
Hello,
come
Internet!
out.
Welcome to Game Theory, and officially page 7 of the FNAF timeline script. Last time we covered the origins of Freddy's. We talked about William Afton's childhood dream project of making a singing bear come to life, and the infuriating moment that his dream is copied by a rival restaurant franchise looking to steal away his success. The merger of the two franchises results in William meeting Henry, a brilliant designer with a knack for robotics. Working together, they make Fredbear's flourish, spawning popular Saturday morning cartoon shows, toy lines, and spin-off restaurants under the Fazbear name. When last we left him, Afton was thriving, the world of robotics opening his eyes to new and exciting ways of bringing characters to life. Bringing things to life, yeah, that was his core driving force, his passion. And it was this very passion that would mutate, twist, and morph from here on out in the story. Because with life, there is inevitably death. Something that Afton would become intimately familiar with. But before Afton acquaints himself with death, I want you to take some time to acquaint yourself with our newest channel. Guys, this is a huge moment
so
for us
cool,
theorists.
man.
For the last
That's
decade, we've had this
awesome,
4-player
guys.
controller
That's
icon,
so
and now
cool.
we finally fill in the
That's
final
really whoops, I
Onward to
accidentally
part
hit it
2,
there.
where things
Whoops.
are about to get
My
dark
bad.
in a hurry.
I guess we'll just keep watching.
1983, business was booming with 2 whole restaurant franchises running, Fredbear's Family Diner and the newly opened Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Together, William and Henry had been able to take the hybrid suit idea and make it into a reality. They called their new invention the Springlock suit, and fittingly enough, it was symbolic of the partnership between these two men. A human suit as designed by William that could become a freestanding Henry-style robot. But because it was still new tech with kinks to work out, the rollout
this
was
is
limited,
not
restricted
canon.
only to the Fredbear's Family Diner location.
Yeah, this
All
was
of
an
this meant
Edwin
that
thing.
William was busier than ever. He didn't have time to be a full-time parent, so he
Yeah,
designed
no,
a
yeah,
nano system where
already
cameras and
clocked
speakers
that
were hidden
glitch.
throughout the neighborhood, as well as in his youngest son's favorite toy, Psychic Friend Fredbear.
This I
mean,
100%
plushy
agree
Fredbear.
with.
But since cameras just weren't enough to raise a kid, he also left childcare duties to his oldest son, Michael.
110%.
There was just one problem with that. Michael was far from the best babysitter. He tormented his younger brother by jump-scaring him with a Foxy mask and constantly left him behind. William watched all of it from his cameras. Kids would be kids.
Yo.
Tomorrow was another day, after all. Except Michael's torment didn't stop. Bitter, angry thoughts would run through Michael's mind. Why did he have to be the one to take care of this whining crybaby all the time? It just wasn't fair. It was time that he got even with his brother by playing the ultimate prank. A prank that just so happened to be on this crying child's birthday. He and his friends would take his scared little brother and make him do the one thing that he was terrified of doing, getting close to the animatronics. That would be
What did he
embarrassing for the
see?
kid that was such an embarrassment to him. His brother squirmed, screamed,
Even
kicked, and
before
fought,
that
but just as
minigame
they were putting that
starts.
small, squirming boy up to Fredbear's lips, the mouth snapped shut. The sensitive spring locks inside the body had been triggered by the boy's movements, and they'd immediately clamped down.
Captain
The wriggling
Crunch.
stopped. The boy went limp. It was
Yup.
just a prank. It was meant to be funny. The boy was taken to the hospital and was immediately given an IV. Flowers and pills filled the nightstand next to his hospital bed, but the damage was too severe. He couldn't recover. As the younger brother's consciousness began to fade, he could hear Michael's last words, a small and flimsy apology. But his father, Williams, through the voice of the Fredbear plush, were a firm and committed
Can we
promise to a
pause real
dying
quick?
son.
I can't
You're
get my
broken.
mind off
I will
today.
put you back
Yep.
together. This would not
Here we go.
I just have to Blue Star, I just have to comment about the Into the Pit thing.
Oh,
I
God.
genuinely, my mind can't comprehend this because I've been banking on that picture for years.
Oh no.
I can't believe it. It literally, so he the William Afton, whatever, the yellow bunny bends down to pick up the picture, and then I thought he was like spazzing out as he looked at the picture, but it's like as Oswald's pulling his dad into the ball pit, his arm like brushes against the rabbit, and that's supposedly like what makes him spaz out. So I'm genuinely in shock, and I don't know how to react.
Well,
I thought it was like this whole like interesting lore piece, but wow.
it might not. It might be
I'm
just because
so
he touched
disappointed.
Oswald, I guess.
I'm so disappointed. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that is lame. Make sure I didn't
But
miss
thank you for pointing that out, because that's literally like bugged me for since release, like I thought for sure it was significant, and now my lore is shattered. Henry and William never fought. It was just William finally being like, "Oh wow, this guy sucks."
I think there's a chance they still might have though, or at least like not like big, but like again, like game theory talked about, more of like a rivalry, not like falling out so much.
But I'm so bummed. I thought that was so significant.
Yeah, that would have been sick. God.
I'm
sorry that we could continue.
No, that's fine.
As the younger brother's consciousness began to fade, he could hear Michael's last words, a small and flimsy apology. But his father, Williams, through the voice of the Fredbear plush, were a firm and committed promise to a dying son. "You're broken. I will put you back together." This would not be the end. No matter what, Williams' son would live again. It would just take time. Time that, right now, he just didn't have. His young son's heart flatlined as the boy faded into the inky unknown.
Yeah, people really don't
In the aftermath of the tragedy, changes started happening around the restaurants. Kids were now required to wear security wristbands to prevent anyone from getting outside without parental permission. Any kid who approached the exit without permission would have to answer to the security puppet, a marionette on strings that could fly around on rails across the restaurant to stop kids in their tracks. It was William's idea, inspired by Michael constantly leaving the restaurant without his brother. In the wake of Fredbear's spring lock failure, all the hybrid suits were getting retired.
Yeah, even back in the day, they had stuff like that. With,
it was yet another
at
tough
Chuck E.
pill to
Cheese,
swallow
I remember they had the glow stamp
that he and Henry had put into them. William would eventually bury the boy's small body in a remote location out in the woods right alongside his drive into and out of work every day.
What's this?
The death of this little boy sent the family spiraling.
Yeah, what's the mound?
His wife, crippled with grief, was so distraught that all she could do was sit and watch TV. But his son Michael was far worse. Complaining of seeing hallucinations of a golden bear standing outside of his window. The boy was so racked with guilt that he was convinced that he was being haunted by the ghost of his brother stuck inside the suit that took his life. The suit's three-toed feet digging into the wet earth. The words, "It's me," ringing through Michael's ears. Some nights, Michael would even go so far as to break out of his room to check the grave site and ensure that his brother was still there. As for William himself, he disappeared into his work and his drinks. Junior, the local bar, wasn't far from his son's grave site. He found himself going there more and more
and I do think Junior's was a bar.
Longer and longer amounts of time there. The bar gave him a place
It's just none of us, I guess, wanted to put that together back then.
On how Henry had stolen his idea for an animal-themed restaurant. How they'd cut his character out of the cartoon when everyone else was there. How Henry had humiliated him by buying him out of bankruptcy. And now there was his son. Henry had taken his son from him. The robotic part was the part that failed after all. William ordered one more drink, but it was one too many. The bar turned him out and told him to go home.
Yeah, you can't be here anymore.
William didn't go home. Drunk and angry, William raced back to the restaurant to give Henry a piece of his mind, only to find someone else waiting. Henry's daughter, Charlie, locked outside of the building, bullies laughing at her through the window. Fine, some other problem to fix. But then Afton got an idea. A beautifully awful idea. This was his chance to get back at the man that had humiliated him all those years ago. Henry had killed his business, and now Henry's robotic suit had killed his son. It was time for William to do some killing of his own. Let Henry feel what it's like to have something you love get ripped away. While parties continued inside the walls of the pizzeria, William attacked Charlie in the back alley. It felt good. He felt free. The years of resentment and bitterness trapped in his heart finally released in a moment of pure unapologetic evil. He would make Henry hurt like he hurts.
Laugh.
And in that moment, William became a killer. He dropped Charlie's
Evil
laugh
laugh.mp3.
Forced to confront his family's problems later that night.
Really
also
fascinating
by what he had just done. Charlie's death would remain on the books as a random act of violence. And though Henry had suspicions about William, there was no physical evidence. Nothing that could link him back to the crime. In the weeks that followed, Fredbear's family diner would close for good. 2 high-profile deaths around the restaurant with 2 grieving owners in such a short period of time was just too much bad press to handle. Besides, Freddy Fazbear's was still open, and it was the newer restaurant anyway. All the equipment from the diner, including the old yellow suits and security puppet, would get retired to that location. And there they would sit for 2 uneventful years. The rest of 1983 and 1984 were spent quietly grieving. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and the new cast of characters were a hit. Tragic memories of their yellow predecessors quickly faded. Afton kept a low profile and buried himself in work and research, quickly reaching Henry's level of engineering and even surpassing him. And while Henry slowed down to grieve, Afton kept going.
Oh,
even
he was doing a lot more
Afton
between
Robotics
83 and
for all
85.
those pet projects that were a little bit too experimental for for the regular operations of the pizzeria. The first of these experimental projects was a secret workshop under his house, a veritable bunker, which allowed him to work while still monitoring his kids via hidden security cameras.
Next to the monitor.
1983.
Is that a Fredbear plush with a walkie?
Constant reminder of
No
why
way.
the cameras were so
It
important,
is, isn't it? Why are we being shown that, Scott?
This was all to fulfill the promise that he had made to his son, right? I will put you back together. This was for him. All for him. Right?
But wait, how would William have seen that soul stuff exists?
He had to keep him in the house. He couldn't have another one of his kids wind up dead inside of an animatronic suit. So why not run a little experiment on Michael? You see, all this work with Henry had gotten Afton to start learning more about life, robots, the human mind, and what a fallible machine we as humans were. Our reality is so easy to manipulate with a few sensory deceptions. Deceptions like sound. With just a few sounds, he had discovered that he could alter a person's vision. He could transform blank, smooth plastic robots into lumbering, twisted nightmares. Nightmares far scarier than he could create with actual materials.
But it was still
brand new. They would appear
new.
Organic, rotting, putrid, terrifying. These would be his means of keeping his son Michael in the house where he belonged. Was it extreme? Maybe. But then again, this was the boy
this
who
I
would
do
kill
completely
his
agree
son.
with.
He would make him sorry. And so Michael would grow up not only dealing with the memories of his own guilt, the hospital room, the pills, the flowers, the death of his brother, but also facing literal nightmares, illusions created by sound. Michael would never forget these either.
Or
Years
gas,
later,
we're
as
not
a
sure.
security guard, he
They
would
keep
still draw
changing that.
pictures of them inside of his logbook. But all of these extra projects meant that his home life suffered even more. He was an absent father and a non-existent husband, leaving his wife cold and alone.
Why do you hide inside
People will say these lines have nothing to do with Miss Afton.
There's music in my halls. All I see is an empty room. No more joy, an empty tomb.
And despite her repeated demands that he leave
what else
his
were we
office and
supposed to
engage
get
with
with
the
that?
family, he refused time and time
What?
again,
Talking about
leaving her
crying
no
child?
choice but to leave.
You think?
An empty room.
Yeah.
No more kid there.
No more joy in empty tomb. Yes.
I never thought of that.
Really? What did you think her lines were talking? Like, I and like I guess a handful of people view like Bellora's lines as like something Miss Afton told William and like complained about before she left, and he's just putting them in her because it's like he heard them as nauseum. So I mean, to the point he could make a character out of it in a way of like, I don't know, his weird way of like coping with what he had heard
theatrical
before.
Version of what he had to hear all the time.
Right.
I guess I just have a marble brain that rolls around because I just never like connected like if this was from a mother character's perspective, what does that mean? It'd mean like she'd have to see his empty room all the time after he died.
Yeah.
That's so sad.
Well, yeah, I mean, imagine, like, they lost their son in this accident from their other son, and it's like, God, like, what would be going through both of their minds? And it's like, you know, William's burying himself in work at this point and, you know, starting to experiment and getting cold, but they only see the cold part. Michael's, like, super traumatized and feeling, like, extremely guilty, in my opinion. And it's like she's seeing her family fall apart, and it's like, I think that was like the crux of her saying these things to him over and over again, like, you know, no more joy in empty tomb, like, why do you hide in your wall, like, come out, like, talk to me, like, I could see, like, her trying to connect with him and everyone else and hold this family together as it's falling apart.
That's quite interesting. I never thought of it like that.
Yeah, it's just some people are so against the idea of Miss Afton, they say these lines from Ballora have nothing to do with her, which is an insane take to me, because it's like, like, how? Like, what else are these lines talking about then, people? What? Like, what else in God's name could this be referring to? Like, why do you hide in your walls when there's music in my halls? And all I see is an empty room. No more joy, an empty tomb. Admit it, you wanted to let me in. Like, what else were we supposed to take with that? I'd like to point out that the player is literally in an empty room when she sings that. That is true, too.
The Help Wanted 2 mini game when there's Bitty Babs chasing you in the stupid ballerina minis.
Didn't the VA say she made that up herself, though? Even if she did, it wasn't cut, and Scott chose to put it in the game. So I consider it fair game. Same as with a lot of stuff in Security Breach, by the way. Now, I know, you know...
Also, the happy birthday line by Eclipse.
Right,
like...
happy birthday! Like, that one's fun, but, like...
Thank you, Frosty.
Yes. 'Cause, yeah, didn't he push to get that in there?
Wait, that's a secret hint. Freddy Frostbear.
Freddy Frostbear. Amazing. Gotta see Eclipse with Freddy Frostbear. Amazing. But yeah, that's my take on Ballora. There we go.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're all good.
And despite her repeated demands that he leave his office and engage with the family, he refused time and time again, leaving her no choice but to leave.
You burned down my house?
You call that a house? It was like a morgue in there.
Wait, the Edwin house burned down.
The baby isn't mine.
Well, how's this? I'm keeping the diamond ring.
And through it all, there was one lingering feeling.
Which, by the way, I don't
William
think they
wasn't
divorced.
done. He had gotten a taste of what it felt like to be unleashed, what it felt like to be free. Charlie's murder had
keeping the
unlocked
diamond
something
ring will
in
be
him,
important.
and he wanted more. June 26th, 1985. Putting on the golden Bonnie suit, he lured children one by one to the back room of the pizzeria when no one was looking. At first, he was cautious. He would lure them with promises of cake and cookies. He told them that their dog had died. He would ask for help.
And also,
with
the
homework.
newspapers
Susie
say
was the
someone got
first.
convicted
Never
as
truly
well.
Forget your first.
I have seen everything.
But where to hide the bodies?
Which I've got
he
an
couldn't
explanation
sneak out.
for that.
Someone would see him. He had to hide them in a place where they'd never be found and where
Correct.
they'd never leave the building. They had to be stuffed.
Well, not never,
stuffed
but yeah.
inside of the suits. No one maintained those things anyway except for him. And so Susie would go into Chica. Fritz, Jeremy, and Gabriel would come next. But it was easy. It was too easy. And with each little life he snuffed out, his lies got bigger. Their house was burning. They're just being kidnapped. Until the last one where all pretense was off. He let himself get violent. Too violent.
I'll just wait for him after school. Throw a bag over his head.
Oh,
hit him
yeah,
with a
I do
shovel,
think-
And drag him into the back of my
Yeah,
car.
Chica
The body
is
of
like
Cassidy
standing
was
in
far
for
more
William
bloody
here.
and broken than any of the others. He'd let
Toy
himself go
Chica.
too far.
Yeah, Toy
that one,
Chica.
that one he shouldn't have killed. With no
It's
more
William
active
Afton.
animatronics left, he shoved the body into the one suit that remained backstage. The long-forgotten yellow Fredbear. Now broken
I
and
think
discolored with
Cassidy
age.
died in
broken, like
that
Cassidy
suit.
was broken, like his son was broken. Newspapers reported on this disappearance, naming the whole thing the missing children's incident. Police
yep.
would even charge William with the crimes after finding security footage of the golden mascot
it
suit
William?
luring kids to the back.
'Cause
but
he
they
got
couldn't convict him.
convicted.
They had no
Yep.
bodies, and his face had been hidden behind the mascot suit the entire time. What they had was circumstantial at best, and so he walked away a free man. But Henry
It's
knew
not
the
how
truth.
court
In
works,
these
but
murders,
yeah.
he saw his daughter Charlie all over again. So he threw Afton out of the company and shuttered the doors to the old
He would
pizzeria.
not have the
Henry
power
would
to
keep the
do that.
franchise quiet for 2 years. This would not happen again. This could not happen again. How could he protect the kids? Finally, he developed a solution. He would implement an even more extreme security system in the form of new animatronics.
actually-
Toy animatronics.
I'll pause on that point for a second, because I just want to say, he would not be able to throw him out, one, because he didn't have the shares to do that, because everyone remember, Fazbear Entertainment is a corporation at this point, so we know what that means. It is a publicly traded company, and we know what that means. It has shares, which means there are shareholders. William and Henry, assuming they made this company together, would have probably split shares equally together when they created this company. Unless Henry could convince whoever all the other investors were, or the major shareholder, which I assume is someone else, he would have had to convince them to vote to kick William out. And even that, like, it's not like you can, like, take their shares, right? He would still have a say in the company. Like, that's not how that works, right? I just wanted to make that point, that, like, people really gloss over the company structures of Fazbear over time, and I think it is very important at particular points in time. I don't know, V, you got anything to say about that while we're paused?
Nope, I'm not the brightest bulb in the shed with that kind of stuff.
You're all good. I mean, I've just done a lot of looking at this, because it's like, like, because like if that
legal stuff like that.
well, if it was the case, yeah, it's like, why wouldn't they just kick him out? Like, because they can't, right? Like,
yeah.
How was Afton Robotics still up and running for years? Like, why did they presumably keep, help sending it money as well, or vice versa, or whatever, because they couldn't,
Killer being convicted is the one retcon trust.
I thought I did an okay job convincing you what I think it is a while back, if you remember.
I'm just reading chat.
You're good. I don't think it's that. I have an explanation for the conviction, but I don't want to spoil that, because that I thought was really clever with how I solved that problem. But yes, I have an answer to that solution. I'm not going to spoil what it is, though. Just trust me on that one. So we'll get back to it.
Henry would keep the franchise quiet for 2 years. This would not happen again. This could not happen again. How could he protect the kids? Finally, he developed a solution. He would implement an even more extreme security system in the form of new animatronics. Toy animatronics, inspired by the toys that they had been selling years ago. But these guys, these were special. They were a new breed of robot with facial recognition abilities.
But most importantly, they're all tied into some kind of criminal database, so they can detect a predator a mile away.
All the original animatronics, now withered with age, were moved to the new location. With a plan in place, it was time to try once more. The year was 1987, and the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was making headlines in local newspapers. Headlines that just so happened to catch the attention of William Afton. Freddy's was back, and without him, that was his idea. His character.
Yeah, that I disagree
Henry
with.
was, yet again, trying to cut him out of the
He
picture.
was there the whole time.
As long as these restaurants stayed open, William would always come back. Then he noticed the phone number to apply at the bottom of the article. $100 a week to apply call. Afton would go back, not as an owner or co-founder. He would go back in the one place that they would least suspect him, a lowly day shift security guard. And there it was, buried in the back of Parsons
It's correct
Services,
and incorrect at the same time, is what I'll say.
With the yellow security badge still on his chest, he used his crank to pull open the spring locks. It was time for Bonnie to give an encore performance.
Someone used one of the suits. We had a spare in the back.
A yellow one.
Someone used it. Now none of them are acting right.
Another 5, which implies the DCI is real.
No one is allowed.
I see how he came to this
Especially
conclusion.
concerning any previous employees. When we get it all.
I mean, do you disagree?
Yeah.
So what happened then?
I don't know. I mean, like the
Say that just as I drink.
like reasoning. Like, I don't think that he's not connected to that building. Like, I feel like he was already like connected to the building. He didn't have to like just apply there. I don't know if that makes sense.
Hey, I see what you're saying. I would say I really don't want to spoil anything. There's a reason why that can work, is all I'll say. I really don't want to spoil anything. Trust me, I have an answer for this too. Again, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know if people will like my answer, but I have an answer for it. I might be probably totally wrong though. But yes.
I guess part of my problem is it's really hard for me to know how to take what Phone Guy says, because it's like he's saying things that are clearly wrong.
Oh yeah, and he's lying and covering for
same
Fazbear
time.
at different points, and it's also like, why is he doing that? Why do you think, V? Like, why is Phone Guy, Ralph, our guy, why is he like running defense for Fazbear so much if he of all people would know like what's been going on here for years?
The week before, it's like, is he actually covering for them, or is he like doing it for another reason? I don't know.
Ooh, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? Almost as if he was being forced for some reason somehow. You know, that'd be interesting.
Like classic William, if something like that's going on.
That'd be.
And just Fazbear in general, because they're such a trash company.
Oh yeah, I mean, even if
like
the
that's
time of
Arnold's whole
Arnold,
thing. It's like he's going and risking his life so he can keep his job.
Right, like, that wasn't, F10 Fiona or whatever, like, teasing him with, like, the, what is it, Red Lobster gift cards or anything. That was actual hand unit, the employee.
Literally the actual dude saying it.
Yeah, like, long before he was miles near MCM, right? Like, that 100% is the actual employee, so, like, Fazbear quite clearly was, like, a crap place to work.
And yet I would still go there.
Oh, of course. Well, especially with all we know, but it's like...
I would apply there day one if it existed.
Like having to tempt it with, like,
or at
what
least
was
the Pizza Plex only.
like 5-10 hours of overtime, like, and he was already working like a full shift after with like cheddar biscuits. It's like, it's not worth it.
I'm not gonna lie, it besides like the killer animatronic stuff, it would be better than every job I've had.
Like, I mean, I've had some stinkers, and funnily enough, like, a lot of them have been security, ironically enough. Never worked anywhere this creepy, though. But it's somewhere like this I would have gotten sent. God, I need to tell you, like, what was it? What is it? I did a construction site once.
Obviously, money is a thing.
A brake pad and rotor, manufacturer. Where else did I guard? Oh yeah, a massive office building, and a corporate facility. And funnily enough, the corporate facility was the spookiest, where I had that, like, scariest thing ever happened in my life thing happen, which, again, I'll give that story one day.
I hope you give it when I'm literally sleeping in Murray's Manor for the night.
Yeah, remind me when we're, like, somewhere right there, and then I'll tell it. Yeah, because that one's wild to remember, but yeah. Oh, yeah, and I also wanted to say, while we're paused here, now that I'm remembering it, in these phone calls, Ralph also mentions, before anything's locked down or anything, what is it, like night... It's like night 3? Maybe night 3? Of FNAF 2? He's talking about, like, oh, there's an investigation going on. And then there's talking about, like, oh, like, the building's on lockdown, and then someone used one of the suits. That's the order.
No.
So it's like, investigation, lockdown, suit. So it's like, what started the investigation? What was that about? Did someone have, like, forewarning of what was about to happen? I swear, double, triple check me, but it's like the call on FNAF 2 Night 2 or 3, phone guy specifically says, like, oh, hey, yeah, just so you know, we're doing a bit of an investigation, and it's before anything bad happens. Like, before even the yellow suit is moved.
Is that connected to the, like, whatever's happening out there, no matter how tragic it is? Is that FNAF 2? I can't even remember.
I don't... It doesn't ring a bell to me, at least. I know the line, just not where it's from. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out, that that's a detail everybody forgets, is like, oh, there was an investigation going on. And I've got an answer for it.
Okay, thank you.
Alright, continuing.
Also, let's get up with the chat real quick.
Oh, yeah. Let's see.
There isn't a part of my soul I wouldn't sacrifice for a shitty slice of Fazbear pizza.
What an awful... That's something we need to ask at some point. Like, think of all, like, the national chains, or even local chains if you've got them, like... Who in our world makes closest to what approximates Fazbear pizza? In your guys' opinion?
Would it not be Chuck E. Cheese?
Either them or, like, CC's, but apparently CC's has been gone for, like, years, and I'm just an old curmudgeon, I guess. Like, because I remember going to CC's.
McDonald's.
McDonald's pizza.
I feel like if burger chains are included, I'd go with Burger King because their stuff's been so weak.
Yeah, Burger King is not, but like, I don't really do the
But
fast.
price-wise, maybe it would be McDonald's. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. God, like
Everything's so overpriced now, fast food-wise.
God, it sucks. Like, if you are going to eat out, like, just go to like Applebee's. Like, it's so much better. Like, it's like damn near the same price as McDonald's, and the food quality is just so much better.
You could just go get like sit down, and it's like the same price as freaking fast food.
Little Caesars, but it's like $27 hot and ready.
I do love Little Caesars.
Yeah, Little Caesars is a bit of a guilty pleasure with my. Like, I don't know why so many people say it's jank. Like, I like it.
I genuinely like it too.
Like, I don't know if that makes me like a sludge monster, but it's like it is good.
It's because we're old farts.
I guess so. Like, what are you talking about? I was like 25 yesterday. I was talking about the call mentioning the lockdown, which is night 6. Unnamed was bringing up the call that first talked about the investigation on night 3. Yes. Thank you, Glitch. I swear.
I was talking about the tragedy going on out there. I don't remember what that's from, but I thought it was FNAF 2.
Yeah, and I know that
line.
It
might be FNAF 3, though. I don't remember.
I just forget where that line is from. Well, and that's also the problem with the FNAF 3 calls of, like, assuming not only that they're linear, but also that they're all recorded from the same time.
Yeah.
Because Phone Dude found a bunch of random tapes is the way he made it sound. Alright, yeah, and then we'll get back to it, because that's all I wanted to say.
Any previous employees, when we get it all sorted out, we may move you to the day shift. A position just became available.
1987, 5 more kids. He didn't know what felt better, getting back into the suit after 2 long years of waiting, or knowing how devastating this would be to Henry the next morning. He didn't even try to hide his crime this time, just meant more blood on Henry's hands.
I wonder why.
He'd failed to protect the kids again. The restaurant had only been open for a few weeks, but William was sure that this would get it to close. Good, if he couldn't have Freddy's, no one would. Whenever a new pizzeria opened, he would be there. But as he sat in his bunker, something else started to linger.
There's more of a reason than that,
He
but
had seen something strange. The old withered animatronics, they had been wandering around the building, spurred on by the puppet. It was almost like those old robots were trying to save the kids. Save them? They couldn't, obviously, but still, how were they moving? It was almost like they had been given life somehow. Did he have something to do with that? The following day, the news would report a security guard getting bitten by one of the animatronics during the day shift. Was that bite meant for him? William's curiosity was stronger now than his bloodlust. He had to learn more, but how? There was no way he'd ever be able to get inside another Freddy's pizzeria. Heck, there was practically no way a Freddy's would ever open again. He needed to create something new, something brand new. He needed to create his own pizzeria.
Due to the massive success, and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment.
Circus Baby's Pizza World. This would be the place where he could continue his work.
When does that happen?
No longer just murdering, experimenting. He needed more kids, and he needed them alive. And knowing that he couldn't show his face on the restaurant floor, he needed a way of remotely capturing his victims and preserving them for his work. With that goal in mind, he designed a new breed of animatronic. Their endoskeletons fluid and flexible. He equipped them with sound lures that could mimic voices. They could isolate children. They could incapacitate and contain them with zero direct input from him. It was brilliant. He was brilliant, far beyond the simple bars and wires of Henry's designs. And the characters he chose for this were uniquely his. His new roster wasn't going to be tainted by Henry's disgusting barnyard bird. Instead, it was back to his characters, his creations. Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, as well as 2 special ones. The first, Ballora, was an homage to the woman who left him. Now she would never leave him again. The second, the titular baby, was designed with his baby in mind. Elizabeth, his youngest child. She would always be Daddy's little girl, the one that listened to him, the one that obeyed until the day that she didn't.
If he did, then he wanted to kill her.
Which is why I don't want that to be what that means. Yeah, that.
The day before
I
Circus
really
Baby's
don't want
Pizza
that to
World
be that.
opened, she disobeyed.
You're
She
right,
didn't
Elizabeth,
listen.
go
Left
to her
alone with
now.
Baby, she got too close. The animatronic ripped in half and swallowed her whole. A scared and confused child fading into eternal darkness.
I think it was pretty quick.
Too late. She was gone. He immediately canceled the launch of Circus Babies under the guise of a gas leak. But wait, as he sat there at the foot of the stage, he noticed that something was different. The eye color of the robot had changed. Baby had been built with
struggling
blue
for a
eyes,
moment,
but
but
now
only a
they were
moment.
emerald
Yeah,
green,
I mean,
the same color as Elizabeth's. Was
guess
she
it's all relative.
in there? Could this all be connected to the free-moving animatronics that he had seen at Freddy's? He had to know more. His mourning turned to excitement. He had to return to where it all started. 1993. Pathetic. This place was pathetic. Henry had clearly tried to reopen one final time with those old original animatronics from so long ago, but William's damage to the brand had been permanent. These things stank of death. They hadn't been washed in decades. But even if they had, nothing could wash away the stink of murder that haunted these halls. One night, then another, then another. William repeatedly snuck into the old broken restaurant to lure the living animatronics to him, one by one dismantling them, robbing them of their endoskeletons. The metal had to...
I see, that's an interesting comment I want to talk about. He's putting Elizabeth after the MCI, which is something I absolutely disagree with. I find that fascinating. When do you put Elizabeth's death, Glitch Stinger? Because I'm very curious on that. And even V, while we're paused, where do you think she died? Like, is Game Theory right here, or no?
I guess my problem with putting her before is that why did William do the MCI if he already has this technology?
Ding, 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 ding. Or, well, as well, like, what's the mode? Because I always remember, like, the stuff you pointed out to me when I was asking you these things. Like, what is it that killed Elizabeth? It was a fun time, right? What were the fun times made for?
Water noose.
Gathering Remnant, right?
Specifically, how do they capture them, though?
With the lures and the chest thing and the Freddy, like, I don't, you know,
right.
we don't
so why
see
would
how
you
it
do
works.
the MCI.
And more importantly, like, that's showing, like, not only is he aware of all this stuff, but he has a motive to do it as well.
Yeah, for me, he has a motive regardless because Charlotte dies first in my world.
Now that's just banana. Well, why didn't you say that earlier when we were at that part? What?
I've said it a bunch of times.
How does Charlie die first? Like,
because William and Henry get on bad terms, and that's what spurs his original kill.
Okay.
Because if he had planned for her to become possessed, there's no way, like, he would have known that the puppet was going to follow her outside, and then she possessed it. That just seems way too far-fetched to me.
Well, yeah, no, he didn't in that case either. At least how I interpret it. He had no idea that was going to happen.
And so, like, for me, that's part of what triggered his original interest in it.
Yes, and I would agree.
So he knew it was possible, and that's why he could promise his son that, because someone had died before.
Or, well, with Secret of the Mimic, it's very highly implied that he probably would have known more than we assumed he did.
Well, yeah, it really does depend on where Secret of the Mimic story goes next. If William has all that tech and he knows about what was going on in Murray's Manor up to the secret ending, then yeah, that changes things a lot.
I mean, especially if William is talking to someone who knows a lot after Secret of the Mimic. But whatever, you know, I can't prove anything. It's like, but yeah, no, like that was my take on it, that like he did not intend for that to happen like that. Like he genuinely just wanted to kill her. He was not thinking of like, oh, you know, it would be a great way to screw with Henry, I guess. Like, no, like that was like a pure accident basically. In my take, like, the puppet was designed to, like, find and stay near Charlie. It did what it was supposed to do, and just, you know, laid down next to her in the rain, basically. That was a total accident. In my take. Now, That's funny. Yeah, because that caught me. I was like, wait, what? Charlie first? So wait, when do you think Crying Child died then?
After.
So was he next or just after?
Well, because I think that part of the Fredbear plush is possessed. I don't think it's just William watching his kid.
Agreed. Or
so someone had to have died, and like Charlotte is currently the only one I can think of at that time, unless Elizabeth died before, which it's like if the Fun Times are around, that's possible too. Because since Mangle's around in '83, then it's possible that the other Fun Time characters could be as well.
Sure. Or at least conceptually. Because we see
but
conceptually.
I'd argue they were Springlock suits, not the ones we see in Sister Location.
Correct. I would agree. And on the Fredbear plush, like, it could also be just his imagination, or it could be just a soul floating around as well, like, indirectly influencing him. But, I mean, nobody, well, people have died by that point, but it's like, that'd be really weird if that was connected in that way.
For me, so much of my timeline is dependent on Secret of the Mimic now.
And there's also the answer I could give that I bring up occasionally that, like, I don't want to be the case of, like, oh, why do we keep assuming time works linearly in the spirit world? I mean, for all we know, once you're dead, you always exist. Like, it gets weird, but I mean, hey, they did Into the Pit, which is kind of sort of time traveling, sorta. It's more like
a different twist on it, I suppose.
Right, it's more like an alternate reality that just so happens to be in the past rather than being like time travel. It's like reality travel, basically. Oh yeah, and that is an odd thing, Omni. So when Elizabeth's talking about the suit was never used, at least how it was meant to be used, which is the suit she puts you in Sister Location. Which it would sure be nice to know what suit that is, wouldn't it? Someone should email Scott that. But yeah, let's continue. Hey, what suit was Michael in Sister Location?
Be the secret. It had to contain the remnants of life itself.
Remnant?
But he had to know for sure. Leaping out of a room that was invisible to the animatronics programming, he dragged the oversized robotic skeletons back to his underground workshop. Back to where Circus Baby watched on with glowing, curious eyes. Eyes that somehow felt alive. Not knowing what else to do, William melted the robotic parts down. 5 animatronic endoskeletons reduced down to
they
one
really beat our
silvery
heads
puddle
over
of goo.
those.
Could he transfer this living metal to his own creations? He had to try. He picked up a syringe and filled it with the molten metal and injected the goo into Funtime Freddy's twisted, wiry endoskeleton. And suddenly the coils came to life. Like snakes writhing in a pile, what had once been cold, lifeless metal moved and jolted on its own. He'd done it! He had unlocked the secret to life itself. Except something was clearly wrong. The movements were erratic. They were violent, angry. Baby didn't act this way. She had been calm, collected. This was clearly something else. Something mindless and frantic. Perhaps by mixing the souls and then portioning them out, he had created incomplete beasts. He would need to keep testing to truly understand it. He needed more of this remnant. As he searched the old pizzeria one more time for any remaining scraps of metal, the ghosts attacked. His past victims come to collect their due, all led by Cassidy. The 5 lined up and blocked the door.
Is that Cassidy?
Afton's mind reeled. The scientific implications of this were incredible. Ghosts, real ghosts that he could see, all standing against him. But what could they do? What couldn't they do? He panicked as Cassidy approached. How do you stop something that's already dead? Maybe with the thing that resulted in their death in the first place. He would get into his suit like old times. He would regain his power over them just like the day that they died. He was the genius. He was the one in the suit. He was the one in charge. The spring lock snapped into place. Maybe it was his frantic movements. Maybe it was the leaky abandoned restaurant. Maybe it was just fate coming to collect its due. He didn't know. The only thing he did know was that his brain was suddenly filled with searing white-hot pain as hundreds of metallic pins and gears stabbed into his body from all sides. All he could do was collapse, blood slowly oozing out of the suit and pooling onto the floor around him. It couldn't end like this. It wouldn't end like this. His work was unfinished. Unable to move, his only option was to survive, to live, to keep living. It took days lying in his own blood, but eventually someone found him, a security guard making a normal report. When he saw the animatronics torn apart in the middle of the party room floor, it caused him to file an immediate report of a break-in. An owner would have to come in and claim the damage. And who else would it be other than Henry?
Yeah, just
Hope
like
jumped
this.
in Afton's heart. Henry
This
would
literally
see him.
can't
They were
happen,
partners
though.
after all. He would be the one to help save him, to
Damn
get him
it.
out of this suit, to relieve him from this tremendous pain. Henry entered the secret room. His eyes fell on Afton sitting there in the pool of red, and Henry, saying nothing, turned and walked away.
God, I really wish that would happen, but it doesn't. Including this one. You're screwed.
Management also requests that this room not be mentioned to family, friends, or insurance representatives.
And so there Afton would sit, hanging on for 30 years, trapped behind the walls with an iron will that refused
He knew.
to
I
die.
think he knew he ended up
End
there,
of this
though.
part. I
Maybe.
say this part because it's not officially the end of the Afton era just yet, but this just felt like a really solid stopping point, and the episode has gone on forever. Okay, so most of this is things that we already knew, stuff that's been established and re-established time and time again by the games. That said, there are two things that I absolutely have to address. The first and biggest is the placement of sister location, or more specifically, Elizabeth's death. To me, evidence in game seems to suggest that it was meant to come before the crying child's death in 1983.
Was
The biggest
it?
clue to this is that the crying child saw something. Remember what you saw is the phrase that's repeated over and over again by psychic friend Fredbear, aka William Afton speaking
Does
through a
that have to be
walkie-talkie in the
related to
Fredbear
that, Matt?
plushie's stomach. But what did he see? Well, I think
don't
we can
know.
tell based on how the nightmare animatronics are visualized. They have mouths in their stomachs, just like Baby ripping in half at the waist to swallow a kid. There's also the empty girl's room, one
I'm just gonna correct you there a little bit, MatPat. That was Michael's nightmares, not the crying child. But you know, whatever. It's a small minor detail, but okay.
presumably left behind by a dead sister. And lastly, it explains why he's scared, and more specifically, why Afton wants him scared. He needs his kids to stay away from the animatronics. He doesn't want them getting too close, because the last time one of his kids got too close to a robot, his daughter died. That's then why he sets up the nightmares, to scare both Mike and the crying child away from the animatronics from
That's
that
not
point
what he needed
forward.
the
That's why
nightmares
books
for.
like the Character Encyclopedia outright suggest that we play as the crying child in FNAF 4. That's why he has a nanny
And
cam
how
following
much do
the
we
crying
trust the
child
Freddy
everywhere,
files?
so he can keep tabs on his kids when they're out of his
Yes,
sight. He can't let
wholeheartedly.
another Elizabeth situation happen. The death of Elizabeth also gives William Afton extra motivation for killing. He's a grieving father.
I
His
don't
daughter was
hate
taken away
this,
from him,
but-
so Charlie should die as well. He's lashing out at the world after losing his kids. And again, we know that at least one of his children had to have died prior to Charlie's death, based on the mound of dirt that we see in Midnight Motorist.
Is that what
It
that-
also
that what
allows
that
certain
is,
statements
man?
to open and close
Is that
earlier in the
what that
timeline,
is?
which is how you wind up with Funtime Foxy appearing
Actually,
as
that's
Mangle
an
in the FNAF
excellent
2
question.
location. Basically,
What's in this mound, Virar? What's in here?
Oh gosh.
What's in this mound?
It's me burying my head after trying to figure anything out.
Well, like, when? Okay, here's a more fun question for you then. When does Midnight Motorist take place?
When Charlie dies in my head canon.
Okay, so when does Charlie die?
Wait a minute.
Uh-oh, what am I doing here?
That would imply that my other theory is wrong. Wait.
No.
Wait, that would mean Cece would have to have died first.
Oh no, doesn't it? Gee,
Actually, no,
Willikers.
it wouldn't. Okay, we're good.
So what's in the mound then?
I don't know.
Well, and
I heard a really good theory from someone, but I can't say what it is because they haven't released the video yet. So I can't say yet what the latest RAR hopeful take on what it is.
I might be
But
lame.
That's go ahead.
But I think there's a non-zero chance that it's the body of the crying child.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was when I made a Midnight Motorist video. So I'm not opposed to it at all.
But if I'm guessing it's not that your friend is working on. So,
no, but think of it, because like it ties in weirdly a little bit to the. I know we're not supposed to use the trilogy of books, but
Silver Eyes is fine.
Where they come out of the ground, and then
yes.
we literally have Dreadbear coming out of the lake, even though I don't necessarily think that's Crying Child, but it's like I can see connections working with it. But it really depends on like what becomes of Crying Child. Like when he says, "I will put you back together," where is the result of that? Like what happened? Where is this put back together character?
You have no idea how good of a question that is, and like how excited I am to show you my take on the timeline with that.
It's one of the things that bugs me the most.
It's one of the things I cover, luckily for you. Because I've got to take. I might be dead wrong, but it's like, what is going on with Golden Freddy? What is it? So I think there's a decent evidence that Crying Child's memories are effectively affecting Michael's nightmares.
I can see that.
Yeah. Yep. The amount I think is Elizabeth's body. That sure would be interesting in 1983. Or there's the unpopular opinion of Yellow Guy being a random father and the runaway is an MCI kid lured by Spring Bonnie. And the mound is Susie's dog. That's a different one. Although I would point out the Midnight Motor in 5 Laps at Freddy's being named and also being purple and having the yellow Bonnie head antenna like really massively implies to us that Mustard Man here is William. Would be my counter. And that was just last year. Because Elizabeth's death would be the one that William would try to hide and bury in a random spot in the woods. Why does he need to hide Elizabeth's death?
I both love and hate that detail.
The Spring Bonnie and I both love and hate that. Yeah. Yeah, I know, because there were a lot of really compelling theories on like why Mustard Man was someone else, but like I really think Scott did that to like subtly like nudge us towards like, yeah, that's William. Which would also imply the rest of the people were his family. And again, remember that technically the minigame, if I remember right, is called Later That Night. And also recall, it was raining in the
like what happened before.
It was raining in the cutscene minigame where Elizabeth dies, or the puppet finds the body of Elizabeth, or Charlie, not Elizabeth. So it's implied Charlie's death happened, and then when it was raining, and then later that night when it's still raining here, all the events of Midnight Motorist happen. But that's just a theory. Alright, perfect. So we're all caught up. Let's get back to it.
In Midnight Motorist. It also allows circus babies to open and close earlier in the timeline, which is how you wind up with Funtime Foxy appearing as Mangle in the FNAF 2 location. Basically, Elizabeth dying first has everything it needs to fit, except for the most important thing, the murder weapon. Why would Afton be building an animatronic with a giant claw in its stomach so early in the timeline? At this point, he just has no motive. That's an amazing question. It just doesn't make sense prior to 1983. At this point in the story, he hasn't killed anyone, and we know for a fact that the missing children's incident is 1985. So Elizabeth's death coming before any of those events just doesn't work. Hence why I placed it where I did in the narrative timeline. Afton's death here is also a bit tricky. We know that he returned to the FNAF 1 location to break down the original animatronics in order to harvest their remnant. We know that he melts down 5 things to become one thing. Candy Cadet makes that very clear. So the 5 things are the 5 endoskeletons from the various animatronics. That would be totally fine if it weren't for one huge problem. On his 5th visit to the pizzeria, Afton gets spring-locked. So either the 5 becoming 1 starts in 1993, but then finishes 30 years later when he re-emerges from the wall to add the last endoskeleton to his pile, or he's had himself some reason to return to the original location after harvesting all the stuff that he can. It's not ideal, but it's the one angle that makes the most sense. And with that, this next chapter comes to a close, thereby leaving us with 5 more games to cover and another 40+ years of Fazbear history to recap. Ooh, when you put it that way, something tells me that this might balloon into 4 parts. Ugh, we'll see. Anyway, until then, my Fazbears, congratulations, you made it through a massive upload. And hey, if you are still looking for more to watch, then check out the other 5 brand new awesome theories over on our new system.
Yeah, cool. So what did you think about this part of the timeline? Positive, negative?
I mean, I like it. I just, like, with the stuff we know now, it doesn't seem like it's that accurate.
Right.
One question I guess I have is, like, why doesn't Elizabeth have a plush like Crying Child does if William's, like, watching him on cameras?
That's an excellent question.
Or maybe she does, and that's why we see the Circus Baby plush in Ultimate Custom Night.
Didn't you make her just for me? I mean, yeah.
That plush is really interesting to me.
Oh yeah, especially when you you had the light bulb moment kick on when you saw that Ultimate Custom Night little scene where it was like, or no, not what is it? The Custom Night of Sister Location in the bunk where you see the Fredbear plush with the walkie-talkie. You kind of had that light bulb moment I had when I saw that. It's like, what? He was talking to him. So, like, I mean, for me, just like before, like, I agree with, like, half of this. There's a lot of parts I, like, very disagree with. But
I don't hate the narrative he's come up with, though, for it. Like,
no. Does have the mangle in her room. I mean, yeah.
I really don't think that's a plush, but maybe.
Might have just been a toy, yeah, maybe.
I really don't think it has a camera, but maybe it does, because the camera would have to be pretty small for the Fredbear plush, too, so that's fair.
Elizabeth does have that in the Circus Baby was used again later in Sea Bear. So I'd have William would have left Elizabeth's body in Circus Baby. Yeah. But that wouldn't make sense with the if, like, that's not happened yet. That would put Circus Baby here existing pretty early, though. Yeah, that's also the pickle.
I mean, if you don't think that Mrs. Afton gives a shit, then, like, that's fine, but, like, I can't imagine her not letting them bury their child. Like, that just seems really weird to me. So unless she's out of the picture by the time of Midnight Motorist. Oh, she's just going to be like, okay, where's our kid type of thing? I guess that's fair.
Well, I mean, think about what did the public know?
Yeah, they didn't know anything either, but
presumably, like, it was just another kidnapping, just like the ones that had happened at Freddy's before, right? Because that's all the public knew about those, too. There was the missing children's incident, not the mass child killing incident. They didn't know anybody was dead. They just knew kids disappeared.
Yeah, well, chat's saying, like, before MCI, like, Elizabeth is before that, so I'm trying to, like, figure out how that would work.
Yeah, you kind of miss me with that. Do you not think it's possible that later that night is referring to later the night of Midnight... What? that later that night is referring to later that night of Midnight Motorist? Midnight Motorist is later in the night than Midnight Motorist. What? Because that's what that... Later that night is the name of Midnight Motorist. I think Elizabeth
could have been considered one of the MCI.
Motorist basically. Well, it's not like the main lore of the Midnight Motorist game was like important. You're just driving a car. Being considered one of the MCI.
I guess if the parents didn't come forward, but I feel like they would have.
Right. Considered one of the MCI. No, I think there was a time gap, and it's like because Elizabeth's death also has to be the one that shuts down circus babies, right? Like that's heavily implied with like the gas leak and like someone died there, and he's like shutting it. Like otherwise, why did he bother shutting down the circus baby restaurant after a single day? Like what would be the point if she or someone didn't die there? Same night Midnight Motorist happens is when later that night happens. Well, that's just what I'm not getting. Like, what important lore-wise is happening in the gameplay of, like, driving down a highway?
I guess it's more like, since it's an arcade game, it's just, like, referencing itself. Like, it's talking about, once you continue the game...
Later that night, like... Is it just pure coincidence that it's raining in both the... What is it? The puppet finds Elizabeth's body and in Midnight Motorist? That's just an odd detail.
So who knows?
Yeah, it might be. Maybe that's like an odd detail Scott wouldn't pay attention to, but it's also an odd detail Scott would pay attention to. But that's just me. A few months before the MCI... You're driving down the highway at night and you... Later that night, correct. I have too many thoughts. Well, yeah, the whole fandom has for years, so I don't blame you. But yeah, overall, like, for me, just like before, like, I agree with, like, half of this, and I think they got it pretty good. And then the other half is like, whoa, this is, like, way off of what I'm thinking.
Theorizing has really evolved differently than it used to be, too. So it's like, the whole process is so different now.
Oh, yeah, because it's like, even more so now. Well, there was a period, because when did this come out? 3 years ago, so 23. Between, like, 23 and 25, the books were getting super important. And then Secret of the Mimic came out, and then, like, I hope a lot of people have the take I do, which is that the books only matter when I say they matter. Because clearly the books only matter to Scott and Steelwool when they say they matter. And I'm not just being a salty poo-poo head either. It's like, why do I
salty poo-poo head?
Why do I have to read these if they don't go anywhere? If it doesn't mean anything?
They do. They're so good.
What am I supposed to learn from Phasgoo? What am I supposed to learn with the alarm clock story with the girl working at the diner? What am I supposed to learn from like, how does this connect at all? It doesn't, like, sure, now granted, again, I'll never stop pointing out the Silver Eyes trilogy is very important.
Those were the one series Scott said not to try and solve lore with.
And Scott opens his mouth and lies come out. Like, yeah, is my response to that.
Oh, gosh.
The Stitch Race stories, I think, are a very clear parallel to Golden Freddy. 100%. And I think there are other, but like Didophobia, like you've tried to convince me. Like, I think there are lore important stories to the games. It's just, like, it's at best half of them. And the other half are, like, filler at me being very uncharitable. Otherwise, like, what are we supposed to do with the Tales games? Tales from the Pizza Place. What are we supposed to do with those?
Phasgoo in virtual reality. That'd be cool.
What is the viscosity of Phasgoo? Like, I really don't want to sound mega salty, although I know I am. But it's like that'd be my question to people as well. Like, okay, how much do the Tales books matter? Like, what's important?
That's honestly the only way we know that, like, the mimic's literally infused with agony. Like, I really don't think the fandom would have come to that conclusion.
Are we sure it's infused with agony in the games? In Secret of Mimic?
No, but, like, it seems like they were hinting at it.
Because I like the idea of, like, Edwin's beating it and he's pouring his agony into it, which also, by the way, just like Henry was doing.
From the book.
Right. And it's also, yes, in that story, too. But it's like, how are we seeing that?
I'm probably not giving people enough credit. I'm sure they would have come to that conclusion. I just know I wouldn't have if I didn't have the books.
Well, granted, we've seen agony, like, twice in this universe. Like, speaking of things, like, Scott needs to elaborate on. Like, that's just why I'm critical. Like, maybe I'm just a little burnt out from, like, how many of these darn books do I got to go through to even find anything that's debatably relevant?
I think a lot of people are burned out on the books. I just freaking love Fazbear books. So, like, for me, it's like a great win every time there's a new one.
Well, sure, and, like, they're fine on their own. It's like, and I don't think that you shouldn't take anything from them. Again, where'd we learn William Afton's first names? Name for it was in the books, right?
Well, it's like Henry came literally out of nowhere if you hadn't read the books, like in Pizza Zone.
Yeah,
like, who the heck is that?
Yeah, who's this Henry guy? Wasn't this just Williams count? Like, yeah, and that is a fair point. And again, like, I 100% believe the Stitch Wraith story is 100% a parallel to what's going on with Golden Freddy. Like, there are things you can take from him. It's just for whatever reason he's like. And I would think it's because he doesn't want it to just be like, oh, this is the one easy source for lore you get. Like, no, like, he would want to space it out. He would want to spread it out so it's not, and even put in misinformation. Like, which is true, guys? You tell me. Like, other than just handing it to us, you know? Because then the books just become like, oh, the game's exposition sources, basically.
Yeah. Scott just needs to, like, give a little bit of, like, okay, guys, here's how you can use this set of books. I'm not going to tell you, like, what's significant or why, but just, like, give us the most basic of guidelines on how to use them.
Right, like, if he listed,
it's
like...
It's just not a big ask at all.
These are the books I recommend to all you lore heads out there. The Silver Eyes trilogy. Like, that would be a fun... like, don't use... He says don't use it for the games, and then later he's like, yeah, use these for the games. If he actually said that, good God, like...
Well, just do, like, what he did, at least for Fazbear Frights, where he says, like, some of it you'll be able to solve certain things from the past, but not... But, like, we're looking forward... with, like, the games or something. He said something like that. Specifically with Fazbear Frights. So I'm just like, come on, Scott, at least do that again.
Right. Like, I get being careful, but when you're so careful, like, the lore moves, like,
I'll be
so
right back.
glacially. Yeah, you're good. The books are episode 7 of the Digital Circus. Like, all your theories don't mean anything. God, yeah, that'd be fun. Like, but even then, that would require Scott to make, like, a declarative of, like, oh, like, none of your lore were... Like, I've said that to Virar in Bronze before, like, multiple times. Like, I'm imagining when I finally put this theory out in, like, 2 months, like, how insanely hyped I would be if Scott, of all people, went out of his way to look at my timeline and say, hey, everyone, this timeline and theory, it's not canon. That is all. Like, you know how stoked I would be over that? That'd be amazing. Oh my God, Scott felt the need to go out of his way and say my ideas are not canon. Like... And again, like, not just for that, but also to be able to confidently say, like, oh, everything I say here, we know that this is not what it is. So it doesn't tell us what it is, but I've helped narrow it down. You know, like, like how, and that's why he doesn't do well, and also because like most people wouldn't take it that way. They'd be like, "Oh no, Scott, my head cannon." But you know, that's just kind of how I view it. Like, it's a puzzle we're all trying to piece together here. Like, unironically, I think Pizza Sim is about Shadow Freddy. Why not Shadow Bonnie? Why only Shadow Freddy? What? It's not bussin'. What do you guys think though? Like yeah, like 50% I agreed with. You know, like I don't know, like the core of it is still usable. Would you like for me to explain why I think that? I mean, if you're going to write War and Peace, I might not get through it all, but I will try to read. We as a community should be able to force Scott to comment on one video a year. You know, completely seriously, if like someone could get on like a subreddit or whatever, like one of the big Freddy's ones, and like Scott saw like, oh hey, like 500,000 people voted, and like this is the one question we all like. If there was like a pool of questions we could vote on, and it's like 500,000 people said, Scott, like they want to ask this question to you. Like that, like he very well might at least answer it. Now, he might do like he did on FNAF's or Dalco's interview and be like, not answered in the way we wanted it to, but he might answer it. Hey, people got him to say 15 on a live stream, so it's possible. Is 15 a new meme or something? I'm not hip with it. We're gonna ask one less than 10-word yes or no question a year. Scott, tell us what William's favorite color is, that's all. Like, God, I've been thinking about that recently too. Like, if I could ask Scott one question, for the longest time it was Midnight Motorist and the box. But now I really want to say Chica's Party World, because if that is real, then for a time he didn't know what the box was in.
Sorry.
There you are. If they brought up a good question. If you could ask Scott one question, what would it be?
Will you make me security breach in VR, please? We talking like lore question?
Yeah. But yeah, that's sure.
I'll think on it for a bit.
Can you make me a side character in the next game? I will do it for free and no. Thank you, Scott. Very cool. He follow me should be derived from William, since he says follow me and Fruity May. He sure does. And the entity that lures him to run away. I like that actually. What do you think about that, VRAR, before we continue? Shadow Freddy saying follow me.
It makes sense.
And Shadow Freddy got that from Williams somehow, which Shadow Freddy, if I remember right, is also the one leading the MCI to this safe room where he jumps them all. If I remember right. That was a Shadow Freddy, not Bonnie. Which I'm pretty sure we've only seen Shadow Bonnie like once. And wasn't that actually in FNAF 2?
Isn't it like on the desk in FNAF 3?
I thought that was Phantom Bonnie.
Oh.
Maybe. I'd have to play FNAF 3 again. Suspiciously similar to how in the novels, a shadowy Freddy leads Charlie and her friends somewhere. Shadow Bonnie in FNAF 3. Shadow Freddy is shown to be...
But, like, to get the minigame, there's, like, the little Shadow Bonnie.
The beginning minigame of Pizza Sim shows a minigame that seemingly shows Shadow Freddy attacking Golden Freddy. The puppet is in Lefty, who suspiciously likes Shadow Freddy. What? Yeah, the first of Pizza Sim shows a minigame that's Shadow Freddy attacking Golden Freddy. God, I need to play Pizza Sim again.
You do.
Shadow
It's
Bonnie.
One of my favorite FNAF games, except for the Office section. I hate the Office section.
The Shadow Bonnie minigame. Interesting. But yeah, by the way, like, I'm still very confident on my final answer of, like, I think the one retcon is, what was it? That the puppet, the crying child, and Cassidy were all the same character at one point. And do you remember, like, the text logs, like, I dumped in the chat, V-Runner, of, like, explaining why I think that's the case? Like, that one felt very good to me, but just thought I'd mention.
Is that what I said? I disagree with all of this, but it seems interesting.
Yeah, it's like, God, like, it's like, we did, like, a buzzkill, like, what the hell, like...
It wasn't, hey, I am a wonderful person.
I write out, like, literal essays, and it's like, this fits, and he's like, cool, that's it.
Well, no, the problem is that was, like, never something that was confirmed, so it can't be a retcon.
What do you mean?
Like, that was never something that we knew, like, was... Like, him changing that wouldn't change anything, because it never was for sure that. Right?
I mean, really, what can we say is sure of anything, then, in this franchise, if that's our measuring stick?
We could use, like, the newspapers, we could use, like, things we physically see in the game, things that are said in the game. I don't know.
I don't know, those were all in the game as well.
But, like, you could pull different conclusions from those that aren't confirmed, I guess, is what I mean.
I guess. I'd have to look at it again, but that is my take. So yeah, overall pretty good. Then let's...
I didn't hate your take when I said any of that back then, though.
No. I get it.
Oh my
there we
God.
go. I'm just...
No, you clearly don't.
Just screwing with you. What is it? So now we're on to part...
Bonnie's eye color from black to very dark. The perfect retcon doesn't exist.
Like, Scott's never gonna tell us at this point.
It sure doesn't seem like
it. That'd be a fun one to ask. Like, if you could ask him what, like, at this point, yeah, just tell us, Scott. Like, what is the one retcon? Can you tell us what the one retcon was? Because you've only done one, right? You have more respect for us than that, right, Scott? From your own words.
Does he have respect for us anymore?
I mean...
Poor dude got canceled online. We deserve this.
To be fair, that was like a handful of ding-dongs.
Yeah,
like,
it wasn't all of us.
No, like people have been behaving since the movies have been coming out these past few years. Like,
just not on Twitter.
I mean, when is Twitter ever behaving? Like, what's new? Like, I don't know. Like, Twitter's it's like a PvP arena. Like, you kind of go in there like expecting that.
You know you're gonna get beat up when you log in.
Exactly right. Like, you gotta.
That's fair. Okay.
Go in there expecting Fight Club. That's kind of how it is.
That's why he never posts there, doggone it.
Well, yeah.
What a waste of a Twitter account.
It's good, like Twitter's only good for like 3 things,
right,
and like I can't say what those are on this stream.
Oh god.
There's a joke there if you look hard enough, but anywho's
oh wait, this is the last part too.
It
oh, no.
sure is. Where the lore gets
Then we're playing Prison Tycoon in Fortnite. Oh boy.
Oh boy. All right. Okay. All right. Part 3. Here we go.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory and page 20 of our final FNAF timeline. This is getting ridiculous. Last time we covered William Afton's rise as a serial killer, how the loss of his young son in 1983 caused him to make one fateful promise that would ultimately serve as his driving force for decades. I will put you back together. Fueled by grief and obsession, Afton would lose himself in work and drinks. One night in a fit of rage, he lashes out against Henry's young daughter Charlie, his first murder. This moment becomes the first domino to fall in a long sequence of events that ultimately destroys William's life and the lives of those around him. That one murder gives Afton a taste for blood, resulting in the deaths of 10 more children across 2 different pizzerias. Those children go on to possess animatronics, giving Afton his first exposure to Remnant and the potential solution for bringing his son back to life. The need to learn more about this miraculous power leads him to produce the Funtime animatronics, as well as their capture devices, robots designed to bring kids to him for experimentation and collection of more Remnant. Except there was one thing that he didn't account for: his daughter's curiosity. He made the robots too appealing, and it would cost him Elizabeth's life. Now with 2 children to put back together, Afton was more desperate and crazed than ever, returning to defunct pizzerias to steal the possessed metal still living inside their walls. What he didn't account for, though, were the ghosts, forcing him to pay for the sins of his past. When last we left him, William was spring-locked, bleeding to death behind a secret wall. Gone, but certainly not forgotten, as we're about to see in today's video. Today we're finishing up Chapter 2 of our story, wrapping up the Afton era. Over the next 6 pages, we switch our focus to the other main character of the franchise, Mike, a young boy dealing with the fallout of a stupid childhood decision with tragic consequences. A young man whose life is best to...
Wouldn't that be cool, everybody? Wouldn't that be cool if somebody did a timeline where it started from the perspective of William and it ended with the perspective of Michael? That would be really cool if someone did that in a timeline, wouldn't it? Continuing.
Described as collateral damage, caught in the blast radius of William's whirlwind of destruction. Now, before we begin, let me just rip off the band-aid now. We won't be finishing the timeline today. I know. I'm sorry. I wanted to.
I guess there's a part 4.
FNAF VR, AR, and Security Breach wound up taking me an additional 9 pages of script. And I've already made you wait long enough for this part, so I just had to make the executive call to break this one up into 2. Don't worry, that part is already written. It is already recorded. It is just in the process of being
Matt,
edited.
you need to do what I did.
So mark it on your
just
calendar.
make an
that
hour
going live on
video.
March 25th. It's also coming complete with a live talk back where we go back over everything from the past couple episodes, as well as having ourselves some very special guests. So overall, that one should be a lot of fun. Fair warning though, the conclusions we've reached that solve Security Breach, they are controversial. I feel good about them. Like, I think that we've locked in on a lot of the answers here, but they're gonna raise a lot of discussion. Let's just say that you're either gonna love that episode or hate it.
I mean, yeah, that's with anything with FNAF
Anyway,
lore.
without any further ado, let's cover a chunk of the timeline that's a lot less controversial. Let's meet Mike. William still wasn't back. Weird. Michael knew his father sometimes traveled for work, disappearing for days on end,
this
but
has been
usually
so
there
much
was some
fun
sort
to
of
write,
notice, a phone call, a post-it, something. It's not like Michael and his father were close, far from it. But as a household of 2 suffering men coping with years of tragedy and loss, there was at least some element of communication between the 2 of them. They were united by a name and a shared pain. This time though, things felt different. William had left nothing. His absence was longer. There were no check-ins, no updates, just silence. Something had happened. If there was one thing Michael knew about his father, it was that he had contingencies, safety checks, backup plans. His father was a careful and guarded man. He held his cards close to his chest, and as such, William had prepared him in the event that something like this ever happened. Normally, his father kept his home office locked, but in the event of an unexpected, prolonged absence, Michael had been instructed to enter his father's office and look behind an empty set of shelves.
This is the first thing I disagree with.
Rolling his eyes, Michael entered the
it's
office.
only slight.
Never fully understood how William was able to spend so many hours of his days locked up in here. There was just nothing to do. Most of this place was empty. He dragged himself over to the shelf in the corner, expecting to find an emergency contact list, a family safety deposit box. But what he actually found there was completely unexpected.
Father, It's me, Michael. I did it. I found it. It was right where you said it would be.
The shelf swung open and revealed a giant industrial elevator, one that led straight down into an underground bunker. But that was impossible. Hidden inside his childhood home was a secret entrance to an enormous underground science lair? It didn't make any sense. Seriously, it didn't make any sense. And yet,
at least until Secret of the Mimic.
Directly underneath the floor plan of the house that he'd grown up in, lost his brother in, been tortured in. Michael thought that he'd known his father, a prideful, sad, angry man with petty everyday problems, but clearly he'd been living with a stranger this entire time. His father had secrets. Suddenly, the days of William being locked inside of his office made sense. He'd been here the entire time. Where was here, though? Was this Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals? The Circus Baby restaurant always did seem to be a deeply personal project for Father, a failure of his that cut unusually deep, especially after that first location had to be closed prematurely due to the gas leaks. After that day, Father really did seem to change, to lose himself even more in his work. Clearly, the entrance he had found was some sort of secret back way into the facility, one that required crawling through vents to navigate. His father had been working here, but
that always has been an odd detail.
And that's when he found her. At the end of the facility, Circus Baby, his father's pride and joy. Except something was different about her. She wasn't like the others. The way she talked, the stories she told. This wasn't just a robot. She was alive somehow. And not only was she alive, she also felt familiar.
There is something bad inside of me. I'm broken. I can't be fixed. Will you help me?
Was this his sister? William's baby girl? But how? Why? What was this place? He dug around some old files and found blueprints outlining the features of these animatronics. Storage containers, voice mimicking, parental tracking. And was that a child in Freddy's stomach? Was his father collecting and experimenting on kids? Were all the rumors that he'd heard throughout his past actually true? That the animatronics came to life at night? That there were murders done in all the pizzerias? That his father had somehow been the prime suspect in all of it? Suddenly, Michael's mind flashed back to his persistent nightmares throughout his childhood. Had he been experimented on too? Tears stung in his eyes as anger, fear, and confusion filled his body. His father's secrets were pouring out. William wasn't just a lame, overworked father. He was a monster, toying with life itself. Suddenly, everything clicked. He frantically looked around the room, blinking human heads on poles staring back at him.
God, those faces look familiar,
blue
kind
eyes,
of.
his brother, closed eyes. His
Don't
mom,
they, VR?
all just staring expectantly. These were meant
look
to be
at
human.
them.
William was working down here trying to make believable humans, literally rebuilding the family that they had both lost. The small little girl robots with their British accents roaming the hallways of this underground facility suddenly took on a whole new context.
Hello in there. Is it the same person?
Were those meant to be his sister? A replacement for her? A clone? Was William building clones of his sister? They seemed to know him, after all, to react to his presence.
They were all there. They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
He always did have a bit of a resemblance to his father. Michael's mind reeled as the reality of his world crumbled to dust. No, he had to get them out of there. If this really was his sister, heck, if any of these things were human, souls, whatever remnant of the humans that they once were, they needed to be rescued.
They always put us back inside. There's nowhere for us to hide here.
Led by the voice of Circus Baby, he marched through the now empty halls of the Funtime Auditorium. He would protect them. And finally, he would be able to forgive himself for the killing of his brother so many years.
You are in the scooping room now. The scooper only hurts for a moment.
Scooper? That violent extraction arm? Michael had seen that one.
Do you
in
think
the
he
pile of
died, or
blueprints, something
he
about heat
immediately
rendering the
became
magical
immortal?
silver metal inside useless? In reality, prior to getting himself spring-locked and put behind the wall, William's methods had become increasingly sophisticated, with a mechanized arm that could infuse new bodies with a soul. William could finally give and take away life. The only thing he needed were the bodies. But William wasn't the only one looking for bodies, as Michael was about to learn.
But if we looked like you, then we could hide. If we looked like you, then we would have somewhere to go.
Michael was going to be the hero to help these animatronics, all right. He was going to help the haunted tubes and wires of these animatronics escape, just not in the way that he anticipated. His sister had lied to him, another game of pretend. The scooper plowed forward, digging its extraction arm into his body. As he heard his bones ripping through his flesh, Michael blacked out.
But something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not.
For the next several months, Michael's life was not his own. He was forced to comply with the tangle of wires and spirits that lived inside of him. His body felt like an overfilled balloon begging to burst as day by day, week by week, his flesh began to sag and discolor. He was a walking, talking, rotting corpse, alive, but wishing he wasn't. He was a puppet, a walking shell. And while he did his best to conceal his fate, there was only so much a man filled with robot spaghetti could do. The entity in his innards would eventually leave, but by that point, the damage had been done. His decaying flesh stank, turning him into a literal purple guy. But still, even with no bones, even with rotting purple flesh and begging to die, Michael continued to live. That silvery metal remnant injected by the scooper meant that he couldn't die. His anger also refused to die. What he had seen down there in his sister's location had rocked him to his core. His father had killed and captured dozens. His experiments had killed his sister and then tortured him throughout all his childhood. He was actively trying to build human replicants. He didn't know where his father was, but Michael knew that he was out there somewhere.
I've been living in shadows. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you.
Michael had to correct for the sins of his father. He had to make things right. Michael would burn Fazbear Entertainment to the ground. I mean, what else
this
could
might
you
also
do when
be
your
where
skin
I'm
was
at in the
permanently
timeline.
purple? Michael's
but you
strategy
didn't hear
was
that
simple.
from me.
He would apply for night security guard positions at the old defunct pizzeria locations. That way, no one ever had to see him or smell him during his shift. And all these old, shuttered locations did need guards. Teenage vandals and squatters were always looking to get inside these abandoned buildings, and yet no one ever really wanted to work an overnight graveyard shift unless they were practically out of options. Enter Mike. One by one, he would take on the job of security guard, changing his name each time to ensure that no one was able to follow his paper trail. Once inside, he could tamper with the animatronics and figure out how they worked, writing about his experiences in his security logbook. While there, he would listen to the old tapes where upper management awkwardly welcomed new recruits to their summer jobs, even though he was working there nowhere near the summer months. He heard the gory details of his father's franchise from the outsiders looking in, confused and afraid about what was happening in the walls around them. Sometimes he would see his brother in the form of the Golden Freddy suit. It's me appearing on the walls around him. Except now, there was something else there. He was no longer alone.
Wasn't that the crying child saying that to him, or was that Cassidy throwing that in his
forced to
face?
share the same body. And Golden Freddy would attack him now. It was aggressive. Its vengeance wanted to lash out at anyone with the Afton name, anyone who wore a security guard outfit. Over time, Mike worked his way through the old restaurants, the original pizzeria, the bigger, better Freddy Fazbear's. He spent weeks there looking for clues as to his father's whereabouts, and each time at the end of his week shift, he would then set the location on fire. Remnant can't survive high temperatures after all. So burning away whatever spirit-laden animatronics that still existed inside seemed like a winning strategy. All this revisiting of his past, though, was causing the nightmares to begin again. Hallucinations that brought him back to his childhood. The guilt around killing his brother. His dreams were oddly mixed with the shrill phone calls of the security
I don't agree
but
with that.
it would all be worth it in the end. The goal was to eventually stumble across the one location, the one job that would finally reunite him with his father. Little did Mike know that that day would come sooner than he expected. 2023, an advertisement came across Mike's TV. Fazbear Frights, a new horror attraction inspired by the awful crimes that occurred around Freddy Fazbear's Pizza so many years ago.
That
It made
animation.
Mike sick. People looking to make a quick buck off the tragedy of others, off his own family. This wasn't a joke or entertainment. Regardless, he had to be a part of it. If this team was combing through his family's history, they might stumble across something that could be useful. And if his father was truly still alive as he suspected, there would be no way that he wouldn't show up here. Maybe finally.
It's almost like someone within Fazbear with the authority to make that decision
Mike applied for the job and was
intentionally did
immediately
this.
handed the keys. Years of doing this had taught him that security
But
guards
whatever.
rarely receive thorough security checks. They also liked
That's
how
also
creepy Mike
very
looked.
true.
They thought it was a costume, on theme for the job. What little they knew.
Hey, glad you came back for another night. I promise it'll be a lot more interesting this time.
For weeks, there was nothing. But just as Mike considered giving up, he received the call that he'd been waiting for years.
You're not gonna believe this. We found one. A real one.
Could this finally be him? Sure enough, there he was. William inside his iconic golden Bonnie Springlock suit. Only now it was green and decaying.
Haven't seen him in
age.
30
And there they
years.
were, a small family of broken men finally reunited. It's been a long time, Dad. Mike had always struggled with the phantoms of his past haunting him, but now all the animatronics he'd encountered over the past months, hopping from pizzeria to pizzeria, suddenly sprang to life, their burned faces haunting him as he tried to keep track of his father on the cameras. It would seem that William's mere presence had put the spirits on high alert. Ultimately, they were harmless, more annoying than anything else, but there was one that felt different from the others, one that was more than just a mere phantom, the security puppet. If he looked at the cameras at just the right moment, he could see it floating there through the halls. He could even see its reflection in the water pooled on the ground. It would seem like he wasn't the only one there on a mission. While he was dealing with Springtrap, Michael assumed that this one was likely dealing with the spirits of this place, finally setting them to rest. Hopefully this means a happier day for all of us, Mike thought to himself. And in that moment, he felt the air around him release, like pressure being let out of a bottle. The building sighed, as if 5 spirits had finally been allowed to move on. He had the sense that his brother was a part of them. He rigged the wiring inside the building to misfire, and the dry, desiccated walls erupted in flames. It is finished. Except
I do actually like that.
It was not. Somehow, through sheer force of will, Afton remained.
Somehow,
he had survived, and Mike would need to find a new way of finishing off his father. Luckily, the solution would present itself later that year. Not from
why
Mike,
didn't the
but
fire
from another
force him to
victim
move
that had
on?
been left in his father's wake.
We're talking about becoming a Fazbear Entertainment franchisee. Restaurant ownership and management. Something almost anyone can do with a limited degree of success. You are now the face of the newly rebranded Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Fazbear Entertainment as a brand had been closed for years. William had been stuck in a suit and a wall. The only person who legally could bring the franchise back was Henry, but he'd largely pulled out of the franchise around the time of his father's disappearance. Something was up. Surely this had to be some kind of a trick, right? Mike, doing what he did best, applied for a franchise and immediately got the job. There was just one thing out of the ordinary. Paragraph 4.
If you are playing
FNAF 3,
that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4.
No employment contract he'd ever signed required him to keep special lookout for independently moving animals.
I have a question, actually. And I've not thought about this until this very moment, believe it or not. What do you, V, and everyone else think? Like, why was Henry keeping up the facade to Michael at this point? Like, if he knew Michael was pretty much on the same page as him at this point, like, what's the point? Why not just tell him?
Didn't.
Oh, so he didn't know and was trying to make sure, you think?
I'm just offering it as a possibility. I have no idea.
It could be. Well, and this is just why I ask, because I wonder, like, why didn't he just, like, explain all this to him? Like, oh, yeah, Michael, I'm luring them all here to burn them all. Like, why didn't he just do that? Why keep up the song and dance?
To make sure they got all of them there.
I mean, if anything, I might more heavily push you guys towards the idea that given past events, he might have doubts about Michael. And that's all I want to say for now.
Well, it's also possible he didn't know that Michael was the one that burnt down the FNAF 3 location.
Well, yeah, because Michael probably would have been going in under an alias, right? And if he never met him personally as just a security hire, then yeah, it's possible he never even met him for FNAF 3, so yeah, could be the case. And he
I
just...
know, you tell me.
That was me just, like, wondering out loud. He does say, although this job was unintended for you. So, yeah, like, all that...
it was for Arnold.
No, Arnold doesn't...
Go there.
Arnold doesn't become relevant until FNAF AR, maybe.
Maybe that works so.
Because why would Henry trust Michael to do that? That's more what I'm thinking, Blue Star. Yeah.
It wasn't intended for him, so I guess that does make sense.
Right, so it's like, who did he have in mind then? Just some random bozo?
Ooh. Either Edwin or Arnold in my book.
My name is Edwin. I burn no William.
Or he was actually hoping the Mimic would do it. And
of your special obligations under paragraph 4.
No employment contract he'd ever signed required him to keep special lookout for independently moving animatronics outside the restaurant. Now he knew something was up here. Henry was luring them all back. Rather than trying to go to them, like Mike had done for years, Henry was doing the opposite. He was putting them all under the same roof. He was finishing them off for good. Mike knew this wasn't meant to be a restaurant. It was meant to be a prison, a containment vessel, a locked locked box meant to trap them all in so they could finally end the madness. It took a few nights, but eventually everyone was there. His father, the puppet, the robot spaghetti that had once violated his body, and his sister, now hopelessly devoted to serve the man that had once gotten her killed. It was time. He had been instructed to seal the doors and leave, but while he locked everything down, he didn't move on. If this was truly going to be the end, if the remnant needed to be washed away, he needed to be a part of that.
This is where your story
Did he really, though?
You, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be, and to you monsters trapped in the corridors.
I mean, if you guys missed stuff once, who's to say you didn't miss stuff twice?
To you. For most of you, I believe there is peace, and perhaps more, waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend.
And with that, it was over. The Afton legacy died with all of them trapped inside of a literal box. As the flames danced around the office, Mike, for the first time in decades, was happy. But William wasn't gone yet. Although the darkest pit of hell was open and waiting for him, something or someone wouldn't allow him to move on. Instead, he found himself locked in moments from his past. The pizzeria, his son's room, his underground bunker. It was as if his brain's neurons were all firing at once, overloaded, mixing and matching all his biggest fears, regrets, failures. What was this place? How did he get here? He called out into the silence. Then they started coming. Without warning, animatronics, both new and old, began to jump out at him, bite him, rip him limb from limb. The pain was immeasurable. Make it stop. Make it stop. William, for the first time, longed for death, an end to this torture. Just as it felt like he couldn't take it anymore, everything was quiet again. It was as if the world had been reset. There was a brief moment of quiet, and then the onslaught began again. Dozens of faces from his past all focused on him. A waking nightmare that he couldn't escape from. More pain, more ripping. It was his own personal hell, but why? Why couldn't he just die? And then he saw them, a group of characters he never thought he'd see again. Those janky, stolen characters that had started everything. The mediocre melodies. It had all started to go wrong once they showed up, once Henry had made them. But mixed in with their obnoxious southern drawls, William heard something else. It was barely a whisper, but he could just make out the words.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
Yeah, Cassidy just straight up did not move on.
He knew that voice, but from where?
Greetings from the fire, and from the one you should not have killed.
The one he shouldn't have killed. William thought back. He'd done a lot of awful things, but there was always the one that stood out. Not Charlie, his drunken act of revenge. Not Susie, his first true murder. No. Instead, it was the one that he had lost control with. The one that he had broken beyond repair for no good reason other than because he could. The one that he'd stuffed inside the golden bear that his partner used to wear. Cassidy. They were back, and now they were trying to punish him, to make him suffer like he'd made them suffer. It was almost like William and Cassidy's souls had been locked together, fused by a collective rage and spite, each refusing to move on. But while Cassidy was so focused on taking revenge, they actually did the one thing that would be the downfall for so many others. They kept William alive. Even though fire should have destroyed the remnant that was coursing through his being, Cassidy kept William breathing, paving the way for his escape. William's will was so strong, his soul so powerful that he managed to put a part of himself inside the circuitry that housed the spring-locked suit. And there his consciousness lay, inside a single circuit board, waiting for someone to find him and set him free. A person that no one would suspect. Okay, so a bit of a shorter chunk, but an important one as we shift perspectives.
And yeah, I know
Glitch,
tell his side of the story. It's kind of one of those I don't care either way kind of thing.
Having so much to explain, I didn't want to rush through things by trying to cram it all in here. Don't worry, I know you've all been patient. The final video is happening on March 25th.
As long as we're talking about the same character.
It is getting ready to go. Trust me, I want this thing to be over and done with as much as you. I am not just stretching it out for the views. But before we wrap up for the day, I did want to talk about the big elephant in the room, Mike's quest for revenge. You might have noticed that I was vague about the dates, and there's a good reason for that. I don't know them. There is no good for me to make him fit in. Here's what I do know. We know with a high amount of certainty that Michael Afton is the character that we play as up until Ultimate Custom Night. Mike Schmidt and Fritz Smith, the security guards for FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 respectively, get fired for, quote, tampering with the animatronics and odor.
I just think he didn't shower that much.
But now, look at the phantom animatronics that are haunting us in FNAF 3. They use models from both FNAF 1 and FNAF 2, meaning whoever is sitting in that security guard chair Fazbear Frights, they have to have seen both locations and their animatronics. And that's not all. their designs are burnt. It's a weird detail in the game, and it's something that the character encyclopedia repeatedly calls attention to. The burned texture for these phantom animatronics. Why is that so unusual, though? Fazbear Frights is the first time in the franchise that we hear about anything burning down. From that point on in the story, it's like the characters turn pyro and are suddenly setting fires left and right. But for the first 3 games,
no, I think he's saying
never
before.
catches fire. The animatronics are just moved or repurposed in some way. So when did they burn? And why would our security guards see them as being burned? Someone has to have been going location to location, setting these places on fire, purging the sins of the past. We know we're definitely playing as Mike and Sister Location in FNAF 6 based on the in-game dialogue. And in FNAF 4, there's an Easter egg where we can hear the phone call from Night 1 of FNAF 1, meaning that whoever's in that bedroom has heard the recording as a security guard. We also know that Mike has seen the nightmare animatronics based on
I've got a
drawings
weird
in
way
the
to
security
explain
logbook.
that,
So
but
overall, there is solid evidence that connects
spoil it.
all of FNAFs 1 through 6. You'll also notice how the character encyclopedia doesn't have a page for Mike Afton. This thing has a page for Chocolate Bunny Bonnie, but not Michael. Some tells me they don't want us to confirm how many games he's been in, because that would confirm too much of the theory. In short, this gives us an incredibly compelling and complete narrative. Mike as our protagonist, and William, his father, as our antagonist. Mike accidentally kills his brother in Fredbear's mouth, which begins our story and sets William down his pathway of destruction. Mike is then haunted by the guilt of his past and is looking to make things right across the rest of the games. In Sister Location, he learns what his father's been up to and realizes what he has to do to correct it. After failing to finish the job in FNAF 3, he ultimately helps Henry end it all in FNAF 6. It is great. It is a clean narrative. There is just one problem: timing. Mike's quest can't really start until he's been down to Sister Location, seen Baby, and gotten himself scooped. That's when he finds out about Afton's secret life. It's also when he's gonna start to smell, because, you know, he's a walking, talking, rotting corpse. And
he
we
could
know
just
that
not
he's not
shower
going down into the
before,
bunker until
Matt.
the Funtime animatronics have been made, Freddy's has been closed, and Afton is out of the picture. That all should be happening post-1993, after William is sealed behind a wall. But that then presents us with a few problems. Afton has already dismantled the original animatronics as we see in the FNAF 3 minigames. How are those things getting burned if they're already deconstructed? But more importantly, we see FNAF 2 paychecks with the date 1987. That is way earlier than I think it can be. To be fair, Fritz Smith's pink slip on night 7 doesn't have a date, but it's a bit weird to say that the first few nights are in 1987, and then employee number 3 is hired on years after the restaurant closes. Anyway, just wanted to call that out because I don't have a solid answer for it, and I'd love to see your comments down below. And with that, my friends, this chapter comes to a close. We'll see you on March 25th for the grand finale as we cover the final 3 games in the franchise, and the controversial answers we think solves what those games were trying to tell us. Until then, my Faz heads, remember, even though Afton kinda succeeded in being brought back to life, gotta admit, he's still looking a little bit on the dry, dehydrated side. I suppose 3 fires
you know what? You need
the
foot cream. All right. All right. That was part 3. What'd you think of that one, VRAR?
I just really enjoy the way he does his little narratives and stuff. It's so much fun. Do I agree with a lot of it? No, but I love it.
And I, like, bare minimum, that's what I'm hoping I can get all of you to say when I'm done with this video. Like, I mean, yeah, just like before, like, I agree with half of it, but, like, the other half, it's like I really don't agree. I thought I would have agreed more, but it's like, I guess just with my narrative, I've taken it in such a specific way that, like, it just feels better as a story to tell it differently. But, like, the general beats of, like, how he presented it in part 3 here, like, it does work for me, at least.
Yeah. I don't even think he would agree with a lot of this now.
No, and we've gotten a lot more, like, again, namely, Secret of the Mimic, like, although it was very confusing, we did learn.
I want to know so badly what he thought when he saw that.
God.
Or if he even kept up. I wonder if he's even played it, or, like
1,000,000% he's played it.
I feel like he had to.
Like, even if you would just live stream it, MatPat, like, that would be fine. Like, who would not watch that, to watch MatPat live stream Secret of the Mimic?
Maybe he did. I really haven't kept up with game theory since he left.
Neither, well, like, I don't, cause, no, it would have been on GT, unless he has his own channel. Because, like, I remember everyone forgot the little tidbit that game theory, sold to another company or something. Like a year.
Oh, weird, did they?
Yeah, it was like a year before he left, which I also find interesting, but, you know.
I didn't know any of that.
Yeah. That's a little bit of game theory deep lore.
Game theory lore.
Yes. But yeah. Agree with half, disagree with half. Overall, very good story.
I enjoy it. Just clearly, the fandom does not agree with it at this point.
Like, and I agree, and I don't technically either. At least half. It's like,
yeah,
I think half of it's right, but like, I don't know. I'm very excited to tell this story, my way. And I'm very much eagerly awaiting when VRAR and Bronze will do their takes on FNAF 1 to 6. What is it? What's funny is months ago he tweeted something, and at the end he said he was planning on playing Secret of the Mimic. Oh God, I really hope he does make a new channel.
Did he ever do it?
Yeah, like, I would watch him play Secret of the Mimic.
I would love to watch him play.
Hey, guys! Get chased by Jackie. I've somehow forced myself to not play this game for, like, a year. I'm sure he did. Alright, now on to the final part. The part I'm hopefully going to actually Shanghai you and Bronze for, which is going to be part 2 of my timeline, which is going to be the Steel Wool era. Got any thoughts or whatever before we get into it?
No, I'm not sure what to expect. I really don't remember these videos.
Oh boy, that makes them all the more fun. I kind of forget a lot of them too. Alright. Oh yeah, this is the one.
Hello, Internet.
Boy, I'm excited for this one.
Game Theory, and the final part of my FNAF timeline, where today we're bringing our story to a close by talking about the most complicated and controversial part of the timeline, the part that I've been dreading most of all, the end. The moment where we're finally forced to come to some definitive and difficult answers trying to explain what the heck we were watching in Security Breach. The last 2 episodes have been about death. The death of Afton's family, the deaths of multiple children, the death of the franchise itself as Mike and Henry figuratively and literally burn it all down. Today's episode, though, and the current end of this franchise, is instead all about rebirth. The return of old characters in new forms, and the controversial rebirth of a franchise entering the next era of its story. But before we hop into the timeline, due to scheduling conflicts, I won't be able to have any live talk back after this episode. I know, I promised one, I was really excited about it, but I just couldn't make it work with my schedule and all the other guests' schedules. That said, I still do plan on doing one over the coming weeks with special guests. Just make sure that you're subscribed and either have all notifications turned on, or you're just watching our community tab for the announcement as to when that's gonna happen. And now, without any further ado, we finally reach the end and a new beginning to our story. Fazbear Entertainment was dead.
There is no need for you to return to work next week, as
Who's he saying
Fazbear
that
Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity.
All debts had been paid, all assets redistributed. The company was outright dissolved. Even the memories of the horrors that had happened there started to fade away in the public consciousness. The people were gone too. William was dead. Henry was gone. A whole generation of young Emilys and Aftons had lost their lives to the horrors of the pizzeria. All of them collateral damage to the man in the bunny suit. Everyone the company had ever touched was dead and gone.
Looks like a Gumby character.
One.
Pay your child support, you deadbeats! I'm
Here
keeping
we
the
go.
diamond ring.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Clara Afton. She'd been there in the early days, back when things with William were good. They'd had the perfect home, a thriving business,
so
the ideal
excited.
family. But shortly after their youngest son died, things started to change. William had become distant, lost in his work, obsessive. She had watched him change from this irritatingly brilliant man that she had fallen in love with to a drunken monster struggling to hold himself together. And despite her trying to reach out to him in those desperate days, he was just too far gone.
Oh, they even bring this up. Okay.
Yep. People will tell me this has nothing to do with Miss Afton. With a straight face.
Admit it, you wanted to let me in.
For her sake, she had to leave the relationship, and from there, she largely faded into obscurity.
Although she didn't officially divorce him.
William's past, a footnote.
So he
in
maybe
history.
didn't want her to
Fine
leave.
for her.
She
She
just
wanted to leave that part of her life behind. She tried to move forward, never wanting to hear the name Freddy Fazbear again. A time defined by mistakes and broken promises. But then, the paperwork started to arrive. As Fazbear Entertainment began to close as a corporate entity, suddenly her mail was
back in
flooded
'94.
with notifications, requests,
No,
obligations.
that's fair, Glitch.
She had been there since the beginning, helping William in the early days of his business, and now, as a shareholder and
nothing to
sole
do
living
with-
member of the Afton family, all copyrights and trademarks of both Afton Robotics and Fazbear
Yeah,
Entertainment
all this stuff would have
passed
had to
on
go
her.
somewhere.
Memories of
Would
this
have been my
past life that she had
answer.
long left behind. Looking at the blueprints, the contracts, the memos, she felt old wounds begin to reopen. The regrets of a happy family that had been torn away from her. William had always been brilliant. That's what had attracted her to him in the first place. But he'd also been too blinded by obsession and pride. He was too jealous,
do not
too petty,
steal.
too unable to actually see a bigger picture. But now, holding the paperwork that contained decades of heartbreak and trauma, she realized it was her turn. She was holding the power. This was her chance. And one thought resonated in her head. I will put them back together. I will put them all back together. She would be the one to rebuild this family, to rebuild the pieces of that shattered life, to reclaim the kids that Fazbear had stolen from her.
I love
Now,
this so
looking at
much as a
William's
story.
work now laid out before her, she knew that he had been onto something, collecting remnant, robotic humanoids, digital conscience transference. The pieces were all in place, they were just scattered, fragmented. It was almost like there were too many ideas going in too many different directions. It was such an important idea that she reiterated that point to herself. There were too many ideas going in too many different directions.
Scott,
Instead, there had to be a way to save it all. She just needed to put it all back together. But how? To rebuild her family, she would first need to rebuild the franchise that had stolen them away from her. With ownership over the characters, their licenses, the technology patents, and the Fazbear name, she converted the corporation back to an LLC, a structure for smaller businesses that are usually family-owned. The irony was fitting. From there, she would need remnant, and lots of it. Remnant was the key. Clearly, in the later years of his life, William had been using Circus Babies Entertainment and Rentals as a remnant farm, sending robots to kids' birthday parties in the hopes of nabbing bits of the stuff here
All
and
over
there.
the country,
But clearly,
potentially.
it wasn't enough. He had, what, like 4, maybe 5 animatronics going out every week? No. It was a decent idea, but to get the remnant they required, it needed scale. Dozens, hundreds of animatronics all out there, all gathering remnant from unsuspecting customers. But to do that would require help, something William would never ask for. William had kept everything in-house. His obsession with control limited him. Clara, though, she wasn't nearly that precious. A plan like this required partners, people outside of Fazbear to do the heavy lifting. So she contacted a mid-sized delivery company, DLZ Shipping Solutions, to help build replicas of all the original animatronics.
This
And with
is where the
meal
rental
delivery
service
apps being all the
started.
rage, why not an animatronic delivery service? Order one to celebrate your birthday, your Halloween party. How about a 4th of July picnic? We'll invite Liberty Chica and 4th of July Freddy on over. She would make sure that they made skins for every occasion.
God, it's
Chocolate
so
Bonnies for
tacky, but
Easter,
perfect.
Shamrock Freddy's for St. Patrick's Day, Dia de los Muertos Chicas. And thus, the Fazbear Funtime service was born.
That's right. With the Fazbear Fun Time service, you'll never
Can't believe he got marked for
You'll
that.
always have someone watching your back.
Was it ridiculous?
Back when he
Absolutely.
gave a shit
Was it a
about
sellout? No
Right.
doubt. It was exactly the sort of thing that William would have hated, but it needed to be done to get enough remnant. Normally, the novelty of ordering an animatronic wore off after like what, 1, maybe 2 times? But with new skins for new holidays, suddenly you had yourself an animatronic perfect for every occasion. It would keep people hooked. It would keep them ordering the latest and greatest that Fazbear Entertainment LLC had to offer. And all the while, they'd be collecting and returning the remnant back to her. In a word, it was brilliant. There was just one problem with it. No one trusted the Fazbear name. The company's brand was still mud in the public eye. No one would want to hire animatronics from the restaurant franchise known for murdering
Bingo.
children. Nothing kills a party quite like the threat of death, you know. So she needed to find a way to discredit the stories that had come before. She
And
needed
how
to
could
win
she
back
do
the public's
that?
affections, reactivate some nostalgia for the spooky stories of their childhoods. She needed a game. Multiple games, in fact.
They lied to us. They lied to all of us. They told us that the whole point of this VR game was to undo the bad PR done by a rogue indie game developer. But that's not true at all. Those indie games were designed to conceal and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand. It's an elaborate cover-up.
Struggling game
That's right,
developers
Vanessa,
were
I
a
mean
dime a
Tape
dozen
Girl.
online. most working on their magnum opus.
This is not
between
deep
shifts and
ground.
Dollar General. So he found one. Steve just picked him out of obscurity. The right mix of desperate and doofus, willing to say and do anything for a couple extra bucks. And he fell right in line, as expected, delivering stupid little things with dumb generic names like Mangle's Quest, Balloon Boy's Air Adventure, Five Nights at Freddy's. Bad gameplay with even worse graphics, but hey, they got the job done. People were suddenly talking about the clues inside of these things, searching for the hidden lore. They were actively making jokes about dead kids at pizzerias. Her husband's twisted history of serial murder had suddenly been reduced to a mere Nancy Drew mystery to be solved. The plan had worked. Freddy Fazbear's was suddenly more popular than ever. Things were going shockingly well. Her takeover and reboot of the franchise was full and complete. Suddenly infused with cash, she built the largest, most ambitious project yet, the Mega Pizzaplex. William had always been so visionary, but always thought so small scale. He was careful to a fault. Not her, though. She knew that this latest project needed to be big. It needed to be flashy. It needed to be a palace for children. A place that got people talking and checking out the latest in Fazbear products. So with a steady supply of remnant flowing in, it was finally time. The stage was set. It was time to get to her real goal, literally rebuilding a family. March 2035. The first was obvious. Crying child, her little boy, the one that was the first to get ripped away from her. She'd seen down in his bunker that William had gotten very close to replicating artificial humans using animatronic technology. And so that's
very
exactly
close,
what she would
in
do.
fact.
Rebuild her boy from the ground up using robotic parts. His shaggy brown hair, his favorite striped shirt, even down to small details that no one would notice, like the band-aid on his left knee. William's research had even found ways of making animatronics that could bleed and process food, making them virtually indistinguishable from a typical human. He would never have any idea of what he actually was unless he was explicitly told. The only things that could possibly ruin the illusion were any overrides to his internal systems. If something were to, say, interfere with the cameras that he had in his eyes, or cause some sort of a core reboot to his hard drive, or x-ray his metallic bones, then yeah, he would be exposed. But otherwise, to the outside world, he was just your typical, normal human boy. She worked down in the bowels of the Pizzaplex, giving him life, but it was one thing to build him. It was another to help him remember his identity. He died so young, so early in their history that there was no preserved memories for him. No documentation that she could just download into his digital brain. So bit by bit, she trained him.
This is the part
forcing
people
him to remember
really
who
got
he
mad
was.
at.
In a corner of the room, she even made a makeshift dinner table, a reminder
People
of their
will do
happier
everything
days.
to forget
the family
that scene
recreated
exists.
2 brothers, a sister, a father, and the mother at the head of the table. The one in charge, the one in command, the one bringing all of this to fruition. But his progress
Glitch,
was
I want you to
admittedly
keep
slower
that
than she would've
parallel
liked.
in the
At
back
first,
of
you'd
your
only
mind.
communicate through simple ones and zeros,
Is all
then
I'll say.
rudimentary drawings and crude letters. But bit by bit, images of his past life started to come through. Balloons, colors, houses, bears and faces, birthday parties. All for me. Gregory was alive. As the robot boy embraced her, she felt a warmth that she hadn't in decades. This was the joy that she'd been working for.
It's insane, but it
was
seems
all
to be
for.
what's
Her
happening.
Son, back in her arms again. The plan was working. She had to
Maybe
keep
not
going.
quite.
Next was William. If the family was truly going to be put together, she would need him. And she knew exactly where he was, in the ruins of that old Freddy Fazbear's pizza place where Henry had trapped him. In fact, that's specifically why she insisted on building the Pizzaplex there over the sinkhole. It was the best place to hide what her true
And they already
intentions
owned
were
it,
with
but
the
yeah.
entire operation. Digging through the wreckage, she found him. He was right where she thought he'd be. Seeing the putrid shell of the Springtrap suit, though, was not something she was prepared for. The rotting corpse of William Afton was disgusting. Scorched flesh fused into the fur lining. Hollow black sockets where eyes once were. A smell that reeked of burned carbon and bloody iron. He was no longer flesh. He was just the tangled sinews of a creature that was once called human. How far this brilliant man had fallen. It was clear that her work was cut out for her on this one.
kidding.
Afton was practically lifeless. The man may not have been able to die, but he was about as close as you could come. And his body would need a lot of reconstruction. Replacement arms and endoskeleton reinforcements were the top priority. Maybe pulled from their new line of glam rock animatronics. She'd have to see if they had any spare Bonnie parts lying around that they could steal. In the meantime, though, she threw the husk that was once her husband into a life support pod infused with aerosolized remnant to help keep him stable. But more important than recovering his body was recovering his mind. In his current state, he was comatose, an empty shell. Severe brain damage starts at temperatures over 108 degrees Fahrenheit. 42 degrees Celsius, and years of repeated fires had burned his brain to goo. Gone was the brilliant, frustrating mind that had drawn her to him in the first place. But she had a plan. Unlike her darling boy Gregory, Afton had found ways to record his consciousness. Fundamentally, the brain is only a series of electrical connections after all, so why couldn't you replicate that in the form of a standard circuit board? In essence, you could create a digital consciousness. And one thing she knew about William,
this is where I start to
nothing
disagree a little bit, but yeah.
A planner. Someone who had backup plans to his backup plans. And sure enough, there it was. Buried in piles of old animatronic CPUs, a record of Afton himself. But she needed someone to test.
I do think
someone was definitely here during the night. It had to have been the client. I mean, they sent us that stuff in the first place with no explanation, told us to scan it, said it would expedite the process so we wouldn't need to program any pathfinding ourselves.
Unlike the other games that she'd paid to have made in the past, this one had a different purpose. This wasn't about PR, it was about getting William back up and running, spreading his virus to the masses.
You acknowledge that Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for accidental digital consciousness transference, real-world manifestations of digital characters.
She hired a new developer, Silver Parasol Games, to scan the boards and bring her husband into the system. And because of the immersive nature of VR, William's consciousness would be able to merge with the player, giving him a new body, a new agency. There was just one complication. Afton's hold wasn't as powerful as she had hoped. He wasn't able to gain complete control. The first trial run, Jeremy, was so desperate to escape from his grasp that he sliced his own face off with a paper shredder. Messy. Afton's followers were reluctant, to say the least, but it was the second attempt that looked like it had the potential to kill two birds with one stone.
Backing up.
I should have said pause, please. My bad.
No, you're good.
I guess mainly for me the difference is that I think the Mimic program is what's uploaded in Help Wanted.
Yep. I agree. That's what I was trying to say.
I don't think we know yet how William is connected to that.
I think
from where Secret of the Mimic left it, I don't really think we for sure know. Like, did someone like upload him into that program, or like did his actual suit have the Mimic program, or like,
or did
has it been customized?
Know about this process, and did he make a Mimic program of himself just in case? So
yeah, it really depends on like where the game goes after Secret of the Mimic, but before like the other main story points we have for me.
It sure would be cool if we got a Fall Fest game set between 83 and 79. That would sure be cool.
I don't have a problem with Mrs. Afton being relevant. I just don't agree with like how this is happening. Like,
right. Well, and I agreed on this part too, that I think it, in one way, shape, or form, a Mimic program is involved with William here.
I'm just very curious, like, why it's mimicking an Afton character instead of like Helpy or something. It's very interesting.
To me, there's like it was a specific reason for it. I know why. I just don't want to spoil my take on it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We'll find out.
Well, I guess this is in part 2. Well, like I can't, even if it is, like I can't say anything about it because like it alludes to conclusions I come to in the first part. So I can't say anything about it, guys, but just it's one of those times again I have to say I have an answer for this. Just trust me.
No, you're good.
To say the least. But it was the second attempt that looked like it had the potential to kill two birds with one stone. Enter Vanessa. Mrs.
Vanessa.
Afton wanted a surrogate daughter. Her darling Elizabeth would have been a young woman at this point if she had lived. And Clara wanted someone who wasn't Elizabeth but could be just like her. Could she have just rebuilt her like Gregory? Sure, but she decided against it because she wanted an actual human mother-daughter connection. Well, that, and it would be redundant and narratively unsatisfying to have two robot kids in the same family. What could she say? William had put a lot of tools on the table for her to use, and she was planning on using them all. Plus, Elizabeth had always been so loyal to Daddy. It was time to give her a second chance, a true choice. And Vanessa seemed to be the perfect candidate to fill the role.
Your dad's name was Bill. Your dad didn't play fair, did he? He used to make your mum look bad in court. He manipulated you. I know your mum after she lost the custody case.
I was supposed to be a good girl.
She started as a QA tester at Silver
I agree with
Parasol
you,
Games,
V-Roar,
a VR
believe
game
it or not.
development company that was part of her plan to bring back William. But more importantly, Vanessa checked all the correct boxes. Right age, blonde, green eyes with a fondness for flowers and the outdoors. In many ways, it was her daughter all over again. Except it wasn't just looks and personality. What really mattered was Vanessa's mind. Underconfident, coming from a broken home, motherless, able to be manipulated. Yes, she would do nicely. She would be the one to save dear
Except that they try to get
Daddy,
Jeremy
just as the
first,
real
so she's
Elizabeth
not
would
that
want it.
significant.
I will make you proud, Daddy.
She's significant because she was able to be corrupted, basically.
Yeah, but
my
it's like
idea.
it wasn't like she was special necessarily, because like they tried to get someone else before her.
Yeah, no, and that's why I disagree with game theory on that. However,
I love the howevers.
I'm not gonna explain, but I'm just gonna bring up the idea of vessels here again, and we'll just smoothly move on.
Syllables.
Like,
speaking of that, if we can sound out the syllables, can we get a solution for who Gregory's talking about when he's like, just listen to such and such's instructions?
it's a one-syllable word for sure. How many one-syllable word characters exist at all in FNAF? Like, everybody knows who Gregory's talking about. It's just some people are reluctant to, like, come to the conclusion they already subconsciously have. But that's, you know, just a theory.
Testing the VR game, William's digital consciousness merged with Vanessa. Oh sure, she fought, fragmenting Afton's code into a series of tapes hidden across the game, trying to do web searches to regain control over her life, but it wasn't enough. She was weaker than Jeremy. She was a thrall that,
important in the sense that it needs to be a mirror.
And with Vanessa, it was a 2-for-1
Yeah, it's
deal.
AR
She
cannon.
was getting a daughter back, while also bringing her husband
Yes.
one step closer
will
to
not elaborate.
reactivation. She just had to make sure that Vanessa was headed the right way. The reborn Gregory was an expert hacker, part of the benefits of being an Afton and a robot. So Clara had him keeping tabs on Vanessa, hacking into her emails and trailing her therapy
All right,
sessions
is
to
Gregory
ensure the
Dr.
future
Rabbit?
Elizabeth was falling in line. If any of the therapists started to ask too many questions, they were promptly dismissed from their positions. And while Gregory kept tabs on Vanessa's personal life, Mrs. Afton made sure to clear a path for her professionally. With Silver Parasol's collapse at the hands of the anomaly, she then had the possessed Vanessa bring the contaminated circuit boards to DLZ shipping and the Fazbear Funtime service. More
straight
glitches,
from the
more
emails.
Remnant, more Afton. But it was her last move that was the best. In a true masterpiece of poetry, she brought Vanessa over to be chief security officer at the Pizzaplex. A true
Also worth pointing out, while we're still kind of vaguely here, before Vanessa gets taken over, before she's possessed, before she has Glitch Trap in her head, someone breaks into Silver Parasol looking for all the stuff they were given by the client. She assumes it's the client, but we don't know that for sure as the audience. I'm just pointing that out while we're here.
It's Edwin!
There's a non-zero chance it's Edwin.
It parallels
family
the book
tradition
version
to
so
don
well.
the hat and badge, and all it took was a recommendation from the top as well as some emails marked for deletion. Sure, Vanessa didn't have relevant experience for the job, but...
And yeah, that's the other thing here, right? Like, who is doing this? Like, who is the human that did this? Because this isn't just a Glitch Trap.
Or is it a human? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Like, I think it is. Like, there's someone human at the top of Fazbear that's doing all this. That was there before Glitch Trap got introduced to the Pizzaplex. Someone's making this decision. Why? Someone's also breaking into Silver Parasol. Like, someone's paying attention and doing a lot of things in the background, is all I'll say here.
When it comes directly from the CEO, does it really matter? Husband, son, daughter. A corpse, a robot, a human. All that was left was Michael. Poor, troubled Michael. The boy that killed her youngest. The one that would spend years
Michael
trying to
never
make his
died.
guilty conscience right again. A self-professed protector. While she knew she needed him to complete the family, something told her that the problem had already solved itself. Something had
Yeah, 'cause he
shifted,
never died.
using Glamrock Freddy to excavate the buried pizza place.
I have been here before.
Yeah, that's
I
not
found
Michael.
myself for the first time when I cleared the path. I have changed. My
He's an
friends
AI becoming
are
aware.
Here, but I can protect you.
Maybe it was the remnant that had coursed through Michael's veins. Maybe it was the spirit of Michael living on as a protector. But he was there, somewhere inside of Glamrock Freddy. She could feel it. And just like that, she'd won. She'd done it. Sure, there were still some kinks to work out, some final brainwashing of Vanessa, some rehabilitation of William, but they were there. Finally, all together again under one roof. The Aftons reunited. A happy ending. And that's how it could have ended. That's how it should have ended, had it not been for a few unanticipated developments. For one, something was just wrong with the Pizzaplex. Almost as if the entire building was haunted, possessed. Puppet plushies hiding on ceilings, behind crates.
What are the
places that
Nightmarian
they had no
plushies,
earthly way of
VRR?
belonging. Staff bots with greasy tears down their eyes, acting
Who
like they
did
were
this,
being
mirroring
puppeteered
the
by some
Nightmarian
sort of a
plushies?
nightmare. Even their sounds had the echo of nightmares long past. It was as though a guardian spirit of the past refused to move on. As long as her husband was around, it too would linger. Only now, it wasn't just in one body, but it was in the essence of the building itself. She had seen stories of houses built on burial grounds getting possessed by angry spirits, but she'd never assumed that it could be real. Then again, in a world of living spirit metal and mind-controlling glitches, who was she to be so judgmental? The whole thing was ridiculous. Why would this be the line that she refused to cross? After all, the Pizzaplex was built over the burial ground of angry spirits, but it was the power cords that finally convinced her that something was wrong. Suddenly, these cords were striped black and white, like the security puppet from generations ago. The very foundations of this place, the materials and wires that constituted it, were rebelling against her, against the Aftons, against the quest to bring them all together again. And it was being helped by something else, something slithering through the building. Maybe they were connected, she couldn't be sure, but a blob of living wires could be heard oozing through the walls, stealing pieces and parts of the old animatronics showcased in Rockstar Row. She could only assume that it was a byproduct of all the remnant they'd been collecting. From Afton's testing, she knew that both light and dark remnant existed, one of positive emotions and the other created from anguish, anger, agony. Perhaps this thing was an amalgamation of all the darkest parts of the pizzeria's history, a collection of the hatred still housed inside these defunct endoskeletons and exosuits. As long as it was left alone, it seemed to be harmless. But if any Afton outside of Michael got too close, it would lash out wildly. Even young Gregory, looking to punish the family that had been complicit in its horrible creation. Little did she know, though, that Gregory should have been her biggest concern. That bringing the family together would have some unforeseen consequences. Gregory was normally the goodest of boys. She had literally built him that way. But lately, he'd been disappearing more and more often, disobeying her orders, requests. She knew that he loved playing on the arcade machines once the Pizzaplex closed, being so good as to top the leaderboard on practically all of them. But lately, he was nowhere to be found. She suspected his absence had to do with Glamrock Freddy's failed performance the other night, when he malfunctioned live on stage, almost as though the core programming of Freddy...
I want to pause here just for a second, to get, like, I guess just kind of, like, wonder something out loud. Like, do you think, like, assuming this is all true, of course, you know, some of you, VRAR included, may or may not agree with this general timeline, as they've presented it, but, like, rolling with the assumption here, right, that this is the case, what was exactly her plan here with Gregory, is just what I'm, like, do you think she was gonna eventually do, like, a sort of, like, fourth closet thing for him? Like, make multiple bodies for him? And just kind of play soul hot potato with him? Or musical chairs, I guess? I don't know. What do you, like, this is just me wondering out loud, like, if she did put the crying child in Gregory, like... surely that's what she'd have to, like, she's not going to keep him in a little boy body forever, right? She'd kind of have to do that. Surely, right? What do you think, V?
I don't think she's the one pulling the strings at this point.
But they did such a good job explaining why. Game Theory's got a lot more cred than me. What we're saying now is why I don't believe Gregbot. Oh, what am I saying? What, that, like, oh, she would have had to do a fourth closet thing? Well, that's just why I'm wondering it, because, like, if she's able to do all the other stuff, like, this is also entirely possible, too. Because, like, part of, like, the research was, like, oh, how to transfer a soul as well, right? Because, like, the question of, like, why... Like, William would have needed to research that years before because of, like, the issue of dual possession in Golden Freddy, but... Do that. A fourth closet with a David mod. Okay. Yeah. Just wanted to make sure that idea wasn't, like, totally insane. So she's able to actually bring William back from the dead, but can't do that for the crying child and Elizabeth. And don't get me wrong, I kind of disagree with game theory on, like, how exactly it's all happening. Like, William... Obviously, due to the nature of my theory, I really can't elaborate on my thoughts on William, and what's going on with him. But it's complicated, needless to say. For the crying child, I mean, largely, yeah, I do think they're right about putting him in a vessel, as I call them. And, like, I think of it, again, I really can't elaborate too much. A vessel is involved, and it does involve the crying child. And Elizabeth, yeah, like, I do agree that, like, or disagree with game theory. Like, I don't think that's Elizabeth. I think they might have been trying, or Mrs. Afton might have been trying to do that with Vanessa. To use her as a vessel, potentially. But I don't think Elizabeth's actually in there. And I think that because of the circus baby, possessed, haunted, whatever, plushies we see in Ruin. Like, clearly there's still some spoopy natural stuff going on at the Pizzaplex, right? Also, wouldn't Miss Afton be in, at best, her late 80s during this, or 70s? I also have an explanation for that, trust, but I can't elaborate. Because he seemingly never dies, his body just seems to stay alive for some reason, like Michael with Ennard. Security breach was... William's stage is so weird. Yeah. Like, obviously with a theory titled Shatter William, like, obviously I'm going to go in a very weird direction with William, and that's why I can't really elaborate on it yet, because that'd ruin the surprise, but, just wanted to ask that.
On the arcade machines once the Pizzaplex closed, being so good as to top the leaderboard on practically all of them. But lately, he was nowhere to be found. She suspected his absence had to do with Glamrock Freddy's failed performance the other night, when he malfunctioned live on stage. Almost as though the core programming of Freddy responded to seeing this rebuilt small boy. Almost like it awakened something inside of him. She'd have to make sure that Vanessa was on the lookout for him. But she'd soon come to learn that Vanessa wasn't enough. Whether it was the influence of the nightmare puppet or a reawakened hatred of animatronics seated deep in Gregory's code, something had caused him to rebel, to rip apart each animatronic in the Pizzaplex. Bit by bit, this boy was tearing down the empire that she'd so painstakingly built, freeing Vanessa from her mind control, destroying the remains of Afton in the basement, setting Glamrock Freddy loose. As her carefully created world crumbled around her one more time, she began to plot her revenge. She would have to bring them all to ruin. And there you have it, my friends.
Oh yeah, this was before Ruin.
FNAF timeline for where the franchise is here in 2023. The year of Fazbear Frights, by the way. As always, it wouldn't be right for me to finish without going over some of the more controversial takes that I just handed out. I think we can all agree that this part of the timeline is always going to be the hardest. So let me just break down some of the major points. First of all, the biggest swing of this episode, and obviously the one that everything else rests upon, Mrs. Afton being the CEO of Fazbear Entertainment LLC.
Yeah, some people
why I went with
really
this route.
didn't like
Now, first and foremost, the The head of Fazbear Entertainment is the single biggest mystery that we're meant to solve at this point in the lore. The Ultimate Guide brings it up repeatedly. Who's running the show? Who is okaying these decisions? And in the security breach memos, we get multiple mentions of someone manipulating things from the top down. Whoever this is, they are the person driving forward every other facet of late-stage FNAF lore here. They're the puppet master who's hiring the indie dev. They're the ones relaunching the brand, building the Pizzaplex over the burial ground. So everything at the end of the timeline relies
making these
on
decisions.
this one singular answer. Now, as I see it, there are two possibilities here. One, an adult robot Elizabeth, like we see older versions of robot kids in the fourth closet, or Mrs. Afton. Could it be someone completely new to the franchise? Absolutely yes, but in a game with so many returning faces and repeated themes, it would be pretty random and arbitrary. So, between these two girl bosses, who then would it be? Well, Elizabeth always wants to please her daddy, so she'd be most likely wanting to bring him to life. But then, what's Vanessa's role in all of this? Vanessa is clearly meant to be a parallel for Elizabeth. Same hair, same eyes, similar backstories, but if the main goal is getting the Afton family back together, which seems to clearly be the case in Security Breach, then there's no need for Vanessa to be involved at all. We already have Elizabeth running the show. It would also mean that we suddenly have two robot kids running around, which feels narratively repetitive and quite frankly kind of dumb. Now look at Mrs. Afton. We know next to nothing about her outside of any clues that we can get from Immortal and the Restless and Bellora's song. But what her being head of Fazbear does is make every other
and the staff bot scene in Security
Breach. You
Breach.
can have one of every other type of character. One robot kid in Gregory, one brainwashed human in Elizabeth/Vanessa, one OG corpse in William, and one possessed animatronic in Mike. Narratively, it makes everything else
yeah, that's
cleaner.
not what's happening
Legally,
with Mike.
it's also the option that makes the most sense. As I call out in my narrative, she'd likely have some stake in the original company and all of its assets. So as Fazbear folds
or at least
as a
inherit
company,
Williams
it's
stuff
expected
after he's
also, like,
declared
where
dead.
would Mrs. Afton be? Like, why don't we see
clue
her?
That really sold me on.
What do you mean?
Why hasn't she shown up yet? Like,
this is a very long cook twist reveal for Scott. Like, what else?
I mean, I would love the idea of like having F10 kind of against the Aftons, like fighting them. That's why all of those characters are starting to take over the Plex and different endings. And stuff.
That'd be cool.
But I don't know.
I mean, there's a nonsense. Like, I've also like, God, I need to get this. I need to get this done so I can get to part 2 someday. So, well, because like Fiona does come up, and like I've talked about that before. Like, God, isn't it so damn weird that these two women would have virtually the same identical motive? Like, what is, like, Fiona herself says it, like, multiple times, like, I love you, but I miss my son more. Like, she wants her family, like, to quite literally bring her David back, right? Like, and, like, isn't it so weird, you know, I'm arguing the same thing for Mrs. You know, a mother who wants to put her family back together, like, it would be certainly very poetic, like, how these two women would have the same motive. Is just, like, there's a lot more I want to say, but I'll just keep hammering that into your heads. Like, these two women sharing the same motive. M2 might also want to bring David back. Possibly. Consider he was half David. You know. Now, granted, when it was last seen, you know, we don't know how much of the reworked M2 program got through to the end, but again, I know I have a very different take on Secret of the Mimic than everyone else. And that kind of relies on my 2 endo theory, which I'm still kind of at this point. And you also wonder, like, oh, hey, why didn't you cover Secret of the Mimic in your timeline? Well, this is why. None of us can agree on anything. Like, you ask me, you ask V, you ask Bronze, you'll get 3 different opinions on, like, what is actually happening in Secret of the Mimic. That's kind of the problem. Nobody's come to a consensus on that game. And so it's, like, kind of pointless for me to theorize about it because, like, I have no solid foundation to work on top of. Like, me as a mid-rate theorist, I should be additive, not, like, substantive on my own. But that's just me. Also, yeah, I'm never going to let anyone forget the staff bot scene in this sticky note room here. They put it there for a reason. Every copy of Secret of the Mimic is personalized. Oh god, that means
this particular direction. And that was this right here, in the post-it room. The big lore central of Security Breach, a dinner table scene with the whole family, including the mother. And not only is she there, she is at the head of that table. The position of highest honor and responsibility. She is the one in charge, with William being relegated off to the side. That's an odd detail. Shows that we have to include Mom in there somewhere, and the only place it makes sense for her to be is at the top. Now, there is one big dilemma with my interpretation of all this. The Ultimate Guide really seems to point out that the head of Fazbear doesn't want the glitch trap virus to spread. They call out one particular email in FNAF AR where the legal team calls a cease and desist to all action about scanning the circuit boards. And even in FNAF VR, we're told that the circuit boards get stolen back by the client.
I think it's because they don't want him to be found.
What danger is on there, trying to stop glitch trap before he spreads and gets out of hand. Here's the problem with that, though. If the head of Fazbear doesn't want Afton to rise again, why'd they restart the company in the first place? Why'd they build over the FNAF 6 pizzeria? Why'd they go through an elaborate cover-up to make the possessed Vanessa an important part of the company? Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It would be the most inconsistent series of actions ever, but I did want to call attention to it since it seems to be the route that the official guide is trying to steer us towards. Moving on to minor point number 1, the Five Nights at Freddy's games were made by the rogue indie developer. Here's the thing, FNAF VR opens with this line.
That's why we have recreated many of these completely fictitious scenarios, lies that you've been fed over the last several years into a hilarious VR game.
It's recreating the lies told to you by the indie developer.
Scott.
And since Help Wanted has direct recreations of FNAFs 1 through 3, it means the games must be part of the fabrications that this developer made up. Also, all of this is heavily implied in the story of the same name, Help Wanted and Tales of the Pizzaplex, hence FNAF 1 through 3, canon games within the lore of the series. Big swing number 2, the elephant, or ghost in the room, Charlie infecting the Pizzaplex. John from the channel FNAF has made some great findings about Charlie's influence over the Pizzaplex.
The
cables that look like the
plushies
striped
are there.
arms of the puppet, the Nightmarion plushies that you find hidden across the Pizzaplex in weird places, the staff bots with creepy smiles and in your dreams written on the front. All of these things scream puppets. Plus, with the puppet mask not having tears in the blob, seems to imply that Charlie's spirit exists elsewhere. She is still in play, and she has an important role.
That's not the take I took from that, but
the doors to the post-it room in the game's code are called Charlie doors. And inside, we see a bunch of lit-up nightmare staff bot heads. Suspicious, to say the least. The channel ID's Fantasy did a great theory looking at the post-it notes, concluding that the crying child / Gregory isn't alone in this room, but rather might be communicating with someone. A spirit, Charlie. Charlie's spirit seems to have pulled a poltergeist. Instead of controlling one thing, she's affecting a lot of little details, foundational elements of the Pizzaplex. And this isn't the first time that we've seen this in the franchise either. We've seen spirits communicating with people through physical writing in the survival logbook. So we know that this is an established means of spirit communication within this franchise. And I suspect that to some extent it might be Charlie's influence making Gregory go haywire. Which brings me then to my final and probably biggest controversy in recent FNAF history, Gregory as Patient 46, the evil robot
back when this was a hot take.
I know when I first came out with this theory a year ago, people were mad. But here's the thing, you don't have to take my evidence points for it anymore. The recent Tales from the Pizzaplex story, GGY, basically goes and just outright proves it. In GGY, we find out about a boy named Gregory who's getting all the high scores in the Pizzaplex arcade machines. When therapists start to go missing, it's confirmed that GGY is the one that's working to bump them off. And when animatronics start getting corrupted by a mysterious glitch, GGY's letters are found inside the code. He even chooses the code name Dr. Rabbit, for crying out loud. But obviously, by the time of Security Breach, Gregory is working against Burn Trap, Vanessa, and the animatronics. Why? How? Well, it's not really clear. I tend to believe that something must have happened to cause him to either lose his memory or be reset in some way. Maybe it was Charlie talking to him in his post-it room. Maybe he hit his head. Maybe it was the connection that he made with Mike on stage in Glamrock Freddy. Not exactly sure, and I don't think we have enough clues to solve any of it
Pretty
yet.
much
But
my
it makes
opinion,
sense from a story perspective why he'd start off evil on Afton's side and then switch to trying to destroy him and not knowing who he is in Security Breach. And with that, my friends, I'm wrapping this thing up. Congratulations, we are on page 40. 22,000 words of FNAF, baby. Practically just wrote myself a Tales of the Pizzaplex short story. Have I answered everything? No. Does everything fit cleanly? No. But does it feel like the best and most cohesive
I'd be
narrative
curious
for all these
to
characters that addresses
know,
most
like,
of the evidence
what
we're
the
given?
community
Yeah,
thinks
for me,
about this
honestly,
now.
It really does. And let's be honest with ourselves, the DLC will probably come out later this year and prove me completely wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. Then comes the movie, whatever. My descent to madness
only some
continues. But
things.
regardless, I am so proud of this. This was a massive undertaking, and I'm so proud of our editors who have just destroyed destroyed the editing across all 4 of these installments. You guys are the best. Thank you for pushing through on 20+ minute uploads. You are unreal, and your talent is unrivaled. I'm so lucky to work with you guys every single day. And like I mentioned before, keep an eye on the channel for an announcement regarding a Talkback live stream with some special guests. Was I right?
Okay.
Was I wrong? I want to hear your feedback, so that one's coming up soon. And with that, my friends, we can finally rest. I can leave the demon to its demon. Thanks for watching.
Game theory. Okay. All right. What'd you think about that one?
I enjoyed it.
What about thoughts overall? Like, you agree with, disagree?
I don't agree with it, but I really like it.
Like none of it?
Like the Mrs. Afton stuff, it doesn't quite line up for me.
What is misaligning?
Mrs. Afton pulling all the strings. Like, they're gonna have to do a lot of explaining if that was what's actually going on.
Scott has the opportunity to do one of the coolest things I've ever seen in a story this long. Like, I really doubt he would waste it. Like, she's
so do you think she survived this long, or did she, like, die? Or, like, did something happen to her like what happened to Michael, or...
Kinda. I have an answer. It's just I don't want to spoil it, but there is an answer, and it, like, kinda is my answer. Kinda like Michael. Kinda.
For me, Security Breach almost feels more like another version of, like, what F10 keeps trying to have someone do, like, with Arnold and stuff. Just
it sure does.
A really not as well fleshed out story because it's telling the same story twice, as Scott said it. Replacement with Afton and the Afton family with Afton. Yeah, essentially similar to that. Like,
exactly. Well, and that's kind of my point. Again, back to what I said earlier about, like, like, hammer it into your heads over and over that, like, it seems like, in the theoretical, these 2 women would have nearly identical motives, wouldn't they?
Which would be a little redundant if both of them are in the picture.
Not necessarily, assuming they stay on the same page with each other the whole time, which I also don't think would be the case. I think the one would try to play the other at the other's expense. Eventually. And I also think that's happened continually throughout the decades with F10. But to kind of give that part away, but yeah, hopefully that kind of answers that in a roundabout way. To do one of the funniest things Mr. F did. You're a mean one, Mr. Afton. Like, God, just wait till you guys hear my explanation on what's going on with William. But yeah, the long and short of it is, yeah, William is shattered. And I'm not going to explain that in any way, shape, or form. At VRAR, weird question. What do you currently think Burn Trap is, or was intended to be by Scott?
I'll be able to answer in a few days.
Yeah, I need to see that
Let's
video.
just say I don't think that's William's corpse.
Interdasting. What was that supposed to be? Just a
William.
God, oh God, William. Please no. Was that just like a cinematic, like, opening cool effect thing for the cutscene when all the purple mist is coming out of the charging pod?
Oh no. Scott had them put specific things in specific places.
Yes.
And I think Burn Trap and the Tangle were 2 of them.
But you don't think Burn Trap is his body?
No.
Fascinating.
The goal was to remake him, but it's not his body.
Fascinating. Then what's the point of the mist?
Because they're trying to remake William. It's just not his body.
What does that change?
A lot.
Why? Like, what does it matter?
I'll tell you in a few days.
Okay, then yeah, just tell me when your video's out then.
Yeah.
Search mimic design from the Tales. That is another weird point that I love bringing up, is the blueprint you can find in Secret of the Mimic in the back of the basement in that secret area. There are quite clearly two different Indo designs. People have done a very good job of not talking about it. There are quite clearly two Mimic Indo designs.
Wait, where are these? Which ones are we talking about?
In the basement, in the secret area where you can get the audio cassette of him reaching out on the radio. And those back tables, you can see the two different blueprints.
Yeah. I mean, there's quite a few different endos just all around the building, so I assume they were just attempts until he perfected M1.
Maybe. Sure as Oddware only showed two. Yeah, turning signal to 4625. And they even teased that number to us in Help Wanted 2. That seems like that number was important. Prototype design for the Mimic Indo.
I'll have to look at the picture again.
Yeah. Is the Indo but just extended? The eyes were different as well, I remember. Like the multiple, the various Chica costume. If that was the case, I would expect we would see more than just two. Like maybe like 5 or 10, all looking very different. We're only shown two. Which is very odd. Just something, just pointing that out as well. And you see, this is why Secret of the Mimic is annoying. Like, I said this to V the other day that, like, how did I word it? Like, Secret of the Mimic...
To me, this blueprint is for sure the exact endo. It's literally, like, showing its function, what it can do.
Well, yeah, that's the one, but then there's another one next to it or whatever.
Okay, I'll have to look for it.
Yeah. Secret of the Mimic feels like the new Security Breach. Because, like, what did we all think when we first saw Security Breach? Well, other than it's a buggy mess. Other than that, what was the prevailing thought?
It was the coolest thing I ever laid eyes on.
Yeah, it's super cool, but it's like, what in God's name is happening here? What is the story? What are we supposed to take away from this? That's what I remember thinking about Security Breach.
That's because two of the same story got into the game.
Well, yeah, and the jank notwithstanding, but even, like, the basic story, like, what were we supposed to do with that? Right? Like, that's just kind of my take here, is that, like, I think Secret of the Mimic is the new Security Breach. And what happened after Security Breach? We got Help Wanted 2, we got Ruin, and slowly things started to kind of make a little bit more sense on what was actually going on, right? I think we're at, like, a new turning point in the lore, like Security Breach was. And it's like introducing... Secret of the Mimic introduced a lot of things that, like, haven't paid off yet, is my prediction. There really wasn't a story in Security Breach, though. Or at least one we could decipher at the time. Because, like, did any of us predict that, like, any of this with, like, oh, like, who's Patient 46? And, like, what's up with these tapes? And, like, who's Vanessa? And, like, how does this matter? Who's at the top of Like, none of us had any stink at, like, there were guesses. You know, just like we're guessing and grasping at straws with Secret of the Mimic now. But I just get the sense that there's a lot of setup in Secret of the Mimic, and there's not a lot of payoff right now. Like, I think over the next 2 mainline games, there's going to be a lot more payoff. And if my tinfoil is right, I think we're getting a Fall Fest game next. And then we're going to go to Ruin 2, whatever it'll actually be called. That's what I want to happen, narratively. I want a Fall Fest game, and then we can go forward to Ruin 2 and finally pick back up with Cassie.
Oh, that endo picture. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, now you're seeing what I'm talking about? Okay. Yeah. It's been a minute, though.
It looks like they're from the Robots movie.
I didn't think of that. Yeah, kinda. I know that was part of the story. Like, genuinely, the story was just Gregory trying to escape the building. Like, yeah, on the surface of it, yeah. F10 and 4 wants to keep M2 contained to make him David. Yes. The Blob Tangle does not like it when Bird Trap tries to walk out. Yes.
This just looks like concept art to me. Like, a lot of these have X's by them. I wonder what that means.
Build another. I was typing an elaborate comment on the current state of FNAF lore, but then you said Fall Fest game, and I chuckled and lost my train. They've been teasing it since Curse of Dreadbear and Help Wanted 1. Almost a decade ago. It will pay off. Yes, I will mention it this stream. They will pay it off. They do not introduce Fall Fest and not do anything with it. Like, at all. Like, you know how massively lame and dumb that is for storytelling? It's like, oh my, like, oh, hey, VRAR, I saw an alien yesterday. Oh, did you, Unnamed? Like, do you want to tell me about it? No, I just wanted to reference it to you. I'm never going to explain it or show you. Like, how dumb would that be? Like, it's so frustrating. Why even say anything in the first place? Like... Ugh. Yeah, like, trust me, no. We're getting a Fall Fest game next, and then we can go back to Ruin 2, or whatever they'll call it. Hell, I'd be happy with a security breach, too. I mentioned that to VRAR. I don't know, maybe Miss Afton bulldozes the Ruin's Pizzaplex, like they seem to be doing in Ruin, and just build another Pizzaplex on top of the first one.
Build another Pizzaplex.
Right, build another Pizzaplex. I mean, who would be mad at going back to the Pizzaplex? A new one and bigger one. The next guy will have a guy called James Venture through the Mazin warehouse, MCM rebranded, trying to find M2 and take out its code. The credit scene is the shot of the circuit in a box. Amazing. I saw a flying saucer yesterday. Oh, really? And the barista got my order wrong. Oh, that's what I'm talking about, Omni. So that's exactly what they're doing with Fall Fest. Like, is that not? It's like, why bring something up over and over and over again if you're never going to elaborate on it? Like, hey,
I do still remember Glitch's point, though, that, like, maybe the build-up was just to find out that Fiona died there.
To what end? Like, what? And why does that matter?
I really think there's something more to it, though.
Exactly. It's like, what does that matter? Right? Like, just knowing how... We don't even really know how. Like, sure, a fire, but, like, how'd the fire start? Was it an accident? Was it intentional? Did just she die? Did other people die? Like, we don't know any of that. Right? Like...
One thing that I keep forgetting is that, like, the Mimic program is in all of Edwin's inventions that he was selling.
Yes, to the point he was getting complaints.
For me, it's very possible that some form of the Mimic is at the Fall Fest, and it's like what causes what happens. Because I keep thinking of that Mystic Hippo line about throwing stuff at the performer.
Oh, yeah, the tomatoes. You brought that up to me, yes. And I do like that idea. And that seems more likely to me the more I think about it, that something weird with the Mimic Pro, but it's like, what Mimic program would want to attack? Like, presumably the goal would have been to attack Fiona, or would it not have been? Did it just freak out and it was an accident? Or did it, like, target Fiona?
Well, no, it just caused a fire.
And if it did, like, how does she just die in a fire at a big public event? Or did multiple
I feel like
people
a lot
die?
of people died. I don't think it was just her. It's just that's all that the Murray family would be concerned about.
Right, right.
But I highly doubt she would be the only one that died there.
Which is bananas because, yeah, that'd be a lot of people dead in one spot.
But, like, if that merch comes back to the manor, like, for me, that really solves how she could possess stuff at the manor when she died at Fall Fest.
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah. Which
I don't know. I'm just spitballing stuff.
No. You're absolutely. I had to think about that for a second, but yeah, you're correct. If I'm right about shattering. But
wait, Glitch, where in Ruin is that? I wonder if I have a picture of it. Oh my goodness, I need to know where.
The name of Arnold on the wall. No way. Includes the name James. Oh God, now you've got him excited.
I'm right. I'm right.
The name Arnold on the wall.
Well, I want him to be back very much, but I also don't know if I do. Okay, so it's like in that main room the cast. He goes, okay, cool, I gotta find it. I gotta find it.
That's insane. What? Who's James? James is the name of Bonnie Bully. Confirmed. God.
That'd be so funny.
Is the next protagonist. Jane Arnold Cassidy, Andrews Afton, the Vengeful Spirit. Thank you, Omni. Very cool. I like how I go on this diatribe about why we have to get a Fall Fest game, and even chat kind of glossing past my rant. But yeah, no, like I forgot David. yeah, you did. Should have put that in there next time. Like, I think the fire just being a tragic accident that claimed Fiona and possibly other people is fine. If it is an accident, we need to know.
Jimmy. Sorry, go ahead.
Jimmy. We need to know it's an accident because, like, if it is intentional, that very much can change things. If it was like,
I do think there's a part of the Fall Fest story we still need to know.
Yes. Like, if there's something dubious about the fire, I think they will clarify it. And I justify saying we'll get a Fall Fest game with what Scott said years ago. But
otherwise, it's shoe eating time.
Because remember, what did he say about Sister Location? I made Sister Location in response to a misconception about FNAF 4. He made a whole game based off a misconception. Now, sure, he put a lot more in it by the time he was done with it, but Sister Location conceptually was made because we were getting something wrong in FNAF 4. My argument is simply that who's to say that wouldn't continue into the present day? Well, clarify if it was an accident. This is the same series that hasn't clarified who did the bite of 87. Well, like, sure, but like, how lore impactful is that at this point? I think we will get a Fall Fest game, but it'll be indirect from what we'd consider a mainline game. Like a game that ends at Fall Fest or some levels in Help Wanted 3, or maybe a non-books based Mega Cat plead. That would be cool too. I'd be fine with any of them, just so like we can get closer to an answer with that. And like, there's so much in Secret of the Mimic that we just like have not paid off yet. That's tied to Fall Fest, like that burned statue, and then the stat in Moon.exe, and then you put the Moon one, which, by the way, is the modern Security Breach Moon, not Sleepy Moon, that you put back together, and that resets you, and you may or may not be into... Like, I have no godforsaken idea what's going on in Moon.exe. And I really don't know if anyone else does either. Like, the missing people at the Pizzaplex are barely explored. It's funny you mention that, Blue. That is on my list of videos I want to get to once I'm done with this timeline in, like, 4 months. Yes, the all-staff meeting in Security Breach, because that was be what, like, even with their cut staff, like what, like bare minimum 50 people of a skeleton crew to run something as big as the Pizzaplex? Surely. Right, Vibra? Like, you would think, like, you've seen how big the Pizzaplex is. Like, 50 people for a building that size?
You've seen it. You've seen a ship. Yeah.
Like, bare minimum you'd need 50 for something as big as the Pizzaplex. Because that thing is massive.
I don't want to boot up Security Breach to see this, Arnold. I thought I had a picture of it.
My name is Arnold. I started the fire.
I rebuilt the Mimic.
I escaped the Mimic, maybe.
It was difficult to twist the data diaper to the left. Greg, Jeremy, Arnold, and James. Interesting.
I just checked again. In Ruin, the clear names in the graffiti are Greg, Jeremy, Arnold, and James. These are the Bonnie bullies. I don't know why or how, but that's what my mind.
That'd be hilarious.
I mean,
it wouldn't be the first time there's multiple characters with the same name.
Arnold would be too old to be a Bonnie bully,
I don't think he was the Bonnie bully.
No, or any of them. Which is also why I don't think that's him in F1-2, but whatever. If it is, he was hanging out with a preteen as a grown man in the 80s. God. Like, it is building to something, like, I'm just gonna be extremely curious. Like, I don't think anything big in FNAF is coming out this year other than VR mode for Secret of the Mimic. I do think there's a possibility that by the end of the year, we do get an announcement for the next main line. What do you guys think?
I like that you bring this up. I was just talking about it.
Perfect. Also, I'll be right back.
Because, let's see, so, starting with Security Breach, it was December of 2021, and then we got Help Wanted 2, or no, that's not right, then we got Ruin, which was announced in 2022, but was released July 2023, so that's like, if it's December of 2021, that's roughly a year and a half, a tiny bit more. But by December of this year, we will be at a year and a half since Secret of the Mimic. So it's very possible we get like a DLC if we don't get one for the VR mode coming out. Or it's possible the VR mode is their replacement for a DLC, which would suck, but it's possible. But in which case we should still get, for sure, a new game next year, I would think. Because then they'd be like at that 2-year mark. Thinking December, March release, though I don't know. Yeah. I really hope at the very latest it's December. FNAF's 12th anniversary. That'd be peak. Oh, that'd be so awesome. Because then we'll have the VR mode to tide people over for a little while, and then 5 Laps at Freddy's. I'm so excited for that. Do we know if is 5 Laps at Freddy's going to be on consoles too, or is that just going to be like a PC thing? Have they said anything about that? I haven't looked at it for a while. I just re-downloaded though because I want to play it again.
Neither have I. And I'm also curious. Other than
yeah, I'm curious when that's going to release, because I was just saying that like a year and a half
I remember that.
This December, we'll be at like a year and a half since Secret of the Mimic's release, which is about how long it took for Ruin to come out.
Correct.
That'd be really cool if we get a DLC this year. Because I don't think we'll get like an actual game, a new one. That'd be too soon. I want us to, because they have been working on. It's possible. I'm very curious how this year is gonna go. I guess I just can't. I can't even imagine if we got like a new, actual full game. Wait, are you back now?
I am.
Okay.
I think it'll be next year, probably at like maybe late next year. We get the next
December,
main line.
trust.
Well, like
no, that'd be a DLC maybe. I go with that. I go with that.
There's a potential we get a DLC late this year, early next year. Well, and it would have to take place at MCM as well, because then like they really don't have to do anywhere near as much work if they're just like changing lighting and like moving items. Like they don't have to rebuild the Pizzaplex and the areas and like all the items like from scratch.
Yeah, honestly, if it takes place in the Secret of the Mimic DLC or like a continuation game, it shouldn't take them as long if the mechanics are similar and the location is roughly the same.
And you are correct, Glitch, and that's what I'm very excited for, because that means what? Bare minimum now, at least 2 solid years of development.
That means they're really cooking hard on that one.
Right, and without even an announcement or teaser yet on what that would be, there's no way that's just for a DLC. That's for the next main line game.
Teaser does worry me a little bit. That means it's going to be quite a while still. But at the same time, like, cook hard.
Oh, exactly, right. If they've been cooking for 2 years and they're, bare minimum, let's say at least another year, because usually, like, that's about when you want to announce something, like, with at most a year out. At most. So, like, like, totally, it'll at least be 3 years of development on this one game, maybe even 4 by the time it drops.
I think VR will include a Help Wanted 2-esque teaser. I would be happy with that, where it like teases the next game coming out.
That's what I'd be stoked for.
That'd be awesome.
Imagine the hype when you're all gonna have to say I was right when it's a Fall Fest teaser.
I was gonna say my only worry is that it's going to take place like in a weird timeline, like I need to know what happens to Cassie. But at the same time, I want to know what happens after Secret of the Mimic, so I'm good. I'm cooking with
We'll get back to Cassie eventually at some point.
We're bringing another new character. We're having James.
James is the protagonist.
It's going to be new character after new character.
I mean, it might be, like, God, I was so confident we were playing as William for Secret of the Mimic. I mean, hell.
It'll also be interesting if Arnold's not in future games, because that's like the first character we play as that's not really important.
As far as we know.
That's very interesting to me. But, well, like, if he's not in future games, is what I mean. Like,
yeah.
I think he's important, but he may not be.
And that they could go either way with him at this point. We just don't know. They could make him a one-off. They could, not. Betting it being, that's what I've wondered, like, a Fall Fest pre-83. So, Fall Fest of 81, I'm down.
And then we go through this ball pit that happens to be there, and it, like, sends us into different timelines.
So we can get some of the mini-games as going through the ball pit. That'd be fun. See a corn maze with, like, allusions to, like, Curse of Dreadbear. Or that's
someone finding the Vanny Mask.
All of it started. The Vanny Mask, or a version of it, is like a novelty thing they sell at Fall Fest. Like a costume prop for it. You do the Help Wanted 2 and remember Jeremy, but I see what you mean. Who is Jeremy? Was he the guy who cut his face off, or?
There's too many Jeremys.
Oh, so yeah, aren't there like 5 Jeremys or something? Well, one of it's an MCI kid as well, maybe the Bonnie kid. I think. Or no. What was it? Yeah. It was because Gabriel is the one that ends up in Freddy. Jeremy is the Bonnie kid boy. Fritz ends up in Foxy, and Susie ends up in Chico. Took me a sec. It's been a sec.
Well, at least you know I don't remember their names.
Really? Over the years, you've not picked that up?
No.
What? We're supposed to memorize this stuff.
I'm a noob theorist, okay?
I am too. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. You all will see I don't know what I'm doing when I get this timeline out. Oh, yeah, the FNAF 2 guard. MCI kid. Mentioned at Help Wanted. Now, that's a
at
theory.
Least 3.
What if they're all the same person?
person?
I was about to ask that. That's a theory. Now we're theorizing. It's all the same person. There's only one Imagine Scott tweeted that. There's only ever been one Jeremy.
Gosh.
The fandom would explode overnight. What did you mean by this, Scott? What do you mean there's only been one Jeremy? That would be so funny. Probably that one of those is mentioned in Hell 1 or 2, or God forbid we have a 4th Jeremy. Don't tempt him. He might. He might. That's gonna be the new protagonist. He's gonna be called Jeremy. Or it might be the protagonist in the MCM DLC we'll be getting. Like, Arnold's ran off to go do something or another, and, like, we're a new Fazbear employee, and we're Jeremy. Wouldn't that be fun? Jeremy, you made it. God.
And why do we have to have a Remember Jimmy note, too? Who the heck is Jimmy?
Slippin' Jimmy. Yeah, who is Jimmy? From the pizza play. I don't know. Security Breach is weird. Like, there's a lot of stuff that never ended up panning out with that. Like, did we ever figure out what those tally marks were about?
No.
Yeah, like, I know MatPat was really trying to for a while, but it's like, it might be a red herring. Every time Scott names a character, he flips a coin. If it's heads, he picks a name. If it's tails, name them Jeremy. Someone actually needs to tweet that at Scott.
So funny.
It is.
He has, like, a very few names he'll use.
Oh, yeah, he has a pool of, like, 17 names he's been using for the last, like, decade. Don't expect too much. The tally marks add up to 39, which is the page the entire puzzle starts on. There you go. I really hope it's something that lame. Like, we build up that much hype for what these things could mean, and they're just pointing you to the, like, off-game book for the, like, which granted did have a lot of lore in it, because that's, what is it, where we got the name Dave, I'm pretty sure, for the crying child. Oh, hi, Marg. Hey, cameraman. We don't hear about the DCI again because Scott was unlucky and named them all Jeremy. Someone say that's a good April Fool's idea. Like, God, I can't wait to explain the DCI to, like, there was a reason, hell, there was a reason for the MCI. I mean, I guess you can say there's a reason for anything, but, like, there's a reason William stuffed the MCI and he didn't with the DCI. There was a reason for it.
One last Jimmy thing.
Oh boy.
In Ruin, on one of the posted boards or whatever with all the little notes on it, The note says "Remember Jimmy." When you put the mask on, it just says Jimmy, and the "remember" is gone.
Fascinating.
It's really weird.
So remember Jimmy, mask off. Put the mask on, you just see the name Jimmy.
Yes.
So implying don't remember Jimmy.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's like, why would they not want her to remember Jimmy?
Because then that would probably be the influence of Glitch Trap trying to stop that then. Glitch Trap doesn't want Vanny to remember who Jimmy is.
Either way, it's really odd to me, but I love it. I love stuff like that.
Dad name, maybe? Oh, yeah, and we're playing as Cassie in Ruin. Duh. Could Jimmy be the name of Cassie's dad? Possibly.
More James confirmation. Let's go.
I kind of really like the idea of Cassie's dad being the Bonnie bully. And I know people are like very...
I do like it quite a bit too, even though it wasn't my own headcanon. I love it. It's so narratively satisfying.
Right, but like I'm a sucker for that though. Like I will throw like everything away just to find a good story. Like does area Cassie with the cutouts? It does. Cassie's dad is the balloon kid. That'd be a twist. And also, yeah, when we were like boundary breaking with Secret of the Mimic the other day, I realized like yeah, Cassie just getting like a walkie-talkie call like isn't that unrealistic because there are some apartments relatively close to the pizza place or the MCM that I never noticed before. What is it, like not even like a quarter mile like up the hill you can see those apartment blocks, and it seems to be like the edge of a town almost. Like it's very low detail, but still. So it's like...
But it's like, you don't add that stuff though if it's not like supposed to mean anything.
Right. So, like, you know, assuming, you know, the Pizzaplex goes on top of MCM one day, which I do, yeah, she could have gotten, like, a walking message all the way over there. Fazbear just made, like, weirdly good walkie-talkies. Do you think there's any theorizing potential in the awards from FNAF 2 Custom Night, aka Fritz's Night? What are the awards? I've not looked into that. What else? Are we feeling in the mood for any more game theory?
That's up to you, my guy.
Sure. Yeah, I guess I'm at the wheel here, but I'm not going to kidnap you all night either.
Yeah, I do one more vid.
Sure. What's a good one? That one looks promising. We solved Golden Freddy again, featuring MatPat. Yeah, let's go with this one.
The crying child's name has been found.
Hang on. I changed Oh wait, yeah, no, hell no, that's 2 hours. It's like, like, I'm just thinking to myself, like, that meme about, like, oh, okay, you could just have one spoonful, and, like, they find, like, the biggest comically large spoon they can. So, like, you could do just one more video. Oh, okay, let's do the 3-hour retrospective. Alright, there we go, everybody.
name has been found. That's right, we finally have an answer for a question that has stumped this community for a literal decade. And the craziest part of all of it, it was solved by a channel with only one video. Matt must be rolling in his retirement grave.
We'll just see about that.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's happy to let someone else solve FNAF for a change. Since the release of Security Breach, it feels like there's been a massive new wave of FNAF theorizing on YouTube. We've seen the rise of people like John FNAF, Rye Toast, ID's Fantasy, and dozens more, all joining us in the good fight to try and solve the infuriating lore of this franchise. And just over a month ago, a new challenger, or
I want to see Bronze get a shout
entered
out.
the ring. The channel Dual Process Theory, and they went big for their first outing, making the claim that they'd solved the entirety of FNAF in their very first video.
Yeah, it was either Game Theory
not only
or
were they
FNAF
laying
or
down
something.
a timeline for the whole series, they also claim to have solved a particular mystery that has been bugging
One
us
of us is making
theorists
it
for
big.
a long time. What is the name of the crying child? After nearly 10 years, we still just call him the crying child, despite the fact that every other character in this franchise seems to get a name. Mike, Elizabeth, Charlie, even the missing children got names. So why is this kid's name left blank? Well, according to Dual Process Theory, it's not that he doesn't have a name, it's that we just missed it. We've had the name all along, we've just been giving it to someone else. They suggest that the crying child's name is Cassidy. The name we found all the way back in the word search of the survival logbook. The same name that, for the longest time, we have given to the vengeful spirit from Ultimate Custom Night, the one Afton should not have killed. Not only that, but they claim that the child we thought was Cassidy doesn't even exist. For years, we've assumed that there are 7 dead kids, 5 missing children's incident victims, including Cassidy, Charlotte, Emily the puppet, and the nameless crying child. But instead, they claim that there have only ever been 6, with the final missing kid and the bite victim being one in the same, Cassidy Afton. It's a bold claim, but when you get into the meat of it, their argument is actually quite compelling. So I went back to the drawing board and started mapping out the pieces myself to see if I could come to that same conclusion. Is the crying child actually Cassidy? Ladies and gentlemen, it's...
Hey Tom, what you doing?
Oh, hey Matt, I'm kind of in the middle of solving FNAF.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure you have a theory that changes everything. A clue that we missed?
Kinda, yeah.
Perfect. Well, before you fire up the old Golden Freddy thumbnail and then slap a dark truth on that, I've got another puzzle for you to solve. Lore-fi. It's the music-based mystery project that I've been working on. Basically, it's what you get if you have Lo-Fi Girl, but you mix in a murder mystery.
Because who hasn't ever wondered that?
Cool,
I know, but the good news is you don't have to wonder anymore. Because
that's awesome.
I really have to solve this. I kind of got my hands full with all the FNAF stuff coming down the pipeline. I was actually just about to do a Morty on Dual Process Theory.
Oh, I remember that one. It's great.
Just about to do a Morty. I kind of got my hands full.
Oh, yeah. This was for the 10th anniversary. What was this? My Pop Go Joy of Creation remake. I need to check that out again.
That was such a fun week.
Steel Wool announcement. Caught Scothan. Collab announcement. Oh yeah, the DBD one. 5 laps. Check that out. Into the Pit as well. Yeah, we need another one like another one like this. When is it? October?
Oh, I want another one like
or
this.
no, August. Yeah, okay. Hopefully we get another
with
one.
All the FNAF stuff coming down the pipeline. I was actually just about to do a Morty on Dual Process Theory.
Oh, I remember that one. It's a great video. But you do realize the M in Morty stands for Matt Pat, right? Matt Pat occasionally reviews theories, yo.
Huh, didn't think about that. Say, Matt, I know you're kind of retired and everything, but seeing how Dual Process Theory's video was a 2-person effort and you're already here, how'd you like to tag team this FNAF theory?
I mean, it's a little cramped in the recording closet with the 2 of us, but sure, why not?
Awesome, and now I don't have to change the theme song. Hit it, Yossi!
Leave your theories in the comments below. I'll pick my favorites in the next episode of Morty.
First things first, it's probably a good idea that we recap the main evidence points Dual Process Theory has for the crying child being Cassidy. Their video is nearly 2 hours long after all. Who has that much time? Well, except for you, considering you
God,
took
that's
up the
what
4
I'm
hours
worried
to
about
react
with
to
this
Look,
timeline.
I'm retired now. I've got nothing but
God,
time.
who's
But
gonna
I
have
think you're
time
right,
to
so
watch my
let's
hour
quickly
and
recap, starting with the first major point, how we got the name in the survival logbook. Now, this book has been a cornerstone of the FNAF franchise since its release. Inside, we have 3 separate people speaking to us. Michael Afton, who writes in red pen, a spirit that writes in faded text, and a third person that alters the text of the book. The faded text writes the words "my name" on a number of the pages, and on those pages there's always some sort of weird number. Take all those numbers and turn them into coordinates for the word search, and bam! You get the name Cassidy.
It sounds so simple now, but I remember ripping my hair out over this at the same time you were.
But the key to the whole thing was one very important usage of my name. On one of the pages, the my name appears on a gravestone, just like the gravestone missing a name from FNAF 6's ending, which, it should be remembered, released around the same time as this book. So it seemed pretty darn obvious that these clues were revealing the name of that final character, the fifth missing child, which is why for the longest time we've been calling the fifth child Cassidy.
And this is where dual process theory throws their first spanner into the works.
You mean wrench?
Look, you chose a British guy to take over. This is what you get. While yes, my name appeared on every page the clues were hiding, notice what's on the opposite page of the word search. A mirror. And under it, the spirit leaves a message. What do you see? Well, what's on the other page? The crying child using altered text in the word search. It's me, Cassidy. God, it's so good!
It is pretty compelling, especially because, in all honesty, the placement of that mirror always felt suspicious to me. So I really like them using it for their theory. But if crying child is Cassidy, then who else is speaking in the book? You need a second spirit to act as the faded text.
Well, according to them, it's Charlie, the puppet, doing what she's been trying to do the entire series, help the lost spirits find themselves.
And again, I gotta say, I really like that. Narratively, that's really satisfying because it brings together the three main characters from the franchise all in the same place. Mike with his red pen, crying child Cassidy as the altered text, and Charlie guiding the conversation as the ghostly faded text. It's cool and it feels complete, but is there actual evidence to support this, or is it all hypothesis? And that's not all. Dual process theory weren't just satisfied with crying child having Cassidy's name, they went further to suggest that the crying child is Cassidy, as in Cassidy is an Afton, and the fifth missing child on the gravestone, and the spirit within Golden Freddy, the only spirit inside a Golden Freddy, as opposed to most of our theories where the crying child is one half of our best golden boy.
They also have the evidence to back it up. The first point is that Golden Freddy doesn't speak in plurals. When you take a look at the one line we ever get from Golden Freddy, what do we see? It's me, singular, implying that there's only one
like
spirit
one's at the
in
driver's
there. Compare
seat,
that to what we see in the books. Throughout the series, there have only been 2 instances of animatronics possessed by multiple people. The first is the Stitch Wraith from the Fazbear Frights epilogues. The second is Rosie Porkchop from the Fazbear Frights story Together Forever.
One of the
and
most
while Stitch
effed
Wraith
stories.
isn't able to speak until the second soul is
bad?
gone, Rosie Porkchop
so
speaks
gross.
while still containing
boy.
both spirits, and refers to itself as ladies in waiting. It's using plurals showing the 2 spirits.
We're gonna come back to that point, right?
Yeah, don't worry, we're gonna come back to all of this.
Okay, great, because I have thoughts on that one.
The second point they bring up is everyone's favorite FNAF 3 classic, Happiest Day. This is the final minigame where we see the puppet giving cake to the birthday child, surrounded by their friends in animatronic masks. Once the puppet delivers the cake, the child stops crying, puts on their Golden Freddy mask, and all the children's spirits move on.
Well, except for Charlie, because she's still got to show up in FNAF 6.
Yeah, because nothing can ever just be as it seems with this franchise. But there is one thing that I think we can both agree is very straightforward. There are only 6 kids at this party, the 5 missing children and the puppet. If there were supposed to be 2 spirits inside Golden Freddy, why isn't there a 7th kid? Which ties in perfectly to point number 3,
Refuses
the
to
glowing
move on.
eyes at the end of FNAF 3.
This one's personal, so I'll take it. As a reminder, if you beat FNAF 3 without doing the Happiest Day minigame, you get the game's bad ending. This gives us a screen where our 4 main animatronics each have one glowing eye, symbolic of the fact that their spirits haven't been released yet. Seems pretty self-explanatory, right? But then look who we have in the back. Golden Freddy, with not just one glowing eye, but 2. This was always the backbone to the whole 2 spirits debate. The idea that, unlike all the other animatronics who each had one kid's spirit inside of them, Golden Freddy was different. He had 2, both the innocent crying child spirit and the vengeful spirit Cassidy, the 5th victim. It was a theory that was further supported by the books, specifically the Stitch Wraith stingers, where we see an animatronic possessed by 2 spirits, a nice wholesome kid named Jake and an evil angry spirit named Andrew. One who dies in a hospital setting like the crying child, and one who dies by a brutal murder from Afton. I mean, the parallels are hard to deny. However, Dual Process challenges this by calling out the fact that if there were indeed 2 spirits in the body, why then do both eyes go out once you complete Happiest Day? Especially since we've believed that the Cassidy spirit lingers on to torture Afton in Ultimate Custom Night. Only one light should have gone out, to which I have one answer: retcon. But obviously that's a bit of a cheap explanation if we can avoid it.
Which brings us to Dual
Yeah.
Process's last point. How can the crying child be the fifth missing kid when, very clearly, he's not missing? Like, he's literally right here in front of a large room of people. Well, they make the assumption that this was all part of William's scheme. After the bite of 83, William pulls his child out of the hospital, and while experimenting with harvesting remnants, has the bright idea to stuff his son into Golden Freddy. Whoops! Bad idea, Will. It doesn't work, and the spring locks kill him, which is why we see Golden Freddy twitching in Ultimate Custom Night in the same way William does during the FNAF 3 teaser. This mistake devastates him, and in a drunken stupor, he lashes out at Henry's daughter, Charlie, killing her last. This then aligns with what we see from the gravestone puzzle in Help Wanted 2. To solve it, you have to light the gravestones marked by the 6 dead children in a specific order, presumably the order in which they died. Chica, the first, she has seen everything, followed by Foxy, Freddy, Bonnie, then Golden Freddy, and finally, the puppets. Later, when the police start to investigate the disappearances at the restaurant, William claims his child also went missing to throw them off the scent that he may be the killer.
Now, while I don't really love the logical jumps their explanation takes there, one thing I really do like about the crying child being the fifth missing victim, and therefore the only spirit inside Golden Freddy, is that it really does help clean up the numbers. For years, 5 was the magic number in FNAF when it came to dead kids. Then, around FNAF 3, it evolved into 6 with the inclusion of the puppet. And yet FNAF 4 shows us what was presumably a 7th kid dying in the form of the crying child. And while Help Wanted does eventually give us 7 graves and a hidden out-of-bounds Easter egg, it always bugged me that there was never a gravestone for him in the FNAF 6 ending. I always just assumed that it was because he ended up being different. He wasn't a victim of Afton's, and thus he wasn't included in that final image. But if Crying Child is in fact the 5th kid, it helps explain why there was never an additional grave for him, because he was always there to begin with. He was the one hidden behind the grass.
They also don't mention this in their theory, but in FNAF 3, look at the spirit who gets Afton's spring locks. They have tears streaming down their face, just like the crying child.
Odd.
We never see the other spirits' faces. We're specifically being shown that this one has tears, revealing that this isn't a separate spirit from the crying child. They are one in the same. Scott even used the same model in FNAF World specifically for the crying child.
To be fair, tears are everywhere in the series though. I mean, the puppet is shown crying literally all the time.
So, are we done? Did they solve FNAF? Can I retire now too?
That's where I think the retcon is.
No,
but
we still have to solve Poppy.
No.
And Lorfi.
Okay.
And Ban.
No!
But secondly, well, this theory is really satisfying from a narrative standpoint. It helps to simplify a lot of the confusing elements that have built up over the years. There are a few pieces of evidence that they didn't mention that might poke a few holes in their theory.
Oh yeah?
So Tom, what's this sound?
It's a flatline.
And when does a flatline happen?
Well, a flatline is typically shorthand to show that someone has died, usually in a hospital.
Exactly. And during FNAF 4, we see things like IV bags, pills, and flowers surrounding the bed. All things that you would see in a hospital. Crying Child was in the hospital for his injuries, and then we hear a flatline right after Afton says that he's going to put his son back together. Afton leaves, represented by psychic friend Fredbear fading away, which then leaves Crying Child alone in the dark. He's lost in the darkness. He's dead. He's alone. Everything about this cutscene seems to be suggesting that he died in this hospital. Could you potentially make the argument that William pulled his son off of life support in the hospital and brought him back to an underground bunker where he's going to do experiments on him until he's able to bring him back to life, and that's why we hear a flatline here? Sure, you could make that argument, but it feels really overcomplicated just for the sake of your theory. And even still, if he did do all of that, there's a room full of people that saw Afton's son get bit. That make it pretty darn hard for Afton to convince anyone that his son went missing as part of some random killer's murdering spree.
There's also that whole speaking in plurals thing I know you had thoughts on.
Yes, thank you. I brought up earlier the huge number of parallels between the 2 spirits inside the Stitch Wraith in the books and the 2 spirits that are potentially inside of Golden Freddy in the games. Now, say what you will about book-based evidence, but the epilogues at the end of these things tend to be very important for storytelling. I mean, we saw that explicitly with the reveal of the Mimic. So to focus on this character of the Stitch Wraith, comprised of 2 spirits across 11 books, yeah, that feels pretty darn important. And in the Stingers, each spirit inside the Stitch Wraith speaks in the first person. So it would then make sense for one spirit inside of Golden Freddy to say, "It's me," singular. "It's me, the crying child, your brother." But let's go a level deeper. In the Stingers, the Stitch Wraith is made up of a mix of parts. Andrew, the angry one, is established to not be able to see because his part forms the body. Jake, the nice one, can see because his spirit is trapped in the head part. As such, he reports what's happening in the world back to Andrew in the body. And what do we see happening in the logbook? Well, it's a similar sort of dynamic. One spirit asks, "What do you see?" And the other one responds, "I can't see." It's a direct parallel, even down to the Happiest Day minigame. There's a point in Stingers when Jake is given the chance to move on and pass into the afterlife, but he chooses to linger back in order to help Andrew. Eventually, one of them moves on while the other is kept to Earth, held back by Afton. Sound familiar? It should. It once again parallels a lot of what we're seeing happen with Golden Freddy in the games.
On top of that, dual process theory reminded me of this moment in FNAF 4's minigames, where the crying child is locked in the back room with a Golden Freddy costume. They pointed out the tufts of hair coming out of the suit, explaining this to be an employee who bled out. However, in one of our old videos, you made the valuable point that this head is just sitting too low in the torso. When adults wear it, we see their heads fully out, even when they're sitting. This is something that is explicitly shown to us in places like the graphic novels, which tells us then that the person in the suit here, it's gotta be a child. Again, we see this in the books. In Fazbear Frights, we have scenes where kids reach into the Golden Freddy suit and see black curly hair sitting inside. This is a dead kid that we know was put inside of Golden Freddy. Presumably, this should be the fifth missing child. This is why Crying Child's Fredbear plushie tells him, remember what you saw. He has literally seen the deaths of other kids.
Huh. You ever thought that maybe that's the answer?
What do you mean?
Well, is it possible that this story is actually way simpler than we, the FNAF community, have made it out to be? I mean, look at the scene. Like, really look at the scene. It is pretty darn self-explanatory. A kid is locked in the storage closet and literal tufts of hair are sticking out of the suit. I remember when I first saw this scene, I overthought this thing to death, assuming that it had to be more than just hair sticking out of the suit. Maybe they were wires or tufts of suit hair or something like that, because this was 1983, and by all accounts, it was the first location. It was Fredbear's Family Diner, the beginning of the timeline. The missing children's incident didn't happen here. It was at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Clearly, these brown pixels had to represent something else, but in retrospect, the scene is pretty explicit. There's a kid dead in this suit. Done. Cut and dry. Remember what you saw? You saw a dead kid. We, as theorists, are so often desperate to search for narrative satisfaction. We bend over backwards to try and justify timelines where Afton is killing kids because of Elizabeth's death, or because he's trying to put...
And I want to pause here to elaborate on that, but I'm pretty sure in a live stream, what was it, after FNAF 4 was released, Scott specifically went out to the game while Game Theory was streaming and made that statement of, what is seen in the darkness can be easily misunderstood in the mind through the eyes of a child, or something like that. Like, to me, that's Scott himself pointing us away from this idea that that was a kid. But I don't know. What do you think about that? Like, do you think that he saw a kid, or no? Yeah, what is seen in shadows is often misunderstood in the mind of a child. Easily misunderstood. I mean, we can be misunderstood from seeing an actual death or dead body. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, what if he didn't see an actual body and he just thought he did? In the darkness, it looked like a body, but it wasn't. What do you think, V?
I don't know. For me, it can go either way.
Okay.
Like, it doesn't really change too much for me either way, because he's still, like, upset either way.
Well, right, as far as he's concerned.
And all of the same victims still died, so whether he actually saw something or didn't, like, the outcome feels like it doesn't change that much because of it, but maybe...
Well, for me, it would
change
change
it really depends on what you think. Well, yeah, I was going to say, for...
If
how you see the rest of the story.
If kids are dying before the crying child dies, that changes quite a bit for me. Like,
because, like, another thing that I don't know. Okay, never mind. I see where it's going.
Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, that, how much of a problem that makes if, like, oh, there's a dead kid stuffed in this suit while the crying child is still alive. Like, that would break my entire theory. There could be multiple plausible things. And yeah, like, this is one of those things, though, that I feel like Scott would clarify, though. And it's odd that it doesn't seem to have ever been. We will continue.
His son back together, and he wants to run experiments to harvest remnant from other kids. But what if he's just a weird, sick dude who just started killing kids one day? No overcomplicated backstory required. I didn't get to talk about this before leaving the channel, but in Help Wanted 2, if you like the final gravestones in a very specific order, you unlock a huge lore clue in the form of the Bonnie mask. This is the moment that basically confirms that we're playing the game as Bonnie Bro. But the order of the gravestones, it feels very intentional. They explicitly give us an order of events. Chica first, then Foxy, Freddy, Bonnie, Golden Freddy fifth, Puppet last. It was really confusing because Charlie dying last didn't make any sort of sense. What about this?
A wound first inflicted on me.
And yet this gravestone evidence is what the games
it's
are
the
telling
order
us.
they
It's
moved
also
on, not the
kind
order
of what
they
we're seeing
died.
in FNAF 4. If that tuft of hair is
Are
to
we
be
really
believed,
gonna
then
trust
really,
that
why
Thames
wouldn't
order
we
of things,
believe it?
though?
That gravestone timeline could probably be right.
That's a
Afton
good
was just
point,
killing
too.
kids because he could. He was a deranged serial killer.
Man, retirement really has taken a toll on you. But I also think I see where you're going with this. Crying Child witnesses the dead kids in the suits and then gets bit by Fredbear on the day of his party. Afton would be devastated by this, promising to put his son back together. He'd be furious at his business partner Henry because it was his engineering that did this to his boy. Then, one night, an opportunity presented itself. Charlie was locked outside by some bullies, and so Afton, in a fit of rage, killed Charlie. Unlike all the other killings that were premeditated, this was a crime of passion, and so it broke from all of his usual methods. And that allows this new order of deaths that Steel Wool has given us to make way more sense. Chica was always the
We're
first,
assuming
but
it's a
not
death
just of the
order.
MCI, of all the deaths. That's why Henry made security puppet in the first place, because there
I
were a
think
bunch
it's
of
the
kids
order they
disappearing
moved
from the
on in.
pizzeria, and Henry wanted to protect his daughter.
Which brings us back to the beginning. Where did we land with the whole dual process theory? Did they solve FNAF? Is Cassidy the crying child?
I think the answer is yes, but also no. There are two sides to this coin, right? Is Crying Child the fifth missing kid that we've called Cassidy for all these years? I'm just not sure. It would simplify a lot, especially the FNAF 3 minigames where there's only 5 kids. But then we see a kid already dead inside the Golden Freddy suit before Crying Child even dies. And then there's the dozens of people that watch him die and flatline at the end of FNAF 4, which would make it hard for him to be considered missing, let alone considered one of the missing children specifically.
It's true. As much as I like it from a narrative standpoint, there's just as much evidence against it as it is supporting it. Typical FNAF, you know?
Well, not completely, because there's the second side of this question. Sure, Crying Child might not be the fifth missing child, but based on what dual process theory presented, I think they might be right that Crying Child's name is Cassidy. William Afton, a deranged serial killer hiding in plain sight, until one day his son Michael decided to play a prank that would kill his youngest son, Cassidy Afton. It has a nice ring to it, I've got to admit.
Maybe, and I definitely see it. It's just a frustrating catch-22, you know? We either get to have the Crying Child's name, and in the process we lose the established fifth missing kid name, or Cassidy is the fifth missing kid, and Crying Child remains as nameless as he ever was.
I mean, the answer's got to be in here somewhere, surely. The altered text opposite the mirror returns the spirit's questions with, who are you? What's your name? And with Cassidy not being the fifth missing kid, that leaves the my name gravestone clue wide open. Honestly, my money's on the Foxy grid. We never did solve it, and there's ghostly text written at the start. Maybe we should take another look.
Oh, no. There's no we here, my friend. I did my time with that Foxy grid. This is all on you, man.
Oh, well then, I guess I better get started. It's not like I had a billion other FNAF things to worry about. Regardless, I suppose I should.
Who was the Fazbear CEO? Was one of
this
the
episode, Matt. I know Lorefy has kept you pretty busy.
Oh yeah, Lorefy. Nearly forgot that I was on here to promote that. Just got so caught up in the FNAF discussion. Anyway, I should probably get back to working on that. The team and I have worked really hard to make this project as great as it can be, and episode 1 just launched today here on YouTube. So if you're in need of some chill beats for studying, working, or sleeping, make sure you check out the Lorefy project over on Spotify. We've got new music releases dropping every week or so with clues hidden inside. So make sure you follow us there to listen as soon as they drop.
But if you want to level up your experience, you can always head on over to the YouTube channel and try to piece together the clues to help Taylor solve the mystery surrounding this definitely...
Yeah, that's so spooky, guys. Okay. Alright, what'd you think of that one?
That was interesting.
It was discovered by another FNAF tuber that there might be a separate puzzle in the logbook that gives you the name Dave. Yes, and that's what I've borrowed from, because I forget who the theorist was in the video. I just remember being very compelled by it, and I've just mentally accepted, oh yeah, the crying child is Dave. Which is also kind of weird, because now we've got a kid named Dave, but also one from before named David.
Another coin toss.
Another oh yeah, Jeremy is the name for adults. Dave or David is gonna be the one for kids. God. Henry's line of wound first inflicted on me. And yeah, it's because of that line glitch is the reason why I say the graves and Help Wanted 2 are the order they moved on, not the death order. Like, no one's explained to me why that has to be the death order. William stole Edwin's house, his kid's room, his kid's toys, and his kid's name. And I mean, there's a lot I want. God, I need to get this video because there's a lot I want to say about stuff like that. Like,
yeah, it'll be fun once you can actually just freely share your thoughts on things with everyone.
Well, yeah, just 'cause, I mean, I'm like, that's kind of the fun thing of like being a small enough like theorist. I can get away with just having such out there takes on the lore. Like, bare minimum, I've made a good story. I am very confident on that. I've spent 4 months trying to back it up with things I've found in the lore. And again, I've only looked at the games. Do you know how easy this would have been, or much easier it would have been, excuse me, had I let myself look at the books? No, like, I've only been looking at what we've been seeing in the games. Or been shown in the games. Like, and I got to a very, like, I left off at a very lore-heavy moment in my timeline, like, yeah, like, God, it's gonna be so fun to go over all of it. Now, like, I guess, like, as a prerequisite thing, like, I would say, if any, like, I would almost make it, like, required, well, not reading, but listening, I guess. Like, listen to, like, just understand Shatter Victim. Like, if you can't wait for me to put this thing out, just, like, before you go into my timeline, just understand Shatter Victim. Like, watch a couple different theorists cover it, because I know there have been a couple that have. Just, like, understand that and, like, the arguments made in there, and you're already, like, almost halfway there. Almost. It's interesting to think that the Fright's version of the Vengeful Spirit, Andrew, does somewhat share more parallels with the Crying Child or Dave than Cassidy. You know, with the I can't see thing. Huh. Andrew? Yeah, clearly he's the vengeful one. Which, again, it's always been super weird to me in retrospect that the spirit that's chasing William is crying, and we don't see any of the others. I hear Shatter Victim, and I think my old phone... Like, God, I had an iPhone for, like, what? I think it was, like, an iPhone 7 for, like, the past, like, 7 years or something. And it finally just crapped out last year. And I had to get myself a Samsung. Yeah, that weren't cheap. Well, I figured I'm starting a business. I need a phone that's not going to, like, crap out on me and is, like, strong enough to actually do payment processing. Ugh. A shattered phone victim. Guys, I guess you're already kind of there. God, that sucks. Which actually, have you looked into Shatter Victim, VRAR?
Not super much. I feel like I watched it when it first came out.
Do you remember what your thoughts were on it?
At the time, I was like, eh. I feel like that was quite... When did it come out? Because I feel like that's... My brain doesn't remember it at all.
Maybe like 2-3 years ago. Something like that. It's been a while.
Okay, yeah. Then I have like barely any recollection of it.
Was it just the long and short of it? Just that, like, when the crying child died, his soul was shattered, and it's kind of spread. Like and even some people vary on like how far they take it. Like, did he just end up in Golden Freddy, or did he end up in Golden Freddy in the MCI? Did he end up in Golden Freddy the MCI in the building? Like, some people take it further than others.
Yeah, I feel like I watched that before I was even serious about theorizing, so I definitely would have to rewatch it.
Perfect. Well then, yeah, if any of you are bored, then yeah, give that a rewatch. Seen Shatter Victim and also Memory Victim, which I'm a really big fan of. Shatter Victim is pretty old, though it's very similar to Memory Victim or God Victim, which all three have had a recent resurgence. I need to look into God Victim. Like, it's one of those things that have like not like the briefly little bit I looked into it, it was like, there's no way. But like, I don't know. I'm sure someone would say that in my theory, so it's like, I don't know, maybe I'll give it a shot. Memory Victim I've not heard of, though. I might need to look into that one. But yeah, just saying that for, like, if you guys, like, are a little curious, like, just understand Shatter Victim and just, like, the concept of shattering and how it works, if you're bored.
Weak.
The Unwithered Truth has a really good video going over it if you're curious. Perfect. Then yeah, go watch that. I'm sure I watched it a while ago when I was like coming up for the idea for the, like, what is it? I remember what it was that first got me to think of this theory. Do you remember me telling you that, V?
Mostly. My brain's pretty bad at remembering.
I was trying, like, I stumbled upon the detail of, like, wait a minute. The fire in FNAF 6 is what frees William's soul and is able, and he, like, effectively forced to move on, and, like, have his soul freed to where Cassidy's able to grab it and put him through Ultimate Custom Night, right? Why did it work and do that in FNAF 6? But when he was burned in FNAF 3, and he was clearly burned, given not only the newspaper after the end of the game, but, what was it? The, Michael monologue from Sister Location. He was very clearly burned in FNAF 3. So why wasn't he forced to move on then? Why does fire work only sometimes? Or does it? Like, it was me thinking about those questions that, like, got me to end up on Shatter William. Of just, like, how long a road... Because, like, how else do you explain that? Like, why didn't the fire in FNAF 3 work? Like, why didn't FNAF 6 just happen early, basically? Why didn't Cassidy just get a hold of his soul there? And, like, if you guys are bored and, like, want a FNAF challenge, like, that's a great question I have for all of you. Like, why did the fire work in 6 but not 3? Oh, yeah, and Mio sent you an email. VRAR.
Sweet.
Perfect. God Victim and Memory Victim are essentially the same thing. Bite Victim sees a thing and his spirit influences events to happen. Would it just be the crying child, or can other people's spirits influence stuff? Bite Victim sees the Chica without its beak and later influences the animatronic to do that. Weird. I Okay. Crying child sees that broken Foxy and later influences the kids to break Mangle. Interesting. That's different. I think, and this is going to sound crazy, the remnant being expelled with heat depends on the type of material it's attached to, just as heat or electricity transfer directly through different materials. Huh. Well, and I know some of the blueprints from Sister Location kind of go to that with the scooper and like how you need to store it at a specific temperature to keep it molten but not too hot, or else it nullifies it, and you don't want to use too much of it or it also nullifies it. Clearly William was doing a lot of experimenting as well. When he thinks his hair in the back room, he later influences William to stuff the bodies in the suits. This would answer Golden Freddy. That's bananas. I mean, like, I guess it could, but I guess I just return to that question of, like, is this the crying child specifically, Dave, that can do this? Or, like, can any spirit have this level of power over the world? And if it's just Dave, then, like, what makes him so special? Why can he do this, but other spirits can't?
What makes you so special?
I was hoping you would notice that. What makes you so special? Why do you think the protagonist is being said that in Help Wanted 2?
Because it's Arnold.
Is it Arnold?
If it's not, then almost all the visuals we see make no sense.
If that is Arnold in Help Wanted 2, why is the Bonnie mask familiar to him?
I mean, I went over it in my video, but
I might have to watch your video.
It's the same reason that the bobblehead is in his van specifically and not the other van.
Why?
Because he was also a connoisseur of FNAF merchandise.
Sure.
But I also connect him to FNAF 3 and other games as well, so it's a whole ordeal I'm not going to explain here.
Yeah, no, you're all good. I'll have to watch that, Diesel. Yeah,
so if we do another one of these, we should watch some of those, like, Bite Victim, what's it called? The theory we're discussing? I can't remember.
Shatter Victim. Actually, hell, that would be good. You guys up for
watch that, and then this other crying child thing people are talking about.
Yeah, God Victim.
Yeah, God Victim.
God,
couldn't remember.
Make that a regular stream. We just do theory reviews. God. I mean, hey, I'm up for it if you guys are. Yeah. If you're up for it, V. What is it? We've all got time soon. We can put together another stream. Have you seen the mirror theory from Withered? I have not.
I've seen Secret of the Mimic Loop.
Oh, that's another one we'll have to do. You've been trying really hard to convince me of loop theory.
Video, but I hate it so much.
Which is fun. Like, you don't like loop theory, but it convinced you.
But I'm fascinated by it. It's so weird.
Like, oh yeah, did you ever, or we ever come to, like, because I don't have an idea, but did you ever come to a conclusion on, like, who is writing that letter in Secret of the Mimic? No, we don't.
At all. So the second I figure it out, it solves like 80% of Secret of the Mimic for me.
Like, memory corrupted, like, it's some kind of computer, but it really feels like it's Fiona. Who else would it be?
easy way to describe God Victim is imagined dream theory, but without it being a dream. That's a perfect summary from what I remember.
Okay. Amazing. M2. M2 wrote the letter. It was Miss Afton. I don't know.
But if it's M2, why do they feel wrong? Like, what was different? Why are they having an identity crisis? Why won't they sleep again? Why does Moon.exe have the thing about you don't want to go to bed ever again or whatever it says?
Well,
and who are they asking to advise them? Is that just like they're talking to M1 maybe?
And
because
why
if there is a period of time before M2 becomes violent that it's trying to become David already, then I'm totally on board with that. But to me, it feels weird that it's like we were a family again. Like, it feels like an adult talking. It doesn't feel like a child perspective.
Yes.
I don't know.
Well, and like the whole line of "we were expecting," like we almost sounding
that
possessive.
Doesn't feel like something. If it's programmed, but then again, like some of the Moon.exe dialogue is like, you will bring him back no matter what. So it's almost like if it was M2, they're originally of a different mindset. Like, I'm going to become David. I don't know. To me, it seems more like an Edwin thing, but
right. But Moon.exe, like, he's clearly Sleepy Moon too, though. Like, my thing is like, M2, like, in the rest of the game has like never spoken or done anything intelligent at all, other than just be a rage machine, and it's deciding to sit down and like calmly write a letter once off screen.
Well, that's my other thing is like the handwritten letter just does not feel like
robot
mimic to me.
No,
but it could be. I'm not saying it's not.
I would think it would have more precise handwriting, or like, if it is like it would have like someone have to be like it mimicking someone to do that. But if it's M2, it's not mimicking anyone at that point, right? Like,
that's like, was this like the original M2 personality, for lack of a better word?
because I mean, yeah. Well,
I don't know.
Well, no, because even the personality M2 had before Edwin beat it, from what Edwin says just before he beats it, no, stop sounding like him. You're not him, implying it's the boy, not the mother.
Right.
So, like, and like,
but like it was trying to become the boy, is what I'm saying. So, like, is it possible before it was mimicking David, this is like what its personality was? Like, if it did write this letter, I really don't think it wrote this letter, because there's literally a bed down here too. So like someone else was down here.
Yeah, it feels like someone living did, like, and like the way it's worded sounds really much to me like a mother expecting and losing a kid, or bare minimum a father, like someone close, like we were expecting. Like, the context I've always heard that with, you know, spoken English has always been like, you know, we were expecting, oh, we're expecting, like we're having a kid, like the husband and the wife, like it's one of the two. Like, I don't know which one. It feels like it's the wife to me.
For me, it feels like the husband, because if it was the wife, she'd say, I was expecting, but
I mean,
I don't know.
Could
no,
still
because some of the other lines do. Okay, I get. Never mind.
Yeah, it could still be the syntax of we, like. But then and then it delves more into the personal perspective. Like, I'm open to either. I've just know in my head, I'm narrowing it down. It's Fiona or Edwin somehow. I don't know how or when or why, because like the writing isn't robotic, but like it's also clearly
like it could be mimicked handwriting, but that's, I don't know, that feels like a stretch.
Like a human hand wrote that, but it's writing it from like a memory file, corrupted. Please advise. Like, it sounds like a robot, the way the words it's forming.
I think Edwin gets split, and that's why there's a moon in the basement, but there's also a shadow character. I think after that explosion, like, M2 does something with Edwin's body, and I don't know what it is.
Shatter Edwin?
I said that jokingly the other day. But it's like,
shatter Edwin?
It's so funny.
Did she shatter Edwin? They were recycled. Oops, all shattered. I need to make that a meme.
Dude, I'm so all about Captain Crunch memes. Please make a bunch of them.
God. Oops, all shattered. He's shattered. He's shattered. He's shattered. I'm shattered. Is there anyone else that's shattered I need to know about? I need to do one of those too.
But it's like, for me, who wrote this has to be connected to Moon.exe, like,
why?
partially,
Like, why is it so important we figure out who wrote this letter? Like, why is it so big?
Because it connects to Moon.exe, which is so big.
And what do we glean if we learn who wrote that letter?
We find out what's going on with Moon.exe.
Like how? Like, how does that letter connect to Moon.exe?
Because, just for me, I tie it directly to the character that doesn't want to go back to sleep.
Sleepy Moon.
I would never sleep again.
Oh, yeah, from the letter.
In Moon.exe, it's like, you don't want to go to bed. Never again. And why say never again when that's literally what the note also says? It's weird. Why would they never sleep again? What does that even mean?
Which, it's odd that Sleepy Moon in Moon.exe seems to be the Edwin stand-in.
Or at least some form of Edwin. But then who's that shadow character?
My name is Edwin. Who is that shadow character? Like, I honest to God think that was just done because so many of us were assuming Edwin was dead and gone. And they're like, oops, we gotta correct that a little bit. Although we could be wrong. It might not be Edwin. It might be someone we're not thinking of.
It's very strange. But some of the other lines in Moon.exe seem like they have nothing to do with M2 either. So it's like, I want it to be M2. That's the simple, easy way out. But part of me can't accept it yet because there's other things that seem to contradict it.
No, to me, like M2, by the time we see it, is just a pure rage machine. It's like done nothing intelligent at all the entire game. Like,
it's like doing some really interesting mimicking though when Edwin blows up. Like just shooting all of his stuff back at him, like personal. It feels personal. Like he's specifically saying words to just be like, "Here's how you treated your kid, so now I'm shooting it back."
Why do you think that? Like, why is it like intelligent with him, but with us as Arnold, it's just like randomly throwing lines randomly? Like, it doesn't seem intelligent.
That's one thing I was asking on my YouTube page because it really bugs me. Like, it's just so, because both of these things occur after it's been beaten by Edwin. So like,
yes,
it's weird that it's so much more animalistic, for lack of a better word, when it's with Arnold. Especially when it's in Edwin's house, it's just shouting the most random stuff over and over and
Surprise!
over.
9 months ago.
It's so irritating when you're trying to record it.
Right.
It's just shouting full blast.
Under what context would Edwin have mentioned getting new legs? This is something M2 says when speaking to Edwin.
I mean, it's really mimicking Edwin that entire time, even the tests and stuff. It's mimicking entry. That's literally stuff that Edwin says in his log. So to me, that whole thing is just mimicking Edwin.
But... Well, and what he just said in that conversation, right? Like, M2, my legs, I'm hurt. Like, please help. Like, oh, speaking of legs, you should check out mine. Like, it's throwing back what it's being given to me. Like,
but it does seem like it's intelligent enough to be able to use those things in new ways, and like, but that's always been the mimic. Like, even in the books, the mimic is like more intelligent than it's made to be,
which is like which is an intelligent decision if it's hiding its intelligence, is my point.
Yeah.
Like, why act that way for Edwin, but like not a peep or hint of that to Arnold once? Like, because from Arnold's perspective, it seems to just like be a random, like, sure, it randomly says stuff, but it doesn't seem intelligent, right?
I wonder if it's because David is possessing it also, so there's like override, kind of like with. I don't want to bring up something.
David in M2. What do I think about that?
That's clearly the case for me, but
I mean, I will reiterate, none of us know.
I do agree with that glitch.
None of us know how David died. Not for sure, right?
Not yet.
Right, not yet.
For me, it doesn't matter.
Well, I'm just like, bear with me. I'm just pointing that out. We don't know for sure how David died. It could be, bear with me, it could be that maybe he was shattered, however he died. And maybe a piece of him did go into M2. It's possible. I could buy that, in fact. I know that's, a little out of your wheelhouse, but it would work for me too. Because again, at this moment, we don't know for sure. We have some hints about, like, maybe the moonhead fell on him. Maybe he got hit by a truck walking through the loading docks. Maybe he ran into the woods, got hit by a bear. None of us know. Nobody knows for sure. And if he died at the hands of another, I think there's a non-zero chance he got shattered and part of his soul went into M2. Possibly. Now, whether that's because M2 was already mimicking him by that point, or it was just similar enough to M1, a portion of his soul went into it, I don't know. Could be either.
For me, I don't think it was mimicking him when Edwin beats it. I think David was literally possessing it.
Interesting. Really?
Yes, sir.
Well, for Edwin to be saying that would imply that he at least tried to put a David mimic program in him. Because then otherwise, like, wouldn't it be super weird from his position if, like, oh, I've got this endo that's not programmed with anything yet, and now out of the blue it's randomly acting like my son? That's weird.
Not weird to me. Because the mimic would do things that it wasn't programmed to. It was more advanced than that.
Like, where would it have gotten that, though?
The real Jake is how the mimic gets possessed. That's why we have the picture of David hanging out with the mimic. It's not just there for, aww.
Think that, like, because he was attached to it, like, he ended up possessing it? Like, from that?
Yes.
So, like, when he died, however he died, at least a portion of him just naturally was drawn to M2?
Yes.
Are you going to be mad if I say I think that image is of M1, but notwithstanding, notwithstanding, they're similar enough, I could also see the argument of, like, oh, at least a piece of his soul went to both. What would you feel about that?
I don't believe in the two endos, though.
I know you don't.
That's where we differentiate.
I know you don't. You and, like, 80% of the fandom really don't like the dual endo theory.
But I can't deny the two endos in Security Breach.
Yeah, that, and the blueprints, and the teeth, and the mimic Houdini.
I don't think are very strong evidence. But...
like, that's more supplemental, but it's like... not just from that, but, like, again, how hard would it have been to Shona kick it in door for this final cutscene? You know what I mean? Like, that is a good counter, in my opinion. Yeah, the idea works better if there's one Endo. Like, there's evidence on both sides of it. Like, oh yeah, and the, what is it, audio tape with Fiona of Build Another. Like, you can go either way with it, and that's why I'm not, like, so, like, whatever about, like, that's just how I think. And hey, you guys want to know why I'm not covering Secret of the Mimic? That's why. Like, we all came
For me, it's just, like, a perfect contrast. So, originally, the Endo is infused with enough love and intention. It does have life. And then when Edwin beats the crap out of it, now it is infused with rage.
Or
so
agony,
for me, it just
you might
lines
say.
up really interesting narratively.
Like, Edwin beating it has always, like, been so fascinating to me because it, like, perfectly mirrors what we see in the Silver Eyes, doesn't it? With Henry.
Very, very, very much. Even Hedwin's, like, character is very similar to Edwin's in a lot of ways.
All three of these men are very similar to each other, aren't they? That's another theory for another day, but
God, David.
Like, it is very odd to me. Like, I can't explain it better than that. Of like, I think there's something here going on that none of us are really, like, fully grasping. Hell, I think there's a chance we each might have, like, a piece of what's actually happening here.
I'm usually wrong. I don't care. I just, like, that's just where I'm at with the narrative.
Right. Well, and that's fine. Well, like, I'm just, like, I haven't delved that far into, like, Secret of the Mimic itself.
I can't wait till you do. It'll be so fun.
I hope you know I am actually, like, largely skipping Secret of the Mimic in this timeline.
I know. That's why I'm excited for when we finish this one, because then you can freely share your thoughts about the timeline.
Yes.
And then you can dig into Secret of the Mimic.
Oh God, am I gonna do that? Like,
actually, how would you feel if the story was building up to the reveal that David is the vengeful spirit? It doesn't work for me, but, like, it's interesting if they go that route. It feels very retconny to me, but it'd be funny. I would laugh out loud for real.
It sure does feel retconny. David is the vengeful spirit. Like, my big counter is, like, well, and, like, you've brought this up to me, V, of, like, why is it we see the White Tiger plush in Help Wanted 2? Why is that? I will remind you and everyone else, Help Wanted 2 is a VR game. Correct?
Yep.
It is a game. It is a game that is also extremely likely, if not outright confirmed, to have been corrupted by Glitchtrap. Right?
With heavy F10 implications inside it.
Of course. Notwithstanding. But it is there. There's, if anything, there's multiple things corrupting this game. Is it so crazy to think that it's either Fiona or Glitchtrap or both just pulling from the memory of something of the past rather than, like, oh, the spirit itself is in this game or world?
It'd be intriguing.
It would, but it's like, that would feel massively retconny if it's like, oh, there's basically been another Golden Freddy the entire time we've not seen, just off screen the whole time. It'd be massively funny, but I'd be massively mad, too. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Why? Like, hey, guys, he was there the whole time. Trust me. Like, and they're careful with it, too, because, like, we haven't even seen, like, the moon thing pull off yet.
Yeah.
Like, why in God's name are they, like, drawing a connection between, like, Sun and Moon and the Mimic? Like, why? That's not paid off yet.
I don't think it fully has, no.
We saw Sun and Moon in Moon.exe. We know the newer version of Moon existed conceptually, at least, as of 79, because that's clearly who that statue is in Moon.exe, right?
Right, but then by the time of Security Breach, Sun and Moon are merged.
Yes.
Which is very interesting to me.
Because also in Moon.exe, the moon is represented by Edwin and the sun is represented by Fiona. Isn't that fascinating? What does it mean, Chad?
Why does the Vengeful Spirit speak through the mediocre melodies? Because they were characters created by his parents. They weren't specifically created by his parents, though. They were rip-offs. You yourself have been pointing out the similarities between David and the Tiger and Cece and Fredbear, Golden Freddy. Yeah, they have mild similarities.
Mild similarities to the White Tiger. Well, granted,
the White Tiger is also spewing a bunch of mimic lines and stuff. It's quite a bit different than Golden Freddy in some ways. Specifically through David's voice, which is, again, why I think that the mimic getting beaten is what even created the ghostly tiger in the first place.
Is that him, or is it, like, it possessing a mimic, Indo? Because people have... I'm not saying I believe that theory. I'm just, like, people have floated that idea that, like, M2 is possessed, partially.
Yeah, and I think M2 is fully possessed, so... I'm intrigued.
I kind of don't want him to be, because that would break my 2 Indo theory.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with that. Because that would explain the 2 endos for me, but it won't explain why they look different by this point in the game.
I mean, why
someone's been tinkering with them.
Well, yeah, like, why are there different blueprints for the same mimic endos anyways? Like, there's at least 2 of them, I remember finding, on the blueprints.
Yeah, I think those were just, like, attempts. Those weren't actually blueprints, though. Those were just paper. The actual blueprint one is the one we see. Like, that's what it actually ends up looking like. You see in Secret of the Mimic, the Orange Elephant, Hippo, Pig, and Frog were all made by MCM. Yeah, the originals, but, like, these are rip-offs.
Yes.
They're intentionally, like, ripped off of those characters. They stole the designs, essentially. So, like, I'm not fully opposed to the Vengeful Spirit being David, but they'd have to give us, like, motive, which would mean, like, William would have had to have killed David, which I'm not fully on board with, but I'm not saying it can't happen, though.
Like, to me, it's like, why at this point? Because, again, remember, to me, William, Henry, and Fazbear did not have a motive to do anything to the Murrays, or even their company, until he refused to sell them M2. They seem to make that very clear in that audio tape.
But Fazbear was always a trash company to work with, so there's...
Sure, and I'm no doubt it would have inevitably ended there, sure. But, like, that line of, like, Edwin talking about, well, they can't have it. Every copy is... It's just not read. Like, why are we being told that? Why are we being told, like, oh, yeah, he's refusing to sell M2? Like, why does that matter? Why is that important? Regardless of the Vengeful David thing, what else would the design stolen by Stan have been?
I think they are based off those characters, but they're rip-offs. Like, that's why they're even named different things. Which, for me, sets it in a completely different light than the characters his parents made. Like, they're abominations of what his family made, essentially, in my mind. They're clearly supposed to be based off those characters, but it's like when you go to the dollar store and you get, like, a rip-off Superman figure. It's, like, Powerful Man or something. It's not quite the same.
Powerful Man.
I don't know. I couldn't think of anything.
Get your Powerful Man action figure today.
I kind of want one now. I don't miss working at a dollar store.
God, no. You know, my first job was, what was it? Working at a Skyline.
Nice. Mine was Spirit Halloween.
Interesting.
That was actually sort of fun. The management wasn't my favorite, but like the job was actually kind of fun.
I would imagine
because
so.
I loved the animatronics.
Like, it'd be really evil. I have seen him, the one you should not have killed, Chica, because she's literally seen him when they were both at MCM. Ooh, wait, what? I've seen him, the one you should not have killed. Literally seen him when they were both at MCM. But Chica? But
Except it's a different Chica.
Yeah, and she wasn't possessed by then.
Unless they ended up using those prototypes, maybe. I would be curious how... If it's like the Endo talking, maybe I can see it working, but... If it's the soul talking, then I don't understand that at all.
Right, yeah, and like, why would Cassidy make the Endo of Chica, like, torture William in Ultimate Custom Night? That also seems weird.
Well, if William killed David, and David is Cassidy...
Sure.
But yeah, if it's like the character of Chica, I suppose you could make that work. It feels like a stretch to me, but I guess it could work.
And I guess they're just being more allegorical in that sense, which
I think it'd be hysterical if they go that route, but I really don't think Scott's writing is that weak. But maybe it's like a big plot twist, and he has a way to explain it.
Like, hey guys, like, this Cassidy and Crying Child thing has not really been working out. I'm gonna make a new kid called David.
You guys weren't understanding what I was going for.
Then just clarify it, Scott. Like, give us more detail. Like, there's plenty of mystery in this godforsaken franchise to just clarify, like, a few things, please. Like, give us a little more solid ground to stand on. Like,
because like these similarities are weird, so it's like it's going somewhere. I just think it will be absolutely crazy if that's like the direction it's going.
Are the other characters in Ultimate Custom Night the actual spirits and characters, or are they copies? If they're copies, you could say the Vengeful Spirit is making it mimics of the other spirits. Ha.
Yeah. Me and Unnamed disagree with Ultimate Custom Night. I think the actual characters are there since they're saying that he tried to release us. It's like that means in my mind that they didn't get to move on. So for me, they're not copies. They're actually the kids not being able to move on because of the one you should not have killed.
Whereas, like, the syntax of us is extremely vague. It could mean that. It could also mean that, oh, the other spirits did move on, but Cassidy specifically prevented herself and at least this piece of William from moving on as well. And us is referring to us too.
But then having, like, Charlotte, whatever their name is.
Yeah,
do we even have her official name in the game timeline?
I think it's Charlie in the game too.
Like, that's all from the books.
We're just borrowing it from the books. And to be fair, that one's a lot older. Like, I'm pretty sure that's Silver Eyes era too, so, like, maybe that's more solid. I don't know. Tweet Scott. I don't know. It could go either way, but, like, I like the idea that it's, like, truly just Cassidy and William and, like, her personal hell for him. And, like, all the other characters you see are, like, Cassidy's recreation of these legacy other characters that existed. Like, that is something Charlie would say. That is, like, I guess you'd say canon or true to her, but, like, that's not actually Charlie in Ultimate Custom Night. In my opinion. One more. I was the first I have seen everything, Chica, because she was the first character of the main four to exist. Foxy, Brown Freddy, Blue Bonnie did not exist until later. I guess what's the significance of this?
That she was the first of those characters.
Yes. Which, I mean, yeah, like, I never had any... Well, and I mean, hell, I've outright said that for a while now with my... What is it?
Except technically, Golden Freddy was before Chica, wasn't he?
Maybe that gets a little more nebulous just because that's even further in the past than we see at MCM. So it's like, clearly they were prototyping Freddy and the gang in '79, at least, at the latest. Golden Freddy, or Fredbear, already existed, given the pizza boxes all over the place. And I think there's like 1 or 2 ads for it in MCM.
Yeah. I get the connection of Chica having... She would have seen David. But I guess that would imply that she, like, saw him die. Which is interesting.
I will never, ever, ever stop pointing out, as far as we know, from the last of the birthday tapes, M1 was the last one to see David alive. Was she not? Specifically M1 with Fiona in it, still running around. Because we see in that same birthday, the one before, I made it for David's special day. And then she sets the cake, like, oh yeah, go out there, go get David. Like, the same one she's holding the cake in, right?
It's like, very intentionally vague for that very reason, I feel like.
God, that is, like, what are they trying to do there, I wonder?
Glitch, that's literally what we've been doing the whole evening, so you were right at home.
Weird. Oh, yeah, that's like the fun of FNAF theory. Like, I mean, generally, I only try
That's why I love it so much. It's so fun to, like, go down these different routes of what actually... Wait, this actually connects here. This actually connects... I'm so sorry, I think I interrupted you. Please speak.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I started my channel with the idea of, like, oh, I should only put out theories I agree with. And then it's like, I realized I would make, like, 5 videos and be done forever. Like, I'm slowly opening myself more to, like, ideas and theories that I find interesting. Like, I'm trying to think here. Like, I do find, like, this... Like, looping does have me like, maybe it's just because V's mentioned it so much, but I am genuinely curious about this loop theory, and like, I really want to learn more about it. I don't necessarily believe it. Hell, I don't expect anyone to necessarily believe my theories. It's just like, 1, theorizing is fun. 2, it's like, even if we're all wrong, and Scott's like, you are all wrong, like, if he truly does pull, like, a digital circus on us, and it's like, all your theories are wrong, then, like,
so funny.
We're at least closer to the truth, because we know what it's not now. Loop victim, loopplex, loop manor. Loop victim, loop god.
I also have to go in a wee bit.
Yeah, I'll probably cut it off here in a minute. I don't know, is there anything else, like, hot to trot right now with FNAF?
There's always something.
Do you think, no, Blumhouse would kill us if we tried to react to the second movie, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
Although I saw someone had uploaded the entire movie like a week ago.
He's about to get spring locked. Pig Patch has the same heterochromia as David. That's it.
I was just gonna say, and they brought Pig Patch back.
Does David have like... heterochromia?
I think he does.
Did I just never notice that?
I think that's why the tiger has it too. Like, I think that plush was originally made for him.
The tiger's eyes are blue and green, right?
Mm-hmm.
Holy God, I just realized something.
That's so funny.
Oh no. Oh no, I just realized something. What do we find in Ruin? We find, like, plushies of Circus Baby, right? Circus Baby and Elizabeth, but each one's missing an eye. Oh boy, what are their eye colors, V? They're blue and green, right? They're blue and green too. What's up with that? That's an odd coincidence. With eye color? God, I hope I hope the white tiger's not been there the whole time. Like, that's like, how did I not notice that before? Like, is that actually Elizabeth, or like, is that David like copy? Like, I hate that idea. I hate it, but it's like, is that David just like LARPing as Elizabeth and Circus Baby? Like, eye color theory. Like, I don't remember who pointed it out, but the Alan FNAF world is also heterochromic. Like, I don't know what to do with that. Like, that's a repeated theme. And God, that'd be a hell of a callback. I hate that kind of gives credence to the idea that like David has been around the whole time as the White Tiger. The Star Night Lights and Secret of the Mimic parallel the Plush Babies in appearance. Do they?
Fairly closely, yeah.
I'd have to see the Plush
It's really
Babies.
weird.
I'd have to see the Plush Babies again. God. But yeah, like, we need to start doing that. Like, make this a regular thing. We need to like review theories. It's a really funny thing. It's very intentional. Like, that would be well. And I need to get this video done so I can like binge all your guys' videos, because I've not wanted like FNAF stuff to distract me. Every time I'm doing FNAF, I want to like grind through this script.
No, just keep plowing through it.
Which I'm excited. Like, once I'm done with the stupid timeline part, like, explaining the theory is going to be so much easier just because I've gone over it, like, a million times in my head. I know what I'm explaining. Like, and I think I could do a decent job of convincing people that there's some level of shattering in this universe going on. Like, I know you're more ambivalent to the idea, and that's fine. Like, bare minimum, like, as a story to me, it just ties it all together so perfectly. It's like, damn, this is an amazing... And I can't wait to, like, convince you guys to, like, do part 2 with me of the Steel Wool era, and, like, really, like, kind of continue, like, the groundwork I laid. Like, I don't know if you guys will agree with my theory or not, but... you might be able to work with... I mean, you both have already helped me so much when I'm asking random things like, oh, hey, would the Aftons and Emilys go to, like, Disney World, right? Like, I'm asking random questions like that. God, what have been some other weird ones, like... trying to think, like... Hey, it's officially International Rat Day. Yay. Excellent. Like that, I don't know, just there's been a bunch of random instances where I've asked you guys for advice, and like it's really helped me finish writing this monster. Like, it'll just be nice to get it done. Like, I am at, again, where did I leave off? Let's see. As of tonight, I am at 21,171 words in this script. I am between Sister Location and FNAF 3, which I hope to God FNAF 3 is a relative breeze. Like, there's 2 or 3 narrative things I know I've got to do for that. the one before FNAF 6. And then, of course, like, the final showdown of FNAF 6 and what I actually think happened to everybody. And then I'm ending it there. All you get is up to 6 with me for now. Go away. I'm not doing it. Like, oh, it's been so hard. It's been so hard even getting to this point. I want, like, 1 million subs for this video. No. God. No, like, I want it to just be done and over with, and then it's something I can point to. Hey, I'm a real theorist. I made a timeline. It sucks, but I made one. Ugh. We'll see.
You'll get there soon.
Yeah, again, it's just a bunch of character writing. It's not like I hate it, because it is fun. It's just such a slog. Like... Actually,
that I understand.
Tell you what, who's still sticking around? I might do something nice for everybody who's stuck around. Let's see. Let's see. Ooh, we do still have some viewers. Actually, yes, I will do something nice. I'll do something extremely cool, actually. And this will be a treat for all of you for sticking around with the live stream so far. Alright, let's see. Alright, chat. I'm thinking of a number between 1 and... 102. You get to pick one number. What is it? One number between 1 and 102. The first number I see is the one I go to. $15. Alrighty. I will read to you page 15 of the script. You all get a very nice treat. Let's scroll up to page 15. Where the hell is page 15? That's way up here. It's 16. This is 15. All right. You guys ready? Sure everybody's listening, and go back and listen to the VOD. I will be reading page 16 of the script. Wait, yeah, this one's 16. Okay. Good. That was almost bad. All right. Or wait, no, you said 15. Okay. Whoops, we go back up. 16, this one's 15. Okay. 15 was the first I saw. This is what you guys are getting. All right, here we go. Gotta get my reading voice. Effort to cheer her up. She would be the perfect one to start with. He waited until she wandered off into the arcade, away from her parents to approach. She was playing Fruity Maze when he knelt beside her and told her that her dog wasn't really dead, and gesturing to the staff-only room, said her dog was over there. With a final, "Follow me," he led her and 4 others into the staff-only room and killed them, one by one. William now had to put his theory to practice, and placed each of their bodies inside of the animatronics. The first girl for Chica, and the rest from there he then put in Foxy, Freddy, and Bonnie. But now he had a problem. The 5th girl had no other character to go in, he thought to himself, as he was already leading her to the staff-only room. But at the same time, he couldn't have passed up the perfect opportunity for one more to use for his experiments. He hadn't planned on taking a fifth, but her parents had been completely distracted, and he wanted to make sure he had plenty of chances to get it right with his experiments. In a spur-of-the-moment decision, he decided to place her body in the only other suit he knew was in the staff-only room. The Fredbear, and it cuts off. There you go. How was that? That was page 15 of the script.
It's like the audio version of FNAF's timeline video. That was really visually interesting. I like that.
Why do you think this thing takes so long to write? Why do you think I just made up, what is it, 21,000 words of filler? Like, no, this is an actual story, unfortunately. This video will be 4 hours long. I was not joking when I said I'm hoping to keep it under an hour and a half. You sure you aren't writing a book? What did you think I meant when I said I'm making a story? Or I'm telling the timeline as a story.
IRL storyteller.
Effectively, right? Like, thankfully, massively luckily for me, that wasn't a really lore-heavy part.
I was gonna say, that would have been so funny.
It sure would have, but thankfully Glitch jumped on it with 15. Thank you for picking a low number, by the way. I legit can't really watch videos and can only listen mostly. Thank God, because you expect nothing more than a slideshow with sad, melancholic music. It's about all you guys are getting. This story is hard enough to write. That wasn't lore-heavy. Oh boy, just you wait. Just you wait. That's nowhere near the meat and potatoes of, let me scroll down here. Where's the real meat? Yeah, like 1820 starts to get a little big. Oh, yeah, all this. You guys aren't ready for this.
Not laugh.
23 onwards. Oh, God. You all are not ready for that. I hope someone gets mad at me for how, like, tragic I made stuff here. Like, why did you write that? That's awful. I feel awful just hearing it, is what I want to hear. Oh, yeah. 30's all really good. Let's keep going. Jump forward. 43. Experiments. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. The 40s are really bad. Thankfully you didn't pick that one, because that would have kind of given the game away a bit. Oh yeah, 80s. That's where it gets good with Michael. Ah yeah. Oh yeah. Thankfully, yeah, no. Thankfully you picked 15. And not something like super down the line. But yeah, that was your guys' treat. You got to hear one page of the script, and hopefully you can better appreciate why this monster is taking me so long. But yeah, like, I thought it would be so cool. I thought it'd be so cool to, like, tell the timeline as a story, and it's like, oh, as you're listening to this madman tell his take on the timeline, it's like, oh, like, like, this is where he's saying FNAF 3 is. This is where he's saying, like, FNAF 2 is. Like, I thought that would be so cool if it just, like, shows itself naturally through, like, a story. Rather than just, like, in 1984, William bought his first pair of toenail clippers. Like, that's, I mean, I get it. It's good to, like, get data out, but it's, like, not as fun to listen to. Like, as a story, like almost like as me, like cracking open a storybook and reading it to everybody. Like I was debating, like, God, like it'd be so cool to get voice actors and like do it all, but like I'm gonna have to just like force myself to get a good reading voice. Because like that, not only would that add complexity, that would add like time, a lot, to the script. So it will just be me. Hopefully my voice isn't too droning. Please, oh yeah, bear with me when I try to do my god-awful Michael and William impressions. Yeah, that'll be a little tough. I don't know, like, I don't know, I think my William's passable. I think my Michael's better. Because I did do that little voice clip for Bronze, and I didn't hear any complaints about that. Like, my William could use some work, but I don't want to reveal any other characters, though. Ooh. But it's mainly William and Henry, or Michael. But yeah, thank you all for hopping on. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Have identical voices. Well, Michael is like a little softer if you listen to PJ Haywood. He's like, Father, it's me, Michael. I did it. And William's more like, it's me, Freddy. It's me, Freddy. Like, no, it's more lower and gravelly. We're like, she can dance, she can sing. She's equipped with a built-in helium tank, built right to very inflating fucking balloons right at her fingertip. Right, like it's like more like sinister, but not like so overt. It's like mustache twirling villain. like that doesn't
unnervingly calm.
Right, like that doesn't come till later. Right, like he's like calm and confident and smooth about everything. Like PJ said, his inspiration was Hannibal Lecter from Silence of the Lambs. I might have to give that another watch real quick, like, when I get to that point of where I'm recording, just so it, like, again, I'm no voice actor, but I want to, like, sell the story a little bit more, just to, like, pull people in, because it should be a fun listen, if nothing else. Like, I aspire to, like, oh my god, someone telling me, like, they're, like, I don't know, peeling potatoes, or, like, working on a car in the background, or, like, God, like, the gold mark is, like, what? Like, people say, like, oh, I use your videos for sleep. God, that'll be, I will have known that I have peaked as a YouTuber if I can get to the point where someone's saying, like, I use your videos to fall asleep to. You just drone on and on and on, and it just lulls me to sleep. But
that's what I do to people in real life.
I mean, you got a great voice for it too.
What sucks is when I was a teenager, I could actually do like some really good different impressions of characters. Now it's like I always just hear the same bass voice no matter what I do.
It's good to have a good bass character.
No, it sucks.
Well, no, it's good because it's very hard for like a lot of people to really pull off like a good believable bass. Like, and I've kind of been that way too. Now, don't get me wrong, I can pitch it up if I need to, but it's like, where, I naturally speak is more like down here, right? Like,
yeah.
But, I don't know, like, it's just fun. And hey, you can't well, you can screw up an impression, but it's fun either way, right? Like, no one's gonna get mad at you, like, oh, like, or even if they do, like, who cares? Like, oh, your Michael sucks. What is it? But yeah, just to get you guys excited for that. Again, thank God, Glitch, that you picked a low number there. This is what I'll say again. I bet he's kicking himself over it now, though. He's like, damn it, should have picked 45. Or God, that no one went for the meme immediately and said 6-7. That actually would have been, let me see. How bad would that have been? What is page 67? Would brain rot have saved everyone here? Hang on. I'm curious. This one. Oh god, yeah, this one would have been bad for you guys to pick. Oh no. Yeah, this would have been very spoilery. Uh-oh. Unironically, you should have picked 6-7. Oh, yeah. Y'all would have been screaming at me to get this done. Service. Oh god, yeah, especially the last couple sentences.
A little chuckle as he scrolls through.
Just know it's gonna be massively fun for me to I was tempted to say 14. Or here, I'll check for you. What would 14 have been? Would have been just the one before it. So it would, or, you know, just like the establishing of that previous scene. Let's see. Oh, yeah, God. Yeah, that would have sucked, because, like, there's a part in here I really would have wanted to wait for you guys to listen to. God, yeah, just because of, like, how dark it gets. Ooh. Damn. I'm going to have a hard time recording this. I remember that, yeah, because this is one of those parts where it's like, I really have to sell it. Because it's like, if I just read it like I'm reading a grocery list, like, it's going to fall flat, you know? Like,
yeah.
I've got to sell this. I just remember that. This is going to suck. I hope you guys like some darker content. It's not, like, explicit or anything, but it's, like, dark. Like, I don't want to elaborate on it. Like, it's not, like, age rating or anything. It is just, like, dark concepts, I guess. Very excited for you guys to listen. Very, very excited. And hey, if you guys are getting mad at me for like, oh, like this is taking forever, I've asked you guys multiple times, like, oh, hey, do you want me to make like a quick like throwaway video just so you guys know I'm not dead yet? Or it's like, no, get this done every time I've asked. So it's like, okay, don't get mad at me that it's been like 4 months since I've uploaded a video. Perfect. But yeah, with that, I think I'm good. We'll probably end it there. God, this has been a long, fun stream. We do need to do this again, though. What is it? But yeah, with that, I'll probably end it there. Thank you all again for hopping in. Hope you enjoyed that little treat there. And I'll catch you guys soon.
Sweet.
See ya.
Bye.